It was just in the world after crossing over. Only set off a firework given by the game system. Incredible things followed one after another. First, a huge swath of fireballs fell like a meteor shower, followed by a series of thunderous roars. The entire ground shook. Huge mushroom clouds bloomed in the distance. Finally, large amounts of data flashed through his mind like a screen scroll. Successfully killed high-level target. Double kill plus 99,999 plus 99,873 plus 99,542 plus 100,000. Experience points maxed out. Congratulations on reaching Foundation Establishment. Congratulations on reaching Golden Core. Congratulations on reaching Nascent Soul. Congratulations on reaching Divine Soul. Congratulations, class change successful. Congratulations on reaching Golden Immortal. Target has reached max level. Cannot gain more experience. First time killing high-level target. Congratulations on obtaining the title Sword Slayer. Killed targets reached requirement. Congratulations on obtaining the title 100 Slayer. Congratulations on obtaining the titles 1,000 Slayer, 10,000 Slayer, no more to slay. Killed target beyond limits. Congratulations on obtaining the unique true rider title God Slayer. Congratulations on obtaining. Suddenly getting so many achievements left him completely stunned. Wait, what was the name of that firework just now? It seemed to be called Meteor Shower. Could it be that everything before his eyes was caused by that firework? Looking at this apocalyptic scene, where's the promised firework? This is clearly an asteroid hitting Earth. Okay. Luckily, he chose a far location to set off the firework. Otherwise, he would have become the unlucky guy who died from his own firework at the start. The experience points he just gained were over 90,000. According to the game settings, the monsters killed must have been at least boss level. What exactly did he just crush with the firework? He couldn't calm down at all. No, he must go and see. He turned and sprinted towards the direction where the meteorites had fallen. He felt his body was exceptionally light, running several hundred meters in just a moment. His senses seemed to have suddenly expanded hundreds of times. Though his eyes couldn't see, his mind could sense scenes dozens of miles away. He even detected unusual vibrations. It wasn't the earth-shaking tremor from the meteorite impact earlier. This shaking was obviously much lighter, but carried an indescribable rhythm. It came in waves, and from afar came rumbling sounds. It was as if a large group of something was approaching. He tried hard to tell himself to stay calm. Only by calming down could he think of a solution. As he saw clearly, those were grotesque and terrifying creatures of strange shapes, and they were rushing towards him. Only one thought remained in his mind, and that was to run. Not far from him, a team of 7 people were nervously watching the third-ranked green-spotted beast in front of them. To make matters worse, this green-spotted beast was mutated, and all of them were more or less injured. A man's eyes already showed panic as he said, "This mutated green-spotted beast has strength comparable to a 4th-ranked boss. What should we do now?" The man called Boss told everyone not to get distracted. Don't panic, hold on to the fire-avoiding talismans, and retreat with him. As long as they avoid the demon fire on the green-spotted beast's body, its sense of smell isn't good, and its eyes are now injured. If they move lightly enough, they can retreat. The green-spotted beast let out angry roars, frantically shaking its head, trying to find the person who injured it. But it couldn't see, so it couldn't find them at all. It could only turn in circles on the spot like a headless fly. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed, instantly rekindling their hope for survival. They closely watched the boss's hand signals, gently retreating backward. As they saw themselves getting further and further from the beast, about to reach the safe zone. At this moment, a white figure rushed out from the forest, running and shouting, "Many monsters are running this way. You all need to leave here quickly." The retreating group turned their heads at the sound. They saw that the person running towards them was actually a woman. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in unison, looking at the woman who suddenly rushed out. Their eyes were full of disbelief, as if they had seen some kind of miracle. Everyone thought about the woman in their hearts. How is this possible? He urgently urged the 7 people standing still. Run quickly, warning them of the danger behind. The sound of his voice allowed the blind green-spotted beast to instantly confirm the direction. It roared loudly. It turned and charged towards him. The group, originally alert and retreating, suddenly seemed to be on adrenaline. Without exception, they all ran back towards him recklessly. In the end, the boss, being the closest, arrived first. When he realized it was too late to take the person away, he immediately and unhesitatingly stood in front of him. The next second, the beast's sharp teeth fell on the other person's body. He didn't have time to react. He saw blood splatter before his eyes. The beast's bloody head was within reach. By now, the others had also arrived and began to attack frantically with their weapons. The green-spotted beast had to give up tearing, loosened its bite, and turned back roaring. He was completely frightened. He hurriedly supported the fallen person and asked with a trembling voice, "Big brother, how are you?" The boss could feel the blood in his body rapidly draining. He forced out a smile and comforted, "Don't be afraid, miss. Everyone will protect you." Hearing this, his heart ached. He became increasingly anxious, almost overwhelmed by boundless guilt. He had originally come to warn them to leave, but instead, he had implicated them. Several familiar words flashed through his mind. Pig teammate. Unfortunately, he was that pig. He didn't know what to do either. He could only press on the other's uncontrollably bleeding wound. What to do? How to stop the bleeding? Stop the bleeding, that's right. Blood replenishing red potion. He immediately opened his backpack in exchange for a bottle of red potion. Looking at the bottle in his palm, he thought the situation was critical and didn't care that this red potion was used to replenish life in the game. He directly opened the bottle cap and said, "Drink this quickly. It's for saving lives." Then, without further ado, he poured it into the person's mouth. Almost instantly, as the red potion was swallowed, the man's injuries visibly improved. The speed was so fast it was shocking. Although he thought it was normal for the woman to carry life-saving medicine. But this efficacy, even top-grade spiritual medicines might not have such an effect. He didn't have time to think further. When he saw the green-spotted beast roar angrily, directly breaking through the crowd's siege and charging towards the two of them again. His first reaction was to push away the woman beside him, telling her to run quickly. He had a firm belief, which was to never let the woman get hurt. He once again used his body to shield in front of the woman. The woman saw that beast again, biting towards the blood-covered man. She was so angry in her heart. Coming again, she thought, "I just saved this person, and it's going to bite again." At this moment, boundless anger burned away all his fear. He used all his strength to slap that beast. The woman who crossed over set off a firework due to loneliness. It caused an apocalyptic scene. The seemingly fragile woman, out of anger, casually gave the beast a slap. Then there was a crisp sound like something shattering. The flames on that huge beast suddenly extinguished with a sizzle. It let out a painful howl. Then he saw the huge beast turn around and run away without looking back, howling as it ran. He watched the fleeing beast with a dumbfounded expression, wondering what had happened. Why did it just run away? At this time, the other members of the team also rushed over. They were worried about the boss's injuries and also concerned that the woman they just met might be frightened by the beast. When they saw Yu, they felt like they were in a dream. They actually saw a woman, mainly because the woman was so beautiful. Just thinking about it made their faces turn bright red. A man smiled shyly at Yu, rubbed his palms hard on his body, and mustered up the courage to ask, "Miss, are you all right?" Yu pointed at the blood-covered Lin Feng and said, "I'm fine, but this person is hurt." Only then did everyone focus their attention on their boss. They hurriedly asked, "Boss, are you okay? How are you?" Lin Feng indicated that everyone need not worry. He was fine now, thanks to this young lady's spiritual medicine. Hearing the boss's explanation, everyone started their own mental scenarios. In the end, they handed out good person cards and kindness cards to Yu as if they were free. Seeing their increasingly fervent gazes, Yu felt they had misunderstood something. Just as she was about to explain, everyone was startled by the sudden thump sound in their ears. They looked around bewilderedly and asked, "What's that sound? Is it an earthquake again?" Yu then remembered her purpose for coming. She hurriedly said, "It's monsters. Many monsters are coming this way. I came to warn everyone about this. We need to leave this forest quickly now." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale. Lu Qing even exclaimed directly, "It's the tide." Lin Feng made a quick decision, directing everyone to run towards the cliff they passed yesterday. There was a cave there where they could temporarily hide. He also understood the difference in status, but thinking that the woman was delicate and probably couldn't run far, in this critical moment he couldn't care about so much. He bowed to Yu and said, "Miss, the situation is special. I apologize for the trouble, but let my brother. Before he could finish, Yu patted her chest and said it was no problem. She understood. Amidst Lin Feng's confused face, Yu effortlessly picked him up on her back. She also told Lin Feng that taking care of the injured was her bounden duty, especially since he was injured while saving her. After she finished speaking, she ran out first carrying him on her back, under everyone's incredulous gaze. She ran with him on her back in one breath to a cave entrance, then stopped and asked everyone if it was there. She waited for a while, found no one answering, and turned to look. She saw the others running, out of breath. She sheepishly asked if everyone was okay. Only then did she realize that not only had her speed increased, but her strength had also grown. Lin Feng felt that this girl was really different from other women. He was now too embarrassed to face people. He said softly, "This is the place. Let's go in quickly." Seeing everyone had entered the cave, Lin Feng hurriedly commanded, "Quickly seal the cave entrance." Everyone obeyed and immediately started to action, beginning to chop at the cave. Debris began to roll down continuously. Seeing the cave entrance was sealed, Yu also felt relieved. Lin Feng tapped her shoulder with his hand. He thought it was really embarrassing to be protected by a woman. With a red face, he asked, "Miss, can you put me down now?" Yu only then realized that she had been so nervous earlier that she forgot she was still carrying someone on her back. She hurriedly put Lin Feng down and asked if he was feeling better. Lin Feng quickly said he was much better thanks to the young lady's spiritual medicine. He thanked her for saving his life. Yu disagreed with his words, saying if anyone saved anyone, it was he who saved her. Giving him medicine was only right. At this time, someone said to Lin Feng, "Boss, this tide seems to be more severe than usual. Even 7th rank beasts have appeared. It probably won't stop for quite a while." When Lin Feng heard his team members say this, he knew they would have to stay in the cave for several days. They didn't mind, but for this young lady who had grown up without worries about food and clothing, she now had to suffer with them. He apologetically said to Yu, "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to endure with us in this cave for a few days." Yu immediately responded that it wasn't a hardship, it was no problem at all. A man immediately patted his chest and assured her not to be afraid, saying he would protect her even at the cost of his life. Everyone again gave him a good person card. They thought, as a woman, she not only righteously saved people, but also readily agreed to make do with them in such a broken place. The more they thought about it, the more moved they became, vowing not to let her suffer any more hardships. Yu was moved by the man's words. She grasped his hand and sighed. There really is true kindness in this world. Thank you, brothers. If we live together. When others heard her words, they were extremely excited and moved. The man whose hand she held hurriedly left under the pretext of helping to tidy up the cave. She could only turn to ask Lin Feng, "By the way, brother, do you know where this place is? Why are there so many monsters?" The man smiled and told her to just call him Lin Feng from now on. This forest was called Spirit Demon Abyss. There were many beasts here, and they, as brothers, had accepted a commission to come and hunt these beasts. Yu heard this and knew it was a world with immortals and demons. Lin Feng asked puzzledly, "This area is very dangerous. Legend has it that the depths of the forest connect to the demon realm. Even cultivators don't dare to enter easily. I wonder why the young lady came here." Yu decided to use the all-purpose excuse of amnesia, saying, "I don't know either. When I woke up, I was already here. I can't remember anything from before." After hearing this, everyone immediately looked at her with pity in their eyes. That wasn't necessary, making her feel like a kidnapped child. Then, they heard the 7 people unanimously comforting her. "Miss, it's okay if you don't remember. We will definitely find a way to safely send you home." Faced with their enthusiasm, Yu smiled and thanked them. "Then thank you all, brothers." At this time, someone came to tell her that the bed was ready and she could go rest. Looking at the bed specially prepared for her, she felt that she was perfectly fine and shouldn't receive such kindness. The injured should sleep there. She could just find a place to make do and sleep. The man felt that as a noble lady, staying with him in the cave was already a hardship for her. How could they let her not even rest well? He was so scared that he repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, insisting that she sleep on the bed. Yu was a modern independent woman who always insisted on gender equality. She asked him back, "What's wrong with being a woman? I don't feel it's a hardship at all. Don't be so polite. Let the injured sleep on the bed." But she was alone and couldn't persuade everyone. Seeing that they were adamantly refusing, she felt they were being overly polite. She was indeed tired and didn't want to keep going back and forth with everyone. So she decided to accept their goodwill and sleep on the bed first. Seeing her lie down to rest, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu actually wasn't asleep. She felt something was off. Everyone was overly enthusiastic towards her. A man and a woman trapped in a dark cave. The men were making the bed and showing excessive concern. It gave her an indescribable strange feeling. Was it their excessive enthusiasm? As she thought about it, maybe because she was too tired, she fell asleep. Hearing her soft and steady breathing, Lu Qing said in a low voice, "Boss, she's asleep." Lin Feng, who had been paying attention to the changes in the tide, softly responded, indicating he knew. Lu Qing couldn't help complaining to the person next to him. "This forest is full of beasts. How did a girl like her get in?" The person next to him immediately agreed. "Yeah, right?" Seeing their discussion getting louder, Lin Feng immediately told them to keep their voices down. He let out a light scoff, his eyes flashing with anger as he said, "What else could it be? She's all alone, without even a personal attendant. It must be those heartless, shameless scoundrels trying to profit from this." Lin Feng glanced at Yu Yu, who had fallen asleep, and continued, "She's so obedient and kind. Even when kidnapped, she doesn't make a fuss and wants to give the bed to the injured. I don't know who could be so heartless to do this to her." Hearing this, Lu Qing felt even more sympathetic towards her. He gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable. If I find out who did this, I'll cut them into 100 pieces." The others also expressed their support for his actions. Someone nearby couldn't help but ask Lin Feng in a low voice, "Boss, what do we do next? Are we still going into the city? If this girl was really trafficked to the border city, those who kidnapped her might still be in the city." Lin Feng said they would still enter the city. The city had protective arrays, so it would be safer if the tide rose again. But they would have to take her directly to the city lord's mansion. The city lords in each city were cultivators, and seeing she was a woman, they would surely find a way to send her home. Lu Qing felt reassured and didn't ask any more questions. As for Lin Feng, he looked again at the woman sleeping soundly in the cave and fell into deep thought. With such miraculous spirit medicine and agile movements, was she really just a poor girl trafficked to the border city? Unconsciously touching his own wound, he made a silent vow. No matter what oddities she might have, she was still a woman. Moreover, she had saved his life. Whatever happened, he would ensure her safe return home. Only when the commotion outside gradually subsided did Lin Feng lead his 7-person team of professional beast hunters, escorting Yu Yu out of the forest and into a dilapidated small city. Seeing their constant concern for her along the way, she already felt uneasy. When they entered the city, she felt the whole place was off. That uneasy feeling intensified, and goosebumps covered her entire body. She felt completely uncomfortable. As more and more onlookers gathered, their undisguised desire in their eyes made Yu Yu feel like she had fallen into a wolf den. She felt terrible. In her mind, she involuntarily recalled various criminal law case studies. She mentally screamed for help, unable to understand why those people looked like they wanted to devour her whole. Scanning the dense crowd, she realized there wasn't a single woman among the onlookers. They were all men. Could it be that women were so scarce in this city that they looked at her as if she were a rare species? As the road was about to be completely blocked, Lin Feng, who was leading the way, suddenly shouted at the crowd to make way. He drew his long sword and pointed it at the crowd. The crowd, which had been continuously closing in, was truly startled by Lin Feng's action. Although their eyes still burned hot when looking at Yu Yu, they did make way for them to pass. Yu Yu, protected in the middle of the team, continued to move slowly with the group. Seeing this, she breathed a slight sigh of relief and silently gave them a thumbs up. She thought it was fortunate she had met these kind-hearted brothers. Otherwise, she would have been headline news in no time. Their group finally arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Yu thought they had finally made it. After meeting the city lord, she should be able to leave this dangerous place quickly. Lin Feng saw that the main gate of the city lord's mansion was tightly closed, and the entrance was empty without any guards. "I want to knock on the door." Unexpectedly, with a light push, the door creaked open. Inside was a complete mess, as if it had just been looted. Seeing this scene, not only Yu Yu but even Lin Feng and his team were somewhat stunned. However, the people who had followed them all the way, seeing their intention, immediately explained, "Are you looking for the city lord? He left 2 days ago." Said this tide came suddenly, and he had to go report to the immortal sections. "Lin Feng, why are you looking for the city lord? Is it to escort this young lady? We can help. The city lord's guards aren't as strong as our team." Hey, what's your little team worth? Miss, choose us. Our team is full of dancers. We can definitely protect you. Everyone started recommending themselves, getting more and more excited as they spoke. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Yu couldn't understand how things had suddenly turned to this when everything was fine just moments ago. The hot-tempered Lu Qing couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked away the most excited speaker in front and shouted, "Get lost! Don't stand here blocking our way. Who asked for your help? Do you think our boss is dead?" The crowd quieted for a moment, not daring to come closer. Lu Qing turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword and said in a deep voice, "Let's return to the small courtyard to regroup." He thought to himself that these people clearly had ill intentions. The city wasn't safe anymore. They needed to escort the young lady out of the city as soon as possible. Lin Feng's group escorted Yu towards the west of the city. Only after entering a square courtyard and closing the door did they finally block out those unsettling gazes that gave her goosebumps. Yu sat on a chair, watching everyone bustling about in the courtyard. She recalled the preferential treatment she had received on the return journey. Although she knew they didn't have any bad intentions towards her, their care had indeed been a bit excessive at the time. She had always felt something was off. Yu felt like she had fallen into a wolf den. She seriously doubted whether following them into the city was the right decision. This place was clearly more dangerous than the forest. Everyone in the city was eyeing her covetously. Was it because of an imbalanced male-to-female ratio? From any angle, she was no longer suitable to stay in this city. Her situation was extremely dangerous. The more Yu thought about it, the darker her future seemed. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. She sensed the game system in her mind, telling herself not to panic. After all, she was a transmigrator with a cheat ability. Although she couldn't use most of the functions, she clearly felt a qualitative leap in her strength and speed after setting off the fireworks. With a thought, a map that only she could see instantly opened before her eyes. She looked at the map, feeling like crying. Every escape route led to a dead end. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept over her. She was in deep trouble. As she was lost in thought, Lin Feng approached and called out, "Miss you," startling her. She looked at the man before her and asked uncertainly, "Is it Boss Lin?" Lin Feng told her to just call him by name. No need for formalities like the others. Yu looked at his well-groomed appearance, thinking she had almost not recognized him. Lin Feng poured her some tea, while gently asking about her plans. Yu looked at the offered tea, wondering if this was a way of saying goodbye. It made sense. They had already escorted her this far, fulfilling their duty. She couldn't keep relying on them forever. She remembered that in novels, transmigrators usually could only return after completing their tasks. Now she could only take it one step at a time. She expressed her desire to go home, but said she had no plans yet since she didn't know how to get back. Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to relax and said, "If that's the case, would the young lady like to hear my suggestion? You might not know that the border city isn't a good place. The people here are either desperate beast hunters or extremely vicious individuals. You're a woman, and you've lost your memory. Staying in the city is very dangerous." Lin Feng opened a map and pointed, saying, "So I suggest you go to Shenyang City. It's 100 times larger than this place, and only 100 miles from the capital of Fengtian Kingdom. Rumor has it that noble families have settled there. It would definitely be able to help you." Yu's eyes brightened. She quickly asked, "That sounds good. Is it far? How long will it take?" Lin Feng told her, "From the border city, it takes 1 month at the fastest, 2 months at the slowest. Once we leave the border city, we can take the official road, which is the safest route." Yu felt she had no other choice now, so she nodded and said, "Then I'll follow your advice. Let's go there." Hearing her agreement, Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile. He said, "Since you agree, we'll pack up overnight and set off early tomorrow morning." She looked up in shock and asked, "You mean you're all coming with me?" Lin Feng thought she didn't trust the team's abilities and immediately assured her, "Don't worry, miss. Although we're not talented, we're skilled beast hunters. To say nothing else, our martial skills alone are among the best in the border city. Our team can definitely protect you completely." Yu quickly waved her hand, saying, No. I'm not doubting your abilities. I'm already grateful that you brought me out of the forest. Troubling you further to take me to that Shenyang city. Won't it interfere with your business?" Lin Feng, hearing her words, was clearly stunned. Even his gaze became strange. With a serious expression that said, "Please don't insult my character," he asked, "Miss, are you joking with me? You're a woman. Any person with a conscience wouldn't let you travel alone." Yu finally realized that he genuinely wanted to escort her and had never thought of leaving her in the city. Suddenly feeling overwhelmed with gratitude, she punched Lin Feng's arm and said, "Thanks, brother. From today on, you're my real brother." Then she told Lin Feng she had one last question. That was about their team's charging policy. Did they accept IOUs? She was currently penniless, a complete broke, when the transmigrated woman just set off a firework, causing an apocalyptic scene, instantly killing numerous bosses, directly leveling up to the golden immortal stage. It turned out this world was called the Shinza continent. Women were extremely rare, so they were born noble. No matter which family, if blessed by heaven to give birth to a girl, it was considered a great fortune. Therefore, women were called noble ladies. Men were taught from a young age not to harm women. The punishments for offending women in various countries were increasingly severe. Even slight disrespect would result in years of imprisonment and lifelong disgrace. Not to mention trafficking women, which would not only incur the heaviest legal penalties, but also divine retribution. Even legendary cultivators wouldn't show mercy to such people. It was truly a crime that everyone would condemn. Noble ladies were rare and precious, deserving the best treatment in the world. Protecting and guarding women had become an instinct ingrained in the bones of men in this world. Lin Feng felt that this noble lady, called Yu, was somewhat indescribably strange, completely different from the women he had encountered before. She was excessively friendly. After leaving the city, while traveling, he would occasionally ask his companions beside him, "Are you tired? Let me help carry that." He never once complained, and was instead the most energetic, spirited, and uninhibited member of the team. Yu was now very happy. She felt the firework wasn't wasted. Not only had her speed increased, but her strength seemed inexhaustible. She could carry 4 or 5 packages and still walk briskly. She thought it was great to be able to help everyone. She just felt that everyone was too polite, treating her like a porcelain doll, afraid she might get hurt. It's just helping carry a few packages. Why did they act like it would cost them their lives? It was too exaggerated. As an independent woman, how could she do nothing? Watching Yu, who didn't consider herself a noble lady at all, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. If not for her otherworldly beauty, he would have thought he had gained another brother. She was incredibly warm and kind, without any of the arrogance or superiority typical of noble ladies. He looked up at the sky, stopped, and said, "It's almost nightfall. Let's rest here for tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 people behind him immediately relaxed. Some sprawled on the ground, others leaned against trees, all breathing heavily. After traveling for several days, they were truly exhausted. For a moment, only Lin Feng, with the best martial arts, and the noble lady who had carried 4 or 5 packages, remained standing. Probably because she had entered a game character's body without a fatigue value. Yu didn't feel tired at all. She put down the packages, looked at her exhausted teammates, shook her empty water bag, and said, "I hear water nearby. I'll go get some water for everyone to drink." Before Lin Feng could voice his refusal, she had already disappeared. Lu Qing couldn't help but ask Lin Feng, "Boss, are all women in the world like her? Our male pride has taken a hit. What happened to women being naturally weak? If this is called weak, what are we?" Lin Feng took a moment before responding in a deep voice. "Perhaps she was born with divine strength, so she's different from other women. All the women I've seen before were naturally frail and arrogant." The high and mighty Lin Feng, feeling uneasy, ordered Lu Qing, "Follow her and check. We haven't reached the guarded road yet. Safety can't be guaranteed." Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately got up. He didn't forget to instruct the other brothers to quickly start a fire. "It's night already. Don't let Miss Yu get cold. Oh, and don't forget to cook some porridge. Miss Yu likes to drink it." Before he could finish speaking, his figure suddenly lowered, and he fell headfirst into something, taking quite a tumble. His teammates were startled. They hurriedly rushed over, only to find that he had fallen into a small pit about a meter wide. Lu Qing stood up, cursing. Who the hell dug a pit in a place like this? Seeing he was fine, his teammates reached out to pull him up, teasing and laughing. "You can fall into a pit while walking? Old Qing, your skills have deteriorated. You can't protect Miss Yu like this." Maybe you should go back and practice instead of going to Shangyang. Lu Qing glared at his teammates, grabbed the offered hand, and stepped out in one motion. I'm still great, except for the boss. Who among you can beat me? Not just Shangyang. I could even go to the capital. He continued to complain indignantly. I just wasn't paying attention for a moment. Don't know which bastard dug such a big pit in this godforsaken place. And I stepped in some red mud. It stinks. Hearing the words red mud, Lin Feng, who had been silent, suddenly paused. Then, as if realizing something, his face instantly paled as he said, "This isn't red mud. It's the regurgitated food of a fourth-rank spirit water beast." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned white in unison. This is bad. Spirit water beasts are extremely aggressive. Miss Yu is in danger. The next moment, everyone turned their heads and sprinted towards the river. Yu hadn't walked far when she saw a small river. The river wasn't very wide. Wanting to find cleaner water to fill her container, she walked along the riverbed for a while, stopping under a small waterfall. Indeed, the upstream water was much clearer. When she heard someone calling her name, she was holding the fish she had just caught. Turning around, she saw Lin Feng's team rushing over urgently. She greeted them with a smile. "Boss Lin, you're here." Yu waved at them, excitedly saying, "Quick, come here. There's so many fish. I've already caught a lot." Everyone instinctively glanced at the pile of spirit water beasts that had formed a small mountain, then looked at the slender, beautiful figure by the water. Lu Qing hurriedly asked the boss, "Boss, my eyes aren't deceiving me, right? Those piled up on the shore that Miss Yu is holding are indeed fourth-rank demon beasts, spirit water beasts?" Yu turned and walked up the bank towards them, saying, Sorry. I got too excited catching fish and forgot about fetching water. Did you wait long?" She first tossed the fish in her hands onto the pile, then explained, "The fish in these mountains might not have seen humans before. I just picked them up easily and got so many. They practically offered themselves up." Lu Qing thought to himself, "Are you sure they were offering themselves and not attacking you?" Looking at the fish all over the ground, Yu started to salivate. She had never seen this kind of fish before and wondered how they would taste. "How should we cook them? Braised? Grilled? Or maybe we could try some fresh sashimi?" Seeing that Yu wasn't joking and really wanted to eat the spirit water beasts, everyone immediately tried to stop her dangerous idea. "Miss Yu, those aren't fish. They're fourth-rank demon beasts." In her mind, the image of the terrifying herd of beasts from a few days ago flashed. She paused and asked, "These are demon beasts? Can demon beasts look this normal? Aren't these demon beasts a bit too weak?" Lin Feng examined them carefully and said in a deep voice, "These should be young beasts. Judging by the markings on their bodies, they probably just hatched from beast eggs. They're not much stronger than first-rank demon beasts." Everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it was. They looked Yu over again, and after confirming she was unharmed, they all let out a sigh of relief. Then they began to reproach themselves. Fortunately, they were all just young beasts. If Miss Yu had been hurt, they wouldn't have been able to forgive themselves. In the future, they should handle rough tasks like fetching water. Yu couldn't bear to listen anymore and couldn't help but raise a hand. With a serious face, she asked, "Actually, I have another question. You just said this pond is a hatching pool for spirit water beasts?" Hearing her ask this, everyone quickly said, "Yes, with so many young beasts, it must be." She continued with her soul-searching question. "Then, who was hatching them?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a splashing sound. The previously calm pond suddenly raised a water screen over 10 meters high, crashing towards the shore. Lin Feng was the first to react. He shouted, "Not good. Quick, leave this place. Protect Miss Yu. Run towards the forest." The next moment, the water screen crashed down, instantly engulfing the entire riverbank. Water droplets splashed down like rain. As Lin Feng had predicted, the water flow didn't spread into the forest. It quickly flowed back into the river. However, all the spirit water beasts that had been piled up on the riverbank were pulled back into the pond by the waves. Seeing this, Yu just breathed a sigh of relief. So the water screen wasn't meant to attack them, but to retrieve those spirit water beasts. Unexpectedly, that roar sounded again. The sharp, piercing tone made their eardrums hurt. He couldn't help but curse, "It's coming back for more." Sure enough, the next moment, a beast covered in black scales appeared, with a striking red horn on its head. What kind of prehistoric crocodile is this? The young ones looked like ordinary fish. How did it mutate when it grew up? The spirit water beast clearly realized its nest had been raided and appeared extremely angry. Without hesitation, it opened its bloody maw towards Yu. Seeing this, the group who had already run a considerable distance changed their expressions. Without thinking, they raised their weapons and rushed back, trying to stop the spirit water beast. The spirit water beast swung its massive body. In an instant, a white light flashed on its tail. The cold spikes on it shot out like arrows leaving a bowstring. They flew towards the approaching group, forcing them to dodge and block. Yu knew it was time for him to run. He was just about to take off when he was grabbed by Lin Feng, the strongest fighter in the team. Lin Feng rolled with him on the ground, narrowly avoiding the beast's mouth. Yu felt his professional escape skills were being questioned. Did they misunderstand his speed? The next moment, there was a cracking sound. The spirit water beast bit directly into the large tree behind Yu, snapping the half-meter wide tree in two. What terrifying biting force! The spirit water beast gave them no time to react. Realizing it had missed, it turned and lunged at the two people on the ground. Its gaping maw was almost larger than their bodies combined. Waves of foul odor hit them in the face. As a professional at running away, every time he wanted to escape, he was always stopped by someone trying to protect him, nearly getting killed. Seeing no way to retreat, Lin Feng held Yu tightly and, seizing the moment, rolled towards the spirit water beast, avoiding its attack. The spirit water beast bit empty air again, gouging a hole in the ground. Taking advantage of it raising its head, Lin Feng leaped up, his long sword piercing into the beast's bright red eye. Then they heard the spirit water beast let out an ear-splitting scream, shaking its head in pain and howling. Seeing this, Lin Feng grabbed Yu's hand, ready to escape with him. Just as he was about to run, he suddenly widened his eyes. What did he see? Was it scale spikes? The spirit water beast had the ability to control water. Once enraged, its body would form endless scale spikes to attack enemies. Without protection, everything within a dozen meters would be shattered. Yu instinctively wanted to grab Lin Feng and run together. But Lin Feng suddenly turned back and pushed him with his palm, telling him to go first. The next moment, a huge pushing force came. He was sent directly more than 10 meters away. What's going on? Couldn't they discuss with him before sacrificing themselves? It really wasn't necessary. He had the ability to run away with people together. Just as Lin Feng was about to be pierced like a sieve, suddenly a red light swept over, wrapping around him just in time. Before the spikes fell, it pulled him out first. It forcefully threw him under a tree more than 10 meters away. Then a voice full of mockery rang out. Lin Feng, just 1 month without seeing you, and you've really regressed. A mere 4th-rank beast has pushed you to this state. You still dare to call yourself the top programmer? You might as well go home and farm. Lin Feng instantly recognized the newcomer. Ignoring the mockery, he kindly reminded, "Yin Fan, don't be careless. A 4th-rank beast isn't easy to deal with." Rarely catching Lin Feng's weakness, Yin Fan threw several contemptuous glances and said, "Of course it's not easy for a 3rd-rate team, but we're different. Watch carefully how the Great Me shows who's truly the best in the border city." After speaking, he satisfyingly waved to his teammates behind him, shouting loudly, "Form the array." As he finished, several people jumped down from the trees, surrounding the spirit water beast. They each took out a rod-like magical tool and inserted it into the ground. The spirit water beast in the array also sensed the danger and began attacking the light prison around it. Its body emitted white light again, transforming into full-body scale spikes, attacking indiscriminately in all directions. Finding that the spirit spikes couldn't pierce through the light prison, the spirit water beast directly swung its massive body, desperately ramming against the light prison. Yin Fan's face turned pale, the backlash pressure making him feel his blood churning. He told his subordinates to quickly restore the formation. He wielded his red whip, dealing with the spirit water beast alone. Hearing his subordinates say they were ready, he immediately pasted a yellow talisman at the array's eye. The demon-trapping array was officially formed. Seeing Lin Feng's surprise, Yin Fan boasted proudly, "We are the true #1 hunting team in the border city. Of course, we come well prepared. Just stay put and watch how I hunt this beast." The spirit water beast roared to the sky in anger, once again swinging its massive body, desperately ramming against the light prison. Yin Fan said to the spirit water beast, "I just love seeing you in such a frenzy. Come on, Use whatever tricks you have left. The spirit water beast recklessly charged at the demon-trapping array. The originally stable array suddenly began to shake. The light prison was actually distorted by the impact. Yin Fan, hit by the array's backlash force, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng, seeing they were barely hanging on, quickly walked over. Mobilizing all his internal energy into the array, he said, "Let's stabilize the array together." Yin Fan's face was full of unwillingness, but he also understood it wasn't the time for rivalry. He could only snort coldly in disdain. "Don't think helping a bit means you get credit. This beast still belongs to our team." Seeing this, the other 6 members of Lin Feng's team also rushed to help. With Lin Feng's joining, Yin Fan immediately felt much relieved. However, his face looked increasingly unpleasant, showing extreme displeasure. He had come intending to mock and strike at Lin Feng, but it turned into a collaboration between the two teams. What kind of situation was this? Yet, relying solely on their strength, they really couldn't subdue this beast. He could only try to gain some verbal advantage, saying, "With just this bit of internal energy, what help can you be?" The internal energy to maintain the array isn't something you can just input carelessly. Lin Feng, you might as well give up the top position early. Seeing Lin Feng unmoved beside him, Yin Fan felt like he had punched cotton, mocking to no effect. He became increasingly frustrated. He began to nitpick as if venting. "That injured one, you can barely walk steady. What are you messing around for? Do I lack your bit of internal energy? Go, someone help him away." Don't affect the array's effectiveness. The injured team member instantly froze in place, momentarily at a loss. The only free person, Yu, hearing this immediately volunteered. The injured team member instantly froze in place, momentarily at a loss. Yu, the only idle person, immediately volunteered upon hearing this. As he came to support Yin Fan, he kept talking while turning his head. "At least there's someone who knows what to do. Hurry up and take him away. Only a third-rate team like yours would need to use an injured member." But when he saw that Yu was actually a woman, he sounded like a duck with its neck squeezed, making a series of stuttering sounds. Yu couldn't help but shudder, instinctively following up with a string of Chinese pinyin. Yin Fan coughed for a long time, but couldn't get out another word. He was completely frozen. "No, noble lady." After a while, he suddenly turned to Lin Feng beside him. All his emotions instantly turned into overwhelming anger, bursting out. "Lin Feng, do you have any humanity left? How could you bring a noble lady to such a dangerous place?" Lin Feng was about to explain to him, but Yin Fan, in his anger, wouldn't listen at all. Acting as if he had guessed the truth, he said, "A few days ago, I heard from traveling merchants that a noble lady had gone missing in Shenyang City. They suspected someone was doing that immoral, heaven-defying act of trafficking noble ladies." "Don't tell me it was you who did it." Lin Feng immediately refuted loudly. "How is that possible? We're just escorting the noble lady to Shenyang City." Yin Fan obviously didn't believe his words. His eyes were full of murderous intent as he looked at him. "Don't quibble. Do you think I'm stupid? You swore never to enter Shenyang City. How could you possibly be going there voluntarily?" Yin Fan didn't care if the formation was stable or not. He directly turned and swung a punch at Lin Feng, muttering, "I can't believe you'd do such a heartless thing. I'll kill you, you inhuman beast. Damn it." Seeing this, Lin Feng had to free one hand to catch his incoming punch. Yin Fan, calm down. I'll explain about Miss You later. Let's deal with the spirit water beast first. Yin Fan directly attacked without care. "Calm down, your grandfather. To think I came to save you. I didn't expect you to be such a scum. I'll beat you to death. I didn't expect you to be this kind of scoundrel. I'll beat you to death." The confused Yu thought, "What's going on? I just helped someone. How did they end up fighting?" Seeing the two fighting more and more fiercely, Yu tried to make them stop. Yin Fan got angrier as he cursed more, and cursed more as he got angrier. He had always known Lin Feng wasn't a good person. When he was 5 years old, if it wasn't for Lin Feng reporting to the teacher that he skipped class, how could he have been beaten so badly by his father? Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't know how many times he had explained that it was the teacher who discovered it. It had nothing to do with him. Yu was forced to hear an earful of gossip, and it was from long ago. "You stole my first place in calligraphy at private school, Then you took my top position in martial arts competitions. When we came to the border city, you even set up the so-called #1 beast hunting team. The most hateful thing is that you even ruined my general. You thought, wow, that's a lot of information. There's even a love entanglement. Seeing him talking more and more nonsense, Lin Feng also got angry. He retorted, General Lin is my cousin, and he's a man. You mistakenly thought he was a noble lady and went to propose without checking clearly. How is that my fault? Hearing this, Yin Fan angrily told him to shut up. If I say it's your fault, then it's your fault. Lin Feng found him utterly unreasonable. The two fought fiercely. The formation became unstable again. The spirit water beast seemed to sense this and rammed even harder. Yu saw that the barrier formed by the formation was starting to show tiny cracks. She knew it was bad. The formation was about to collapse. Yu wanted to stop the two fighting men, reminding them that now wasn't the time for internal strife. But the two had clearly seen red. Not only did they not stop, but their attacks became even more vicious, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Seeing this, she felt an overwhelming anger suddenly explode within her. She directly rushed between the two, pushing apart the cursing and fighting pair with one hand each. She angrily spoke, Enough! Both of you shut up! Just as they stopped, the spirit water beast broke through the formation and let out an ear-splitting roar. It opened its huge mouth and lunged at them to bite. Yu was immersed in anger and felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind. Without thinking, she turned and slapped out, saying, What are you yelling for? So noisy. The seemingly fragile woman, being too angry, she casually gave the fourth-rank beast a slap. Unexpectedly, the next moment there was a crisp sound, followed by a loud boom. The beast that was about to pounce and eat people was instantly flattened on the ground, creating a huge crater. It could no longer move. The scene finally fell silent. Everyone had a look of confusion, wondering who they were and where they were. An awkward silence immediately spread throughout the forest. Yu herself was stunned. She didn't know what happened. She had merely given a casual slap. How did the beast die? She hadn't even used any strength. She looked back and forth between the giant beast in the crater and the completely dumbfounded crowd. She casually grabbed the horn on the beast's head, wanting to explain. The next second, the fourth-rank water spirit beast weighing thousands of pounds was easily lifted by her. Seeing her say that the 1,000-pound water spirit beast was so light, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what they had been fighting so hard for earlier. Lu Qing's eyes widened, looking at her with a face full of doubt about life, and asked, Miss Yu, are you a cultivator? Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. If Miss Yu was a cultivator, then her behavior and manners different from ordinary noble ladies could all be explained. Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. After giving her a complicated look, he respectfully cupped his hands and said, Miss Yu is actually an immortal. We didn't recognize you. We have offended you these past days. Please forgive us, immortal. Yu waved her hands repeatedly, explaining, No. Everyone has misunderstood. It must be a mistake. I'm really not a cultivator. Today's incident was truly just an accident. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that she had said she had lost her memory before. He said, It's normal for the lady to have lost her past memories and not remember her original identity. Lu Qing immediately chimed in. That's right. Didn't Miss Yu say before that she couldn't remember anything except her name? No wonder she never displayed any immortal techniques. As expected of a cultivator, even with memory loss, the immortal can still easily subdue a fourth-rank beast. Yu saw that everyone wasn't giving her a chance to explain, and they all had looks of sudden understanding on their faces. She found herself at a loss for words. The more excited everyone became, the more they shed their earlier grim expressions of facing death when dealing with the beast. Some asked about her cultivation level, some asked which immortal sect she belonged to. Unable to get a word in edgewise, Yu watched as her identity as a cultivator was firmly established by others. She wanted to shout at them that she had already said she wasn't an immortal. They were such a bunch of presumptuous fools. No matter what she said, they wouldn't understand. High in the sky, a slender figure stood against the wind. He wore a red robe, and behind him stood a man in black clothes, respectfully asking, Master, this lady has already escaped danger. Do we still need to intervene? The man in red only said 3 words, No need. He had a face of indescribable beauty. Looking down, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. I thought she was just an ordinary mortal woman. Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. It's her cultivation level. The man in black thought for a moment and said, after all, she's a woman. Perhaps she has some treasure that conceals her cultivation. Being able to easily subdue a fourth-rank beast, this servant guesses her cultivation should be above foundation establishment, possibly even core formation. Hearing this, the man in red let out an interested smile. Interesting. A female core formation cultivator with two groups of mortal beast hunters. What a coincidence. The man in black was startled and hurriedly asked what the master wanted to do. The man in red sneered. Didn't they refuse to let her in? Aren't they the perfect guides who have delivered themselves to our doorstep? The man in black seemed to understand something and quickly said, yes, master. This servant will go handle it right away. However, the man in red stopped him. His gaze swept down to Yu in the crowd below once more. Looking at the brightly smiling woman, he stated that this matter couldn't afford any mistakes. He would handle it personally. The man in black suddenly raised his head, shock flashing in his eyes. But he still desperately replied yes. Since being forcefully given the identity of a cultivator, Yu discovered that if they had treated her like a fragile object before, now they were just short of worshipping her on the spot. Fan, seizing the opportunity, approached Yu and took the chance to promote himself. Immortal, are you thirsty? Would you like some tea? It's the famous Qinshin tea from the capital, best for quenching thirst and cooling down. Would you like to try some? Yu was indeed a bit thirsty. She took the water bag and habitually smiled, saying, good, thank you. Fan's face instantly turned bright red. His previously calm heart suddenly started racing. The immortal had actually smiled at him. How exciting! Yu took a sip. She found it very refreshing and thirst-quenching, even with a lingering sweetness. She said, this tea is indeed quite good to drink. Thank you. Fan hurriedly replied, you're welcome. I'm glad you like it. Please drink as much as you want, there's plenty more. He suddenly felt his heart full of emotion. Watching the immortal actually drinking the water from the bag he gave her, sip by sip. How could mortal tea compare to the spirit tea of cultivators? It seems the immortal is truly kind-hearted, not wanting to hurt his feelings. Women are born noble. He hadn't seen many women since childhood, let alone female cultivators. One as kind and approachable as this, he had truly never seen before. No wonder even that old-fashioned Lin Feng was willing to break his oath to escort her to Shenyang City. Fan tightened his palm, took a deep breath, and seriously asked the immortal, may I ask you a bold question? With a flushed face, he asked, what do you think of the brothers in the beast hunting team? Yu thought they were all good brothers, so she replied without hesitation, they're very good, brave and clever, and they all take good care of me. Hearing this, Fan's eyes flashed with wild joy. He felt he must seize this opportunity, so he blurted out all his thoughts. Miss, have you formed a Tao partnership yet? How many ceremonial robes do you need? Do you have any requirements? What do you think of me? Actually, as long as it's not more than 10 people, I can accept it. Yu directly spat out a mouthful of tea. It turned out this was a cup of tea for selling oneself. She choked on the tea water. What outrageous words had she just heard? Seeing that she hadn't agreed, Fan anxiously added, I'm really not bad. Please consider it. Although I can't compare to sect cultivators, my martial arts are decent, and my looks are quite good in Shenyang City. Seeing him getting more and more outrageous, Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear it anymore and covered his mouth. He simply dragged him away. When the two stopped, Fan complained to Lin Feng, what are you doing? I haven't finished talking yet. Lin Feng, with an expression of unable to face him, retorted, what am I doing? What are you doing? Don't you think what you just said was too disrespectful? But Fan didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words. He was just being honest. Lin Feng angrily scolded him. Enough. Stop fooling around. Listen to yourself. How do you expect the lady to respond to that? Hearing this, Fan became even more excited. He shouted even louder. Who's fooling around? I'm not as hypocritical as you, hiding my feelings. I just fell for her and want to offer myself. What's wrong with that? Lin Feng couldn't stop him. He escaped. Seeing him run back in a flash, Lin Feng could only let him be. Fan strode back to Yu. With a determined face, he asked, Miss Yu, what do you think of me? Can I be your husband? Yu choked even more severely, unable to catch her breath. Lin Feng, who followed closely behind him, wished he could plug that mouth of his. But Fan didn't care, couldn't be pulled away, and stared straight at Yu, insisting on getting an answer. Miss Yu, please give me a definite answer. If not now, I'll come ask again later. Yu, who had finally stopped coughing, unhesitatingly handed out a good person card. She said, "I'm sorry. You're a good person, but we're really not suitable." Infan's expectant expression wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. All the starlight in his eyes instantly dimmed. His tall, sturdy figure seemed to shrink a few inches. With a last glimmer of hope, he asked, "Can't you really reconsider? If not as a husband, even a small role would be fine. I don't care about titles." Yu wondered what he meant by small role. Were there so many options in this world? Originally a modern woman raised under the red flag, she had accidentally transmigrated to a cultivation world where women were valued. There were even men willing to become her husband without caring about titles. She firmly rejected him. "Sorry, it's not possible. We're just not compatible." Infan felt as if his heart had been stabbed 3 times. He thought she didn't need to reject him so thoroughly. He was completely deflated. Even the people around him were casting sympathetic glances. He suddenly exploded, embarrassed and angry. "What are you looking at? I don't need your pity. If even I, from a prestigious family, am not good enough, you artists have even less of a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone froze, as if a sore spot had been touched. They suddenly all wilted. Lin Feng grabbed his collar, eyes blazing with anger. He scolded, "Infan, you've gone too far." He seemed to realize he had said too much. A look of guilt appeared on his face. He stammered, "I just said it without thinking. I didn't mean it." Looking again at the downcast and hurt faces of the others, he hurriedly explained to Yu, "I was being foolish and spoke carelessly." "Miss Yu, please don't listen to outside rumors. Artists are actually very good. They're no different from ordinary people." Yu was once again confused. What situation had arisen now? She instinctively asked what artists were. Infan was stunned at first, then looked at her in disbelief. "You don't know?" Yu was even more puzzled. Should she know? Infan seemed to realize something. "Oh right, you're a cultivator. You probably don't have much contact with Irin." He volunteered to explain to Yu. On the Shinza continent, almost every city has a Huiling pool. These pools are formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just by dripping blood into the pool, a spirit embryo will form, continuing the bloodline of the person who dripped the blood. However, the person who dripped the blood needs to guard the pool for 49 days. After waiting for 9 months, the spirit embryo can transform into a complete human form. Ordinary men and women can naturally give birth to girls and boys, but those born from Huiling pools are all male. Most importantly, the kinship maintained by just a drop of blood is too fragile. Many people create babies on a whim and then abandon them. With no father or mother, born of heaven and earth, they are called Irin. Yu was shocked after hearing this. She couldn't believe such things existed. It was almost like the land of women. At least in the land of women, they had to drink water and be pregnant for 10 months to have children. Here, they even skipped the pregnancy. Yu anxiously explained to Yu, "Although we're all artists, we're honest and hardworking, making a living with our own skills. We're nothing like the rumors in the city." Yu stated that she hadn't heard any rumors, and even if she had, she wouldn't believe them. She only believed what she experienced herself. The only people she looked down on were those who didn't take responsibility for their children, and those who spread gossip without understanding the facts. Lu Qing and the other artist brothers were deeply moved after hearing this. "Miss Yu, a noble lady like you who usually interacts with prestigious families and sects, yet you have no prejudice against artists like us. You truly are a great person." Yu felt embarrassed, thinking there was no need to give her another good person card. She suddenly thought of a question and asked them, "What exactly is a noble lady? Is it something special? And why does everyone keep calling me a noble lady?" Lu Qing looked at her in surprise. "Women are born noble, and all men in the world should respect them. So they're called noble ladies. Isn't that obvious?" Yu was once again confused by this bizarre statement that seemed so natural to him. Lu Qing turned and called out loudly, "Boss Lin, Miss Yu doesn't even remember these common principles. It seems her memory loss is quite severe." Lin Feng looked at Yu, thinking that being so confused in this world must be causing her a lot of anxiety. He encouraged her to ask any questions she had, promising to answer them honestly. Yu immediately asked a question that had been bothering her for a while. Why were noble ladies born different? It turns out that the heavenly way bestows immortality upon women in this world. Women are born with spiritual roots, allowing them to cultivate and achieve the great way, becoming immortals. A woman's existence can elevate an entire family, so they are highly sought after by prestigious clans. Moreover, women are rare, as scarce as stars in the sky across the entire Shinza continent. They are extremely precious. Thus, women are born noble, superior to men, and called noble ladies. Yu Yu silently criticized this fantastical setting, thinking how different it was from the games she used to play. She now understood why people in this world looked at her as if she were an endangered species. Another question suddenly popped into her mind. If women are born with spiritual roots, does that mean men don't have them? Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled indulgently and explained, "Miss Liu, you jest. How could men possibly be born with spiritual roots? This is heaven's favoritism towards noble ladies. Unless encountering an extraordinary blessing, how could men possibly cultivate?" Yu Yu turned and smilingly asked Dean Fan, "I initially thought you were being trafficked by Boss Lin. Is it because women are so valuable that people often secretly traffic them, using them as tools for reproduction or to consolidate their status?" Hearing this question, everyone hurriedly shook their heads in denial. How could you have such an idea? No one in the world would do that. Although there are opportunists who trick naive noble ladies into private marriages, they only lure them to live elsewhere. Forcibly imprisoning noble ladies to continue one's lineage would incur divine punishment. Divine punishment? You thought learning another new term? Ian Fan loudly affirmed, "Yes, such things are unthinkable. It would surely lead to universal condemnation." Others chimed in, expressing how terrifying and unheard of such actions would be. Even the most evil person wouldn't treat women like that. They reassured Miss Yu that her concerns would never come to pass. Lin Feng also spoke up to comfort her. "You must be worried. Don't be afraid. With so many immortal sects in the world, they would never allow such things to happen. If anyone were to commit such evil deeds, surely no immortal sect would let them off." Yu finally understood why this world was the way it was. It was because of spiritual roots. In other words, the top tier of this world was occupied by women, and there was a dimensional difference in power. No wonder no one dared to harm women. She thought it would be nice if her own world had such a heavenly way. Some people there would do anything for fame and desire, treating women as tools for reproduction, and even thinking it was natural. Seeing her lost in thought, Ian Fan spoke up to assure her, "Miss Yu, don't worry. We will definitely escort you safely to Shangyang City." Snapping back to reality, Yu politely thanked him for his kindness. Lin Feng suddenly reminded them that they were approaching the main road. Yu instinctively turned to look and realized that, without noticing, they were about to exit the forest. Not far ahead was an endless grassland. Ian Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The tension he had been holding for days finally eased a bit. Once they left the forest and got on the main road, they would be less likely to encounter spirit beasts. Seeing his relaxed expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but remind him not to be careless. Even on the main road, absolute safety couldn't be guaranteed after the recent flooding. Ian Fan impatiently waved his hand, saying, all right. Don't worry. We traveled this road just a few days ago. There shouldn't be any danger." With that, he took the lead towards the main road, telling everyone to follow him. The attentive Lin Feng kept observing their surroundings. Whether due to the recent flooding or not, the main road was not smooth. Instead, it was full of potholes. There were small craters everywhere, and footprints were clearly visible. Seeing this, he couldn't help but become more alert. Suddenly, a teammate pointed ahead, exclaiming in surprise that there seemed to be someone up front. Everyone looked up and indeed saw an antique-style carriage stopped on the main road not far ahead. The curtains were tightly drawn, suggesting someone was inside. Next to the carriage stood a person who looked like a servant, waving vigorously at them. The servant called out loudly, asking if they were the brave hunters from the beast hunting team. This world seems very fantastical. A single drop of blood can form a baby. It even skips the 10 months of pregnancy. It's even more incredible than childbirth in the land of women. The modern woman who had traveled through time was surrounded and protected by the men. Just as they exited the forest, they discovered an antique carriage stopped on the main road. The servant was enthusiastically waving at them, loudly asking if they were the brave hunters from the beast hunting team. Lin Feng, always on alert, first looked the person up and down. After confirming he was an ordinary person without martial arts skills, he stepped forward and said they were indeed a beast hunting team, asking what the matter was. Upon hearing this, the servant was instantly delighted, looking as if he had found a savior. He hurriedly asked if they were heading to Shangyang City and if his young master could travel with them. Lin Feng's brow immediately furrowed. He exchanged a glance with Yin Fan beside him, both looking wary. For someone to suddenly appear in such a remote place and want to travel with them was naturally suspicious. To avoid any incidents, Lin Feng directly refused, saying, "Sorry, we have a mission to complete. We can't accommodate you." Hearing this, the servant quickly assured them, "Don't worry, we'll pay. We can negotiate any amount of silver." Lin Feng still firmly refused, stating they wouldn't take this job. The servant became somewhat anxious and directly took out a bank note, saying angrily, 100 taels to escort my young master to Shangyang City. Surely that's enough. Hearing this, Lin Feng became even more suspicious of their intentions and grew more cautious. After glancing at the carriage, he explained it wasn't about the money. They wouldn't take the job no matter how much silver was offered. He then turned to leave. The servant seemed to be angered and, somewhat embarrassed, said, "How discourteous of you. You're just a group of strange people." Before he could finish, a low, stern voice came from inside the carriage. "Johnny, don't be rude." At that voice, the servant immediately lowered his head and shrank back beside the carriage. The next moment, a slender hand slowly lifted the carriage curtain. At first glance, the most striking feature was the pair of long, beautiful almond-shaped eyes beneath the man's sword-like eyebrows. It seemed that looking at them for too long would make one fall into them. The man wore a blue robe, giving off a gentle and refined aura. Upon seeing his appearance, everyone present was stunned by his beauty and demeanor. Yu Yu silently marveled that novels hadn't lied to her. People really could be that good-looking. The blue-robed young master stepped down from the carriage with the servant's assistance. He seemed accustomed to people's gazes. His perfectly shaped red lips curved into a dazzling smile. Yu Yu felt as if something had struck her heart. She suddenly had the urge to accept anything this person might do. Was she becoming a superficial person who only cared about looks? The man bowed to Lin Feng and the others, expressing his apologies. "My servant was rude. I hope you heroes won't take offense. He was just worried about my safety. We've been traveling for days before encountering you." And he spoke hastily out of concern. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a fit of heart-wrenching coughs. He coughed so violently that he could barely stand, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. So the young master was a sickly beauty. Looking closer, his face indeed showed signs of illness, and his frame appeared particularly frail. When the young master's coughing subsided a bit, he continued to explain that they shouldn't misunderstand. He and his servant weren't bad people. During their journey, they unexpectedly encountered a tide of beasts. They got separated from their original group and truly couldn't find their way back, which is why they were making this request. Lin Feng was startled upon hearing this. He urgently asked when they encountered the beast tide, how large it was, and what kind of beasts were involved. The young master didn't conceal anything. He told them it happened about 5 days ago. The scale wasn't large, only about a dozen beasts in total. But since everyone in their group was ordinary people, they couldn't handle it. In their panic, they got separated. He had only spoken a few short sentences before he started coughing again. The servant quickly steadied him and turned to complain that if they had known the way back to Shangyang City, they wouldn't have needed to wait here and ask passing travelers for help. Seeing their behavior, Lin Feng thought they didn't seem to be pretending. Even if the two had other intentions, their group could handle it. In the past, it would have been a simple act of kindness to help them. But now, the noble lady's safety was the most important. He asked Yu Yu, who was instinctively protected in the middle of the group, "Miss Yu, what do you think?" Yu Yu, with her strong team spirit, instinctively blurted out, "I'll follow whatever leader Lin decides." Lin Feng thought to himself that Miss Yu was indeed a straightforward subordinate. The young master seemed to have just noticed Yu Yu in the crowd. With a look of sudden realization, he said, "Oh, so you're escorting a noble lady. No wonder you're so cautious." He first bowed to Yu Yu, smiling. He then took out a waist token from his bosom and said, "Please rest assured, I am from the Sun family of Shangyang, named Sun Rong. I am not some petty criminal." Lin Feng was surprised. He took the token from the other's hand and examined it closely. Indeed, it had the character Sun written on it. He quickly asked, "You're from the Sun family?" Hearing this, Yin Fan also came over to look at the token. It's worth noting that the Sun family of Shangyang was no ordinary noble family. It was said that many cultivators had come from their clan, and they had connections with various immortal sections. He hurriedly asked Lin Feng if the token was genuine. Given Lin Feng's background, he could naturally tell that the token was genuine. He felt that even if a young master of the Sun family had fallen on hard times, he would never do anything to harm a noble lady. He returned the token to Sun Rong and told him and his servant to follow along. Then, without further delay, he turned and signaled for everyone to set off. Sun Rong bowed again in gratitude before gesturing for his servant to drive the carriage and follow the group. Whether intentionally or not, he turned his head towards Yu Yu in the crowd and flashed her a smile that could captivate anyone. Compared to before, this smile somehow carried a hint of mischief. Yu Yu was filled with question marks, unable to understand what he was smiling about. Originally, Lin Feng's team plus Yu Yu was only 8 people. First, they were joined by Yin Fan's team, and now by Sun Rong and his servant. The group was growing larger and larger. Since everyone was on foot, Sun Rong's servant drove the carriage slowly along. Whether by coincidence or not, the right window of the carriage happened to face directly towards Yu Yu. Sun Rong gave her an especially gentle smile and asked, "May I know how to address this noble lady?" Hearing this, Yu first looked at him, paused for a moment, then casually replied that her name was Yu Yu. She greeted him in return, thinking to herself, "That was close. I almost got mesmerized by that devastatingly handsome face again." Sun Rong was surprised, seemingly not expecting the noble lady to be so approachable. He continued, "Yu is quite an uncommon surname. Are you from Shangyang, miss, since you're heading there?" Yu Yu blurted out that she was from Luyang. Seeing Sun Rong ask where Luyang was, she then realized she had revealed her hometown. Beauty really is a distraction, she thought. She could only smile awkwardly and say, "Luyang is just a small place. It's normal if you haven't heard of it." Sun Rong, habitually polite, praised, "I see. Although I haven't heard of Luyang, judging from Miss Yu's refined speech and behavior, it must be a place that produces outstanding individuals." He had expected the noble lady to be modest and polite in response. To his surprise, Yu Yu unhesitatingly gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're right. You got a good eye. Our Luyang River area has produced quite a few famous people. You know." Just as he was about to continue chatting with the noble lady, Yin Fan, walking in front, passed over a water pouch. He smiled and asked if Miss Lu was thirsty after walking for so long, offering her some water to refresh herself. Yu Yu was indeed thirsty, so she casually took the water pouch and expressed her thanks. He secretly glared at someone in the carriage, thinking to himself that the newcomer wanted to steal Miss Yu's attention. He'd have to get in line. Seeing Yu Yu finish drinking, he immediately offered her some fruit, asking if she'd like to eat some. He mentioned they were freshly picked yesterday and very fresh. He had curiously picked a few wild fruits before, but the taste wasn't very good. They were so sour he almost died. This had almost given him a phobia of fruits. He quickly shook his head, refusing Yin Fan's offer. Yin Fan could only withdraw the fruit with a disappointed look. At this moment, Sun Rong poked his head out, smiling gently as he spoke. "Would the lady like to try some pastries? These are from the famous pastry shop in Shangyang, Qifangzhai. They only make 10 portions daily. I wonder if they'll suit the lady's taste." Looking at the exquisite box he held out, decorated with golden, auspicious cloud patterns, Yu Yu could tell from the packaging that it must be expensive. She felt uncomfortable taking someone else's things and said, "This doesn't seem right." Sun Rong spoke even more gently. "It's no trouble, Miss Yu. My health isn't good, so I can't eat much of these anyway. These pastries will go bad in a few days. Would you do me a favor and have some?" As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside were pastries sculpted into various flower shapes, immediately stimulating one's appetite. Seeing that he had put it this way, Yu Yu couldn't continue to refuse. She directly and cheerfully accepted the pastries, sincerely expressing her thanks. She casually tried a piece of pastry and praised how delicious it was. Sun Rong said he was glad the lady liked it. He smiled so broadly, his eyes turned into crescents. Whether intentionally or not, he asked, "Would young Master Yin like to try some?" Qifangzhai's pastries are unparalleled in Shangyang. It's said that only these are worthy of noble ladies. A woman who had reached the highest rank among single people, after seeing the man's devastatingly handsome face, she realized she was actually a sucker for good looks. What she found most irresistible was that the man wasn't just incredibly handsome, but also considerate and generous towards her. The group continued their journey together towards Shangyang City. The sky was clear and the sun was blazing. Though the grass was still cool, the scorching sun overhead made everyone feel particularly hot and bothered. Although Yu didn't feel tired herself, she could see that the brothers walking were covered in sweat and clearly showing signs of fatigue. She thought to herself how tough it must be for them. She looked up at the dazzling sun, squinting her eyes against the glare. Suddenly, she felt a shadow cover her head. Something was blocking the sunlight and all the heat waves. She turned her head and found that Sun Rong had opened an umbrella to shade her from the sun. He gently reminded her to be careful of heat stroke in the scorching summer heat. Yu thanked him for his kindness and expressed concern about whether his body could handle walking in his condition. After coughing lightly into his hand, he assured her not to worry. He added that getting out and moving around was actually beneficial for stretching his muscles and improving his circulation. Yu looked at his frail body again and asked uncertainly, "Really? Are you sure you'll be all right?" Hearing his affirmative response, Yu's eyes lit up and she felt happy inside. She looked at the empty carriage and hesitantly asked, "Would it be possible to—" Before she could finish her sentence, Sun Rong immediately understood. He explained that due to his poor health, he couldn't be of much help to everyone on this journey. He offered to lend the carriage to the lady to ride in, which would also help reduce her fatigue. She once again inquired about Sun Rong's health, mentally giving him a good person card. After receiving another affirmative answer from him, she smiled happily, her eyes crinkling, and gratefully said, "Sun Rong, you're such a good person. I won't be polite then." Then Yu turned around and called out loudly to her teammates, "Brothers, there's a carriage to ride. Injured brothers, come quickly and get in the carriage." In her mind, people with disabilities had priority. No problem. Su Rong felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. His face twisted for a moment. He was about to say something. Just then, Lin Feng, who was walking at the front, signaled everyone to stop. He frowned, looking at this seemingly endless grassland. He examined the footsteps on the official road ahead. His eyes suddenly widened, and he said with a grave expression, "These footprints are the ones we left earlier. We can't go forward anymore. We've been going in circles." Everyone was surprised to hear this. Lu Qing hurriedly asked him, "Weren't we following the official road all along?" Lin Feng's face grew even more serious. He began to explain that the grassland outside the border town wasn't that big. It shouldn't be possible to walk for a whole day without getting out of it. Perhaps this wasn't the so-called official road. Just as he finished speaking, a teammate suddenly called out loudly, "It seems to be getting foggy up ahead." Lu Qing instinctively said, "With such a bright sun and no rain, how could there be fog?" Lin Feng thought of something. His expression changed, and he shouted, "There's something wrong with this grassland. Everyone, be on guard." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. The ground began to shake, and it was getting more intense. It felt as if the entire grassland was about to be torn open. Although everyone was startled, their instinct was still to protect Yu. The ground shook even more violently. The once flat surface suddenly cracked, creating huge fissures. Yu suddenly felt a weight pressing down on her head. Sun Rong, who was still holding the umbrella for her, couldn't dodge in time. He fell into the crevice along with her. Yu saw Sun Rong falling, and with quick reflexes, she reached out to grab him. Not only did she stabilize herself, but she also managed to catch him. Yu saw a blinding light flash. She instinctively closed her eyes. The next moment, she found herself lying on a stone floor. More surprisingly, she didn't feel like she had fallen from a great height. She slowly opened her eyes and gradually sat up from the ground. Far from the blinding light, there was only darkness around her. Perhaps due to the sudden change to darkness, her eyes couldn't adjust. She found that she couldn't see anything. She closed her eyes, waited for a moment, and then could faintly make out some things. Sun Rong's familiar voice came from beside her. She immediately felt relieved and quickly asked if he was all right and if he was injured. After hearing that he was fine, she felt at ease. She anxiously inquired about the other situation. Looking around, she called out, "Boss Lin, Lu Qing, are you there?" However, it was quiet all around. There was no response from anyone. All she could hear was the echo of her own voice. Sun Rong spoke softly, his voice full of guilt. "It seems they didn't fall down here. They must have fallen somewhere else. I apologize for involving you in this, Mississippi. We can see the entire area at a glance. It appears only you and I have fallen to this place. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. A figure emerged from the pile of dirt behind them. Before the person appeared, a voice called out, "Miss you. Where are you?" Hearing Een Fan's voice, Yu was delighted. She immediately turned and walked over, asking hurriedly, "Brother Een, are you okay?" Sun Rong's eyes darkened as he looked in their direction. When Een Fan saw Yu, his first reaction was to confirm her safety. He excitedly asked a series of questions. "Miss Yu, how are you? Did you fall? Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Hearing that she was fine, Een Fan sighed in relief. He said it was great and that he was also unharmed, just a bit muddy. Yu pointed ahead and said, "Great, there seems to be a path over there. We should get out of this creepy place quickly." Een Fan, trying to climb out, realized he couldn't do it alone. He weakly asked Miss Yu if she could help pull him out first. Een Fan was already tall and strong, and the soft mud he was stuck in made it hard to exert force. His feet felt like they were stuck to a suction cup, immobilizing him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull himself out. Yu's first attempt to pull him out failed. On the second try, she used all her strength. She finally managed to pull him out. Een Fan, now rescued, expressed his sincere gratitude to her. Yu wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she seemed to see something glowing in the mud where she had just pulled Een Fan out. The unfortunate woman, having just transmigrated not long ago, encountered a sinkhole. She fell into a dark crevice along with two men. After Yu used all her strength to pull Een Fan out of the mud pile, she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she saw something glowing in that mud pile. When she looked closely at the mud pile to confirm, she found everything normal, still pitch black. She uncertainly rubbed her eyes, doubting if she had seen wrong. At this moment, Sun Rong came over and pointed to a spot, saying, "Miss Yu, there's a door over there." While talking to Yu to distract her attention, he discreetly applied force to Een Fan's wrist, making him release his grip on Miss Yu's hand. Yu looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw a door. She suddenly felt excited, wondering if it felt like treasure hunting. The three of them followed the path. Een Fan walked in front, alert to their surroundings. When they reached their destination, he exclaimed, "There really is a door here." He turned to Yu and said he would go inside to check the situation first. He pushed hard on the stone door but found it wouldn't open. Then he tried pushing with all his might, but the door still stood there unmoved. Seeing Een Fan's state, Sun Rong covered his mouth and laughed, asking, "Young Master Een, are you all right?" The ground shook so suddenly earlier. "Although Miss Yu and I are unharmed, you should take care. It wouldn't be good if you were the only one injured." Hearing him say that, Een Fan immediately became furious. He angrily retorted, "Su, what do you mean? I'm perfectly fine." Hearing the mockery in Su Rong's words, he insisted it wasn't his problem. The stone door was just too heavy. Yu said she was strong and offered to try. She first placed one hand on the door and pushed lightly, finding it indeed wouldn't budge. She thought, this door really is something. She suddenly felt motivated. Taking a deep breath, she used both hands and pushed hard towards the inside. There was a crisp cracking sound. The door still didn't open, but it cracked. Een Fan and Sun Rong, who usually didn't get along, exchanged a glance. For the first time, they spoke in unison, telling Yu to stop. They thought they really couldn't push anymore, or the whole passage might collapse. The three of them looked at the cracked stone door, all a bit incredulous. Een Fan glanced at the stone door that was nearly cracked like a tortoiseshell. He wiped away cold sweat, guessing that this stone door couldn't be opened by simply pushing. There must be some mechanism to it. Sun Rong nodded, looked at the two of them, and fixed his gaze on Yu. He smiled and asked if they trusted him. Perhaps they could let him try. Een Fan looked him up and down, noting his thin arms and legs, and asked what he could do when both he and Miss Yu couldn't open it. Sun Rong calmly explained that he had read various miscellaneous texts and secret histories, and had some knowledge of mechanisms, numerology, formations, and esoteric arts. He suddenly changed his tone, saying he knew he was weak and sickly, not as strong as young Master Een. He understood why Een wouldn't even let him try, but he wanted to contribute his small effort and hoped the young master would give him a chance. If it didn't work, the young master could still scold or hit him later. Een Fan was bewildered by his words, feeling as if a huge hat of bullying the weak had suddenly descended from the sky, pressing him down hard. He was about to explain, Unexpectedly, Sun Rong interrupted him. Biting his lip, as if forcing himself, he managed a bitter smile and said it was all right. He thought young Master Yin didn't mean to act like that in front of Miss Yu, and asked her not to blame him. Seeing Yu Yu looking at them, one hurriedly expressed that he didn't mean it that way, while the other said he really wanted to help and asked if he could try. Yu Yu looked at Yin Fan, whose face was red from holding back, and then deeply at Sun Rong, who looked wronged and restrained, his hands slightly trembling. She thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right then, please try." After all, more methods mean more possibilities. Sun Rong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his whole body relaxing. He bowed solemnly to Yu Yu, thanking her for her trust. Then, he didn't forget to turn back and give Yin Fan a resentful look. Yin Fan felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He knew the other was definitely doing this on purpose. After carefully examining the cracked stone door, Sun Rong explained in a deep voice that the position of this stone door should be connected to the rock wall. Pushing it would only damage the wall along with the door. He then analyzed that since there was a stone door, there should be some mechanism nearby that could disconnect the door from the wall. He began to look around and pointed to a glowing stone, saying, "The position of this glowing stone doesn't illuminate the path clearly. The mechanism should be here." After saying this, he directly reached out and pressed hard on that stone. Sure enough, the stone instantly sank inward. Immediately after, they heard rumbling sounds from both sides of the rock wall, as if something had fallen. The next moment, the already cracked stone door made a series of crashing sounds. In less than a moment, it had turned into a pile of rubble. Behind it were revealed 3 passages, clearly leading in different directions. But they were all very deep, and it was impossible to guess where they led just by looking. Yin Fan cautiously examined the 3 passages, but the aura coming from all 3 was similar. He couldn't tell which one was the way out at the moment. Based on intuition, he suggested that if they had to choose one, they should take the one on the right. Before Yu Yu could speak, Sun Rong objected. "Young Master Yin is mistaken. I think we should take the left passage." Hearing this, Yin Fan's face instantly darkened, his anger flaring up again. He asked if Sun was deliberately opposing him, why he disagreed with everything he said. Sun Rong immediately stepped back, looking scared, and said, "Young Master Yin misunderstands. I'm just speculating based on the arrangement of the mechanism. The left seems more like an exit. The young master has many misconceptions about me, but I hope you'll prioritize Miss Yu's safety." Yin Fan, feeling accused of being reckless again, felt the frustration in his heart burning even more intensely. He declared recklessly that the right passage was definitely the way out, and he would walk it to prove it to the other. Su Rong calmly stated that he was just recalling what he had read in books and making a guess that it was the left. If Yin Fan felt that his many years of hunting experience were not as good as a few old books, and he thought the exit was on the right, he could go if he wanted to. Su Rong, with the air of a kind young master who doesn't mind anything and is willing to suffer wrongly, said if young Master Yin thought it was the right, then let it be the right. Yin Fan felt like he was about to explode with anger. He felt even more stifled. What was going on? Indeed, he was a little bitch. It was so fucking infuriating. Both of them turned their heads to look at Yu Yu, who had been silent in the middle, letting her make the decision. Yu Yu, who was in cheat mode, discovered through the game map that both the left and right paths were dead ends. She suddenly raised her hand, pointing forward, and said, "It's decided. Let's take the middle path." Yin Fan and Sun Rong realized they had both been wrong earlier. The 3 of them entered the middle path together. Yu Yu felt that indeed, the system couldn't keep up with her. They walked further and further, and the passage became deeper and deeper. Yin Fan was startled by the stone statues inside. They also passed through many spacious stone chambers along the way. The scale was more like a series of great halls. Yin Fan remarked that this place was strange. The stone chambers were connected one after another, with many stone statues standing inside, looking as if they were guarding something. He had just finished warning everyone to be careful when he seemed to accidentally trigger something. A dazzling light lit up from the ground. It instantly spread throughout the entire spacious stone chamber. In a moment, most of the chamber was filled with this light. Yu Yu hurriedly asked the 2 what was happening. "You're just coveting my beauty. You're shameless, despicable, and vulgar. Enough. I don't like your type at all. Okay, I don't like you, yet you're pulling down my pants. I've already said it was an accident. Also, can you put on your pants before arguing with me? Do you think I don't want to? Give them back to me then. How can I give them back if you don't fly down? How How can I come down if you don't return them? Just now, the three who had fallen into the crevice accidentally triggered a mechanism. Instantly, a dazzling light lit up from the ground. Then Yu saw her companions uncontrollably kneeling down. She anxiously asked what was wrong with them. They seemed to be suppressed by something, but she was fine. She really couldn't understand what was going on. Sun Rong, with a pale face, struggled to explain. This should be the yin-yang bipolar formation. What they triggered was the yang formation, so it only affected males. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu heard a thud. She saw Yin Fan completely pressed flat on the ground, unable to move at all. She rushed over to pull him up, but found she couldn't move him at all. Yin Fan seemed to be glued to the ground. What kind of strange formation was this? She didn't understand at all. She could only turn anxiously to ask Sun Rong what she needed to do to help them. Sun Rong, with a pained expression, looked around and said that to break the formation, they must find the formation's eye. This formation wasn't in the center. The eye should be in the front position. Yu thought, front position, isn't that the northwest? She turned and ran towards the northwest. Sure enough, there was a square stone platform there, with a Taiji pattern carved on top. At this moment, the white semicircle was emitting a faint light, but she didn't dare to touch it carelessly, as she didn't know how to operate it. When her fingertips lightly brushed over the black semicircle, unexpectedly, the next moment, the other half of the circle also lit up. At the same time, some black mist appeared on the other side of the stone chamber. The white light suppressing Sun Rong and Yin Fan formed a complete Taiji pattern. The next moment, a rumbling sound was heard, and everything around shook. A door rose up right in front, completely black, with many strange symbols carved on it. They looked like both text and patterns, but it was hard to tell exactly what they were. She turned back to look at the two trapped in the formation, apologetically saying she had accidentally triggered the mechanism, and asked how they were feeling now. Sun Rong, holding on with his last breath, told her that the carvings on the door were the incantations to close the formation. Young Master Yin had already fainted. Only by activating the incantations on it could they release the formation suppressing them. Yu turned her head again to look at this strange door. She said she couldn't understand the symbols on it that looked like scribbles. She had never learned this kind of writing. How could these incantations be activated? Sun Rong told her that Yin and Yang give birth to and overcome each other. When the Yang formation rises, the Yin formation is triggered. Women belong to Yin. Just dripping blood on it would activate the incantation and open the formation gate. Yu nodded. She looked at the black door, raised her hand, and was about to press it on the door for a moment. Then she slowly withdrew it. She turned back to look at the excited Sun Rong. She asked if young Master Sun had gone to such lengths to bring them here, just for what was behind the door. Sun Rong, half kneeling on the ground, was stunned when he heard this. Then his face twitched for a moment. He quickly returned to normal. Looking weak and confused, he asked Missy what she was talking about. He didn't understand. He urged her to quickly break the formation, as they really couldn't hold on much longer. Yu couldn't bear to watch anymore. She told him to stop acting, as it was tiring to watch. She pointed to the stone tablet not far away and continued, saying that before this strange door appeared, the formation had already been broken. Sun Rong's eyes darkened. He stared at her for a while. The weak and pained expression on his face instantly disappeared. He slowly stood up. He chuckled softly and asked if he had been exposed. As if too lazy to cover up anymore, he lost his previous gentle and harmless demeanor. Instead, he became flamboyant and unrestrained, inexplicably exuding a bit of allure. He curiously asked Yu, when did she realize he had other motives? The speed of his change of face left Yu stunned. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? It was like seamlessly switching between pure innocence and seductive vulgarity. She reminded herself to stay clear-headed and not be deceived by beauty. After all, beauty can both tempt and mislead. Yu didn't hide anything. She told him directly that she had noticed when he kept implying things about Yin Fan, acting both like a white lotus and a green tea. She just hadn't seen a man play this game so skillfully before, which was why she hadn't exposed him. She wasn't very sure at first, but on this road, even the knowledgeable Yin Fan didn't understand the mechanisms. Yet a young master from a noble family who got lost on the official road and couldn't find his way back knew how to break them. Wasn't that a bit incongruous? Sun Rong showed no sign of panic at being exposed. Instead, he smiled even more flamboyantly and said Miss Yu was indeed clever. Since he had been found out, there was nothing he could do. It seemed he would have to do it himself. As he finished speaking, a ball of spiritual energy gathered in his hand. Seeing him wave his hand, Yu felt a gust of clear spiritual energy coming towards her. She reflexively took a step back. Then she realized that the energy wasn't aimed at her, but directly at that strange door. The next moment, those strange symbols on the door lit up. They seemed to come alive and began to move around on the door. The huge Taiji pattern on the ground suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The black and white diagram began to spin frantically until the light filled the entire stone chamber. It was too bright to see anything. She had to close her eyes. Only when she heard the sound of rushing water did she try to open her eyes. She found that the stone chamber from earlier had disappeared. A pool of water appeared before her eyes. The pool wasn't deep, but it was clear to the bottom. Moreover, it had a refreshing aura. Even just standing nearby made one feel invigorated. The formation on the door must have teleported them here. Yu then realized she was standing on a stone platform in the center of the pool. Beside her was an object in the shape of a lotus, emitting a faint golden light. It was clearly not a simple item. Obviously, Sun Rong had come for this. Hearing Yin Fan's familiar voice, she looked in that direction. It turned out he had been teleported directly into the water. When Yin Fan found he could move, he immediately stood up from the pool. Just as the two were about to move, suddenly, a red light flashed, and something lit up under their feet. Both Yin Fan and Yu felt their bodies sink. It felt as if they were being held by some invisible force. "What's the rush?" The voice came from Sun Rong, who was floating in the air. Seeing this, Yin Fan suddenly realized something. His eyes blazed with fury as he said, "Sun Rong, I knew you were up to no good, you bastard. What exactly do you want to do to Miss Yu?" Sun Rong snorted coldly, all brawn and no brains. "Your noble lady is much more useful than you," he continued with disdain. "Besides, even if I were to do something, what could you do about it, Yin Fan?" Sure enough, the next moment Yin Fan's face turned red with anger, but he could only glare at him helplessly. Sun Rong turned and walked towards Yu. Unlike Yin Fan, who was soaked, he was floating above the water surface. He seemed to be walking on air, not touching the water in the pool at all. He came in front of Yu and suddenly reached out, gently lifting her chin. Seeing this, Yin Fan was extremely anxious. But unable to move or speak, he could only watch helplessly. Sun Rong suddenly gave Yu a seductive smile, his eyes full of breathtaking charm. He was so beautiful it was dazzling. After seeing him actually go to take that lotus-shaped object, Yu felt her guess was confirmed. That was his goal. Sun Rong lifted her chin again. He said ambiguously, "Thank you for your help on this journey, my lady. I was able to fully obtain this ancient relic because of you. Until we meet again, little noble lady." After saying this, he withdrew his hand. He flew up, clearly about to leave this place. Yu finally reacted. She broke free from the restraints on her body and called out for him to wait. In her haste, she didn't care about anything else and directly reached out to grab his robe, pulling it down forcefully. Sun Rong was shocked, mainly because he didn't expect her to break free from the binding spell. But he didn't pay much attention and continued flying upwards. The next moment, there was a crisp, ripping sound, as if something was being torn apart. Yu looked and saw that she suddenly had something in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a pair of pants. Above her head were two pale, white legs. The scene was extremely awkward. It all happened so fast that both of them were stunned. That charming face turned bright red with embarrassment. He looked like he had been boiled, transforming from a seductive scoundrel into a flustered little fire chicken in an instant. You shameless." Yu was also dumbfounded. She just wanted to ask for directions. Who knew his pants were tied so loosely? Hearing this, Sun Rong flared up again. "You dare say that? You pulled too hard. You were coveting my beauty. You're shameless, despicable. You're vulgar." Yu immediately retorted loudly. "That's enough. Don't talk nonsense. I don't even like your type. Okay." Sun Rong immediately shot back. "If you don't like it, why did you pull off my pants?" Meanwhile, the others were anxiously searching, having finally found the teleportation formation. Hearing Yu's voice, her teammates followed the sound. The first thing they saw was the noble lady they had been carefully protecting, holding a man's pants in her hand, exchanging insults with a half-naked person. They wondered if they had come at a bad time. Finally, Lu Qing couldn't help but call out, "Miss Yu." The two who were arguing heatedly regained some sense. The flustered little fire chicken swooped down in a flash, snatching back the pants pants from Yu Yu's hand. He quickly put them back on, but as if that wasn't enough, he tied several knots at the waist before feeling secure. As he was tying, he didn't forget to turn back and make threats. You, surnamed you, I'll remember this grudge. Just you wait, I'll come back for you. Yu Yu instinctively blurted out. What for? Don't tell me you want to pull them off again. All traces of his seductive charm had vanished, replaced by a deep blush. Sun Rong turned back and glared fiercely, shouting, "Shut up!" To think someone would pull down a man's pants in public. He was so embarrassed he wanted to die, desperate to flee the scene. As Yu Yu watched Sun Rong's figure about to disappear, she quickly called out, "Hey, you still haven't told me how we can get out of here." Although his figure had completely vanished, a voice still came from above. Shameless person. Just stay trapped here and die. As if I'd tell you there's a secret passage on the right. Yu Yu thought to herself, he's already given directions. Why can't he just speak nicely? The next moment, she heard two words from the air, Wangshi. Yu Yu was speechless. It seemed Sun Rong was a tsundere and difficult person. Yin Fan, now free to move, immediately went towards Yu Yu, anxiously asking if she was all right. Yu Yu shook her head, indicating she was fine. Instead, she looked him up and down and asked, "Yin, boss, are you hurt?" Yin Fan clenched his fists, saying indignantly, "I'm fine. I can't believe that bastard Sun Rong was using us all along." Lin Feng, who had quickly approached, added, "Only cultivators can fly. I never expected Sun Rong to be a cultivator." Yin Fan, with an angry face, recounted what had just happened. He concluded that the earlier mist and ground hole were all that bastard's doing, luring them to this place. He must have needed a woman to guide the way to enter. Lin Feng and the others were also furious after hearing this. They had been mysteriously transported to a maze earlier and spent a long time finding the way out. Now they realized it was Sun Rong deliberately separating them. It seemed they needed to leave this place quickly. Yu had the same thought. She told everyone that Sun Rong had mentioned a secret passage to the west, which should lead to the exit. Yin Fan instinctively doubted, saying that guy was full of tricks and even dared to scheme against a noble lady, so his words might not be true. Yu Yu analyzed calmly, believing he hadn't lied. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need to trick them further. Besides, with his abilities, if he really wanted to harm them, he could have done so earlier on the journey. There was no need to wait until the end. Lin Feng had thought of this too and urged everyone to set off quickly, saying they should leave this place first. After all, this was an ancient secret realm and could still be dangerous. The group didn't delay and headed directly towards the west. There was a passage on that side with a small river flowing gently through it. Though there were no squids, various flowers grew in the river. Yu Yu thought happily that the flowing water meant this was indeed the way out. Sun Rong hadn't lied to them after all. She just looked at the small flowers in the river a few more times. Seeing this, Yin Fan immediately plucked a large bunch of flowers, as if harvesting chives. Then, smiling foolishly, he handed the flowers over, saying, "Miss Yu, these flowers are for you." She had only been looking and admiring them, with no intention of picking any. She had no choice but to accept them and say thanks. Only then did she notice that although the flowers were small, there seemed to be something shimmering on them. Looking carefully at the center of the flowers, she thought she saw some writing. Hearing this, Lin Feng beside her also turned to look. His gaze instantly focused. Those weren't words, but spell symbols. Hearing the words spell symbols, she was startled. The flowers that had been blooming beautifully suddenly turned into withered grass in her hands. Frightened, she quickly threw away the flowers she was holding. Not only that, but even the patches of flowers and grass in the river seemed to be invaded by something, turning completely yellow and withered in an instant. The next moment, a strong wind blew through the cave. It was as if something was spreading frantically. The originally abundant pure energy was instantly swept away, replaced by a violent and frenzied aura that filled the entire space. She felt her heart sink, suddenly having an ominous premonition. No one had anticipated that in the brief moment of picking a few flowers, the entire world would change. Cracks appeared in the sealed sky above, showering down large patches of sunlight. The previously dim space was fully illuminated. More critically, as the ceiling cracked, debris began to fall, leaving no time to dodge. Just as it seemed they would all be buried, Lin Feng made a quick decision. He loudly reminded everyone to retreat to the previous pool. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned and ran back frantically. They finally made it back to the pool's edge just before the entire passage collapsed. This was a celestial pool, originally with an exit above. After the recent tremors, the opening above had widened. Now, a dazzling red light shone down. Ian Fan exclaimed, asking what that was. Everyone looked up and discovered a huge red pattern in the sky. Within the pattern, a bright red magical robe was frantically moving about, as if something was slowly being released. Suddenly, they heard the giant red pattern emit a loud hum, followed by violent shaking of the ground. Unlike the previous tremor, the entire ground beneath their feet bulged up as if something was about to burst through. Soon enough, something finally broke through from underground. It was countless giant tentacles, appearing like intertwined vines, but with cores of fiery red magma. With a casual swipe, they cracked the ground with a thunderous sound. Seeing a giant tentacle swinging towards the stone platform they stood on, Lin Feng immediately moved to protect Yu Yu. Under the monster's strike, the platform was visibly dented. No one had ever seen such a terrifying monster. Its scorching aura threatened to roast them alive. Yet they had no time to escape, nor could they avoid the beast. Multiple tentacles surged out, surrounding and attacking them. Even in this critical moment, everyone's first reaction was to protect Yu Yu in the center. The monster's tentacles swung more and more frantically, causing even the pool below to tremble. Everyone felt a sense of despair. At this rate, they would either be crushed or burned to death. Just as Yu Yu was about to close her eyes and accept her fate, she vaguely saw a familiar figure rushing towards them. When Sun Rong hurriedly arrived, what he saw was them on the brink of death. His heart tightened. He immediately activated a spell, creating a protective barrier that enveloped everyone. While maintaining the barrier, he asked them what they had done to release the guardian spirit beast. Everyone was stunned, saying they hadn't done anything. Sun Rong didn't believe it. He explained that the guardian spirit beast was the last line of defense for the ruins. It wouldn't awaken unless a taboo was triggered. They must have done something to activate it. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, feeling they hadn't touched anything. But then Yu Yu suddenly remembered something. She held out her hand, revealing a few withered leaves in her palm. She asked Sun Rong if it was because of the flowers growing in the river. They had just picked some flowers, which withered shortly after. Sun Rong's eyes widened. He exclaimed that those weren't flowers, but taboos. Why touch them unnecessarily? The path was clearly marked. Couldn't they just follow it? He was about to lecture and complain more when his expression suddenly changed. He realized this fire was unusual. His protective barrier wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, soon after, as the barrier shattered, a giant tentacle swung down towards them. Yu Yu was shocked. Without thinking, she pushed the stunned Lu Qing aside and reached out to strike the tentacle. The next moment, an excruciating burning sensation shot through her hand. A faint smell of charred flesh reached her nose. She felt intense pain, the sensation of burning skin and flesh almost making her double over. Yet she couldn't let go. Seeing this, everyone cried out in shock. Before they could rescue her, another tentacle swept across horizontally. Just as it was about to strike her body, Lin Feng rushed over recklessly, managing to shield Yu Yu. But the next moment, that tentacle, several times thicker than a person, slammed directly onto his body. Watching Lin Feng fall down once again to save her, his entire back a bloody mess, with broken bones clearly visible and his breath barely noticeable, Yu Yu felt overwhelmed. Yu Yu's vision was filled with a blinding red, warm liquid splashing all over her. The tightly wound string in her mind finally snapped, and boundless anger ignited from the depths of her heart. All reason and calm, all considerations of pros and cons vanished in an instant. She shouted at the guardian beast, "What kind of skill is a sneak attack? If you've got the guts, come at me." She couldn't hold back and let out a curse. The next moment, something enormous suddenly burst out from within her, like a shockwave sweeping outwards in all directions. It swept out wildly towards the surroundings. Not only were her companions stunned, even Sun Rong wore a look of disbelief. Then everyone heard a miserable howl from underground. With a thunderous rumble, something huge burrowed out from below. They saw the monster's form as tall as a mountain. After glancing at Yu Yu, it turned tail and fled without looking back. Seeing it trying to escape, Yu Yu instinctively waved her hand. The exploding force suddenly converged, gathering in the air. The next moment, a shower of red flower petals scattered, and floated down from the sky. They fell towards the fleeing guardian beast. The guardian beast let out another deafening scream of agony. The shower of petals, like the sharpest blades in the world, instantly sliced the guardian beast into a sieve. Without realizing when, Yu Yu had appeared beside the guardian beast. She raised her leg and stomped on the guardian beast's body, venting her anger, asking if it dared to run again. Just try running one more time. How dare it hurt her teammate, not knowing who was protecting them. Come on, get up and try to hurt another one if it had the guts. She kicked the monster again and again, each kick more forceful than the last. Whether it was an illusion or not, with each kick, the mountain-like giant monster's form seemed to shrink a bit, letting out a miserable cry. Seeing this, everyone was speechless, thinking this noble lady was far from ordinary. She had actually beaten the guardian beast to the point of wailing. That was an existence that a group of men couldn't even handle. Looking at the guardian beast that was originally like a small mountain, now curled up and crying, Yu Yu felt angry seeing its pitiful state. Wasn't it just arrogantly trying to annihilate them all earlier? Who was it trying to fool by acting pitiful now? As she was about to beat the guardian beast again, she heard someone behind her crying out for Lin Feng. "Boss!" She quickly rushed to Lin Feng's side. She saw that he was still bleeding profusely. She hurriedly asked if anyone had bandages or medicine. Someone told her it was useless, that the boss's injury couldn't be stopped with just bandages and ordinary medicine. This wasn't the first time Lin Feng had been injured saving her. She couldn't control the panic in her heart and snapped back, asking hadn't they even tried yet? No matter what, they should at least try first. Sun Rong, who had been quiet since she beat the guardian beast, suddenly stepped forward and suggested letting him try. When Lu Qing saw it was him, he exploded with anger. If Yin Fan hadn't held him back, he would have started a fight. For the sake of the boss's injury, Lu Qing had to grit his teeth and hold back his temper. Seeing that no one objected, Su Rong began to perform his healing technique. He told everyone that the technique could only temporarily stop the bleeding. Unless they had a rejuvenation pill or other spiritual medicine, he couldn't save Lin Feng. When the others heard the words spiritual medicine, their faces showed utter despair. Only Yu Yu had a sudden realization. She remembered that last time, they had used a red potion from the game to save the severely injured boss Lin. She immediately opened her game inventory to check, excited. But she found that the red potion was gone. She forced herself to stay calm. There must be a way. Boss Lin was waiting for her to find a way to save him. Just now, Sun Rong had mentioned the rejuvenation pill. But in her game, there was a healing skill called rejuvenation. But how could she use that rejuvenation skill? There was no keyboard here. She had the skill, but no way to cast it. This thought worried her greatly. When she had dealt with the guardian beast earlier, she must have triggered some skill. How exactly had she triggered it then? What exactly had she done? She tried hard to recall every detail from before. Suddenly, she remembered a key point. It was only after she had unconsciously cursed that she was able to release the game skill. The skill she had released was called Fluttering Flower Rain. In the game, to cast Fluttering Flower Rain, you press the B key. It seemed that the way to release game skills was to shout out the corresponding keyboard key. Having figured this out, she decided to try it on Boss Lin. After all, Lin's condition was already like this. It was worth a shot, even if it seemed hopeless. Without any hesitation, she placed her hand directly on Boss Lin's wound. Then she shouted out loudly, "Shabi." Although they didn't understand the meaning of those two words Miss Yu shouted, they all had a strange feeling. They inexplicably felt that she was cursing. They couldn't understand where this sudden feeling came from. A miraculous scene appeared. After she shouted Shabi, the rejuvenation skill from the game was actually triggered. Lin Feng's horrific wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng, who had already fallen unconscious, soon opened his eyes. Seeing that he turned over by himself and was about to get up, everyone started to show concern for his condition. Lin Feng, sitting up halfway, noticed that his body had undergone a significant change. The next second, an energy ball appeared in the palm of his hand. This scene made Yin Fan extremely envious. He asked Boss Lin if that was the legendary magic. At this moment, Lin Feng was also extremely excited. He clenched his fist and said with a trembling voice that he now had a spirit root. After hearing him say this, everyone stared at Yu Yu with wide eyes. Those burning gazes made her think there was something wrong with the healing skill. Boss Lin was even more exaggerated. He directly performed a kneeling salute to her. While bowing, he said, "First, Lin Feng, eldest son of the Lin family of Shangyang and Qizhou, pays respects to the Heavenly Maiden Supreme. Yu hadn't yet recovered from Boss Lin's actions when she saw the others kneeling all around, devoutly shouting, "We pay respects to the Heavenly Maiden Supreme." Yu was completely bewildered by their behavior. How had she become a Heavenly Maiden? Even Sun Rong, the only one still standing, looked at her in shock, muttering in disbelief. "I never imagined she was a Heavenly Maiden." She asked puzzledly what a Heavenly Maiden was. Sun Rong was about to explain when she suddenly paused. Her expression changed as she looked down at her own hand. Yu also noticed her abnormality. She saw Sun Rong's entire body rapidly becoming transparent, visible to the naked eye, as if she might disappear at any moment. Seeing this, Yu was startled and asked with concern what was happening to her. Sun Rong knew she had no time left. She quickly stepped forward, urgently grasping Yu's hand and said, "You, surnamed Yu, you must remember the following words." But before she could say what she wanted to say, her entire form completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Yu was stunned. A person had just vanished like that. She turned to look at Lin Feng, who was kneeling beside her. Worriedly, she asked Boss Lin if Sun Rong would be all right. Lin Feng thought for a moment before guessing. He replied to the Heavenly Maiden Supreme that it was probably some kind of spell. He might have just left her eminence's presence. There was no need to worry. Hearing this, Yu felt relieved. Seeing everyone still prostrating on the ground made her even more uncomfortable. She hurriedly told them to stop kneeling. Why suddenly perform such a grand gesture? They were all brothers. Get up quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled and knelt even lower. They all began to confess. "We dare not. We didn't know the Heavenly Maiden's identity. We have been negligent these past days. Please forgive us, Heavenly Maiden." Seeing their fearful and trembling appearance, Yu became even more confused. What on earth were they talking about? What exactly was a Heavenly Maiden? And why were they calling her a Heavenly Maiden? When did she become a Heavenly Maiden? She had no idea. Lin Feng remembered something and explained solemnly, "Your Eminence may not remember due to memory loss, but a Heavenly Maiden is a blessing bestowed upon the mortal world by heaven, different from us ordinary cultivators. You are the only one who can awaken our spirit roots, giving us hope to embark on the path of immortality." Yu thought to herself, could the rejuvenation skill also have the function of awakening spirit roots? After Lin Feng performed another deep bow, he spoke reverently. "Just now, Your Eminence bestowed a blessing. Lin Feng is willing to serve Your Eminence for life, helping you clear all obstacles and eliminate all hostilities until death." Yu felt even more uncomfortable hearing this. Suddenly having someone say they would give their life for her was too heavy. She didn't even know she had such abilities. She asked if there was a possibility they had made a mistake. As soon as she finished speaking, a rumbling thunder sounded. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, layer upon layer covering the entire horizon. Flashes of light occasionally appeared between the cloud layers, as if brewing something. Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. He appeared bewildered and shocked. His thunder tribulation was coming. Lin Feng immediately turned to his teammates behind him and ordered loudly, "The thunder tribulation is approaching. Quickly escort the Heavenly Maiden away from here." Everyone looked at her with conflicted expressions. They seemed to want to pull her away to run, but didn't dare to touch her. That was the esteemed and noble Heavenly Maiden. How could ordinary mortals like them approach her? Even touching her clothes would be a desecration of the Heavenly Maiden. Yu asked with concern if Boss Lin wasn't coming with them. As if knowing what she was about to say, Lin Feng immediately replied that this was his thunder tribulation. He had to face it himself. He would be fine. Yu felt relieved after learning he wasn't in mortal danger. She stepped forward, directly grabbed one person in each hand, and rushed out. Then, without looking back, she said to the stunned crowd behind her, "Hurry up and follow." Just as everyone left, there was a loud boom in the sky. A snow-white lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck down from the sky, hitting Lin Feng directly below. The place where they had just been standing instantly turned into scorched earth. Seeing this, she couldn't help but worry and asked if Boss Lin would really be all right with such thick lightning. Yin Fan thought for a moment and respectfully replied, "It's all right. Please don't worry, Heavenly Maiden. The thunder tribulation never harms a cultivator's body. It actually helps stabilize the spirit root. However, the lightning bolts came one after another. The rumbling sound was deafening, with such a grand spectacle that it seemed as if it would split the heavens and earth. When Lin Feng's thunder tribulation ended, everyone saw the scorched earth that had been struck by lightning, as well as a certain person in the midst of the charred ground who had been struck into a blackened coal, skin split open and barely alive. Everyone was speechless. What happened to the thunder tribulation being harmless and beneficial to the spirit root? The person had actually beaten the mountain-like guardian beast into a cowering ball. It was crying. You should know, just earlier, it had nearly wiped out the entire team of several dozen people. Everyone rushed over urgently. They discovered that Lin Feng's injuries weren't as severe as they appeared. Although he was blackened from the lightning strike, it was much better than the wounds inflicted by the beast earlier. Something seemed to be flowing into his body, and his wounds were visibly healing. Yu Yu originally wanted to use another rejuvenation spell, but seeing his condition, she suggested to everyone that they shouldn't disturb him. His wounds were still healing, so they should just wait nearby. Hearing this, everyone bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Yu Yu was speechless at the sight. Here we go again. Yin Fan suddenly bowed with clasped hands and, with some hesitation, pointed to a spot ahead and asked, "Celestial Lady, how should we deal with that beast?" Yu Yu was startled, suddenly remembering the bald little monster. Turning her head, she saw the beast, now about the size of a dog, still lying in a nearby pit, head down, as if desperately trying to bury its head in the ground. Yu Yu walked over and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. She effortlessly lifted it out of the pit. The little monster's body stiffened for a moment, looked at her, then let its limbs go limp, closed its small eyes, and even stuck out half its tongue, pretending to be dead. Yu Yu found this quite amusing. She deliberately patted its white belly and said, "Since it's dead, it'd be a waste to throw it away. Let's not waste it. Why don't we wash it, chop it up, and stew it?" As soon as Yu Yu finished speaking, the little monster started kicking its short legs and struggling, shouting loudly, "Not dead! Not dead! Don't eat me!" Yu Yu was startled to hear it speak and almost threw it away in shock. The little monster's voice was high-pitched like a child's. Perhaps out of fear, it suddenly burst into loud tears. It cried and complained, "You're all bullying me. Bad people hit me, and now you want to eat me. Human cultivators are all bad guys." Yu Yu covered one ear with her hand and quickly kicked it away with the other. It was too noisy. Seeing the little monster cry more and more sadly, not knowing where all those tears came from, Yu Yu suddenly felt like she was bullying a child. She had to explain, "We hit you because you hurt people first." The little monster, after hearing this, still stubbornly accused her of wanting to eat it just now. Seeing it cry nonstop, Yu Yu gently coaxed, all right, we won't eat you. Be good and stop crying." Seeing the little monster becoming more demanding, Yu Yu held out a clenched fist and threatened, "Shut up. If you keep crying, I'll beat you again." The little monster hiccuped, covered its mouth in fear, and instantly fell silent. Indeed, nothing works better than a hard fist. Yu Yu asked the little monster to explain what kind of beast it was. Excited at being mistaken for an impure-blooded beast, it declared that it was a spirit beast, a noble guardian spirit beast. Yin Fan immediately explained, "I've heard that some immortal sects raise special bloodline beasts, help them gain intelligence, and use them. After forming a contract, they can even cultivate and advance together with their masters. These beasts are called spirit beasts." After understanding, Yu looked at the little monster again with surprise. "Isn't this just like the pet companions in games?" When asked if it had a master, the guardian beast said if it had one, it wouldn't have been bullied so badly. It explained that it had lived in the ruins since childhood. If they hadn't destroyed its home, it wouldn't have rushed out. Yet they still beat it. Putting it that way, they did seem a bit excessive. Yu felt some guilt, but now that the ruins were destroyed, letting it roam freely would be too dangerous. Who knows if this kind of spirit beast eats humans? Old Lin almost died at its hands just now. They couldn't kill it, but they couldn't let it go either. It was truly a dilemma. Yin Fan, seeing her hesitation, suggested, "Your Highness, if you don't want to kill it but fear it might harm others, why not form a contract and take it as your spirit beast? With a contract binding it, it can only obey your words." The guardian beast instinctively wanted to object upon hearing this, but its eyes rolled around, seemingly thinking of something. It turned to Yu Yu obediently and said, "Please take me as your spirit beast. I'm really easy to raise." Yu didn't notice its unusual behavior. She thought there was no problem with taking in the baby beast. The key issue was that she didn't know how. Her pet catching skill was usually just clicking a dedicated button with a mouse. While she had gained an additional skill, she wasn't sure if shouting would work. She bit her lip and said that she wasn't very familiar with the contract spell, but she would give it a try. Hearing this, the little monster's eyes lit up. It eagerly nodded its bald head, looking impatient. Yu first put it down and placed her hand above its forehead. She took a deep breath. Then she loudly shouted the skill phrase, "Grandpa's son is here to pick you up." The scene went quiet again. Everyone thought that the Celestial Lady's spell incantations always sounded a bit strange, almost like she was cursing. As soon as Yu finished speaking, a white array pattern suddenly appeared under the little monster's feet. The spiritual energy around it surged, and large amounts of green spirit energy rushed towards the little monster. She felt happy, surprised that it actually worked. It seemed that the shouting skill was indeed effective. The next second, however, the little monster in the array suddenly started growing rapidly. Its form became larger and larger, as if it was about to return to its previous mountain-like size. It suddenly burst into wild laughter. Its previous cowardly appearance vanished completely, and the whole beast became arrogant. Its increasingly large form exuded killing intent as it spoke disdainfully. "Fool! The contract array gathers spiritual energy and opens spiritual channels. It can greatly increase my spiritual power, instantly restoring my previous strength." It said it could help its spiritual power surge, instantly recovering its previous strength. As it spoke, it let out a great roar and excitedly raised one of its claws, about to swipe down at everyone. It boasted, "Stupid humans, today is your day of death." Yu directly and unceremoniously slapped it, scolding, "What are you shouting about? Can't you see the skill isn't finished yet?" The guardian beast, who had just finished its threats, was immediately slapped so hard its bones broke. In pain, it shrank back to a tiny size again. Hearing the Celestial Lady tell the monster to behave, everyone thought, indeed, the Celestial Lady is the Celestial Lady. Her magical powers are truly boundless. Lin Feng remained unconscious until evening before he woke up. Seeing him finally open his eyes, everyone was excited. Yu was the first to ask concernedly if he was all right. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, with a hint of excitement. He immediately cupped his hands in salute and said, "Your Highness, thanks to your grace, I have successfully built my foundation." When others heard he had built his foundation, they all looked incredulous. That was a foundation-building cultivator, rare not just in Shangyang City, but in the entire Fontaine Kingdom. Lin Feng nodded excitedly, explaining that he had practiced cultivation at home for a while. Although he hadn't produced spiritual energy, he had some basic foundation. Your Highness's spell not only helped him generate a spirit root, but also helped him break through his realm and successfully build his foundation. Yu listened in confusion, but could guess the general idea. Foundation building probably referred to cultivation level, meaning Lin Feng not only gained a spirit root, but also leveled up. Seeing that his body was indeed fine, Yu finally had the mood to inquire about the so-called Celestial Lady matter. After Lin Feng's explanation, she learned that all women in the world are born with spirit roots, while men who want to cultivate need the help of special ability holders to generate spirit roots. These special ability holders in the world are called Celestial Ladies. Most Celestial Ladies are born into immortal family clans, forming their own sects with the clan as their kin and accepting disciples widely. Celestial Ladies from weaker clans need to first choose a larger immortal family clan to join, then establish their sect. Since all sect disciples are granted spirit roots by the Celestial Lady, owing this great favor, they should devote everything to repay it with loyalty unto death. Betraying the Celestial Lady is equivalent to betraying the Great Tao. Yu understood. It sounded like Celestial Ladies were very powerful, but in fact, they were just the leaders of entire sects born to be the head of the family. They not only had to be responsible for the whole sect, but also manage the disciples' entire lives. Lin Feng, however, bowed to her again and said solemnly, word by word, "Your Highness, although the Lin family is a small clan in Shangyang, I have been granted a spirit root by the Celestial Lady and can now have an immortal destiny. The entire Lin clan is willing to follow your Highness's lead and will spare no effort to help your Highness return to your original sect." Seeing Lin Feng so serious and sincere about wanting to help her return home, Yu suddenly felt a bit awkward. She scratched her head embarrassedly and said, What if I said that I actually haven't lost my memory and I'm not some missing celestial lady from a sect. Would you believe me? Hearing her words, not only Lin Feng was stunned, but even the onlookers nearby were dumbfounded. Seeing their reactions, Yu felt even more awkward. She couldn't explain the whole transmigration thing clearly herself, so she could only apologize, saying she didn't mean to deceive everyone. There were just some things she didn't know how to explain. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng looked at her with a serious expression and said he believed her. His eyes showed no anger at being deceived, but instead were full of determination. He had a look that said he would trust her unconditionally no matter what she said. Your Highness is a celestial lady, a blessing from heaven to the mortal world. Whatever you do has its own reason. There's no need to explain to us. No matter what, I will follow your highness to the death. His gaze was like looking at his own deity. Yu felt a warmth in her heart. For a moment, she had the strange feeling of gaining an ultimate fan. No one had ever believed in her like this before. Experiencing such enthusiasm from a fan for the first time, Yu felt a bit embarrassed. She thanked Lin Feng for his trust, then couldn't help but ask why they were keeping such a distance from her. Lin Feng turned to look at the others and solemnly explained, "Please forgive us, Your Highness. You are a celestial lady, while our status is lowly. We're just afraid of offending you. That's why we dare not come close." Seeing it was for this reason, Yu waved her hand dismissively and said, "What's the big deal? Everyone's equal here. We're all brothers. I'll give everyone spirit roots later, and then we can all cultivate together." After all, it was just a matter of using the rejuvenation spell. Her words startled Lin Feng, who quickly shook his head and tried to stop her, saying, "That absolutely cannot be done. It was just about helping people grow spirit roots, wasn't it?" The girl was prepared to do it in large numbers, as she could easily handle it with just one rejuvenation spell. Seeing that the celestial lady truly intended to give everyone spirit roots, Lin Feng immediately advised, "Your Highness is unaware, but each sect has strict rules for accepting disciples. They must go through layers of selection. It cannot be taken lightly." Yu felt that all the brothers were good people, and there was no need to follow such rigid rules. Wasn't her real experience through their journey together more important than regulations? Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became even more serious. "This servant knows Your Highness is kind-hearted, but we cannot burden Your Highness because of this. Your Highness has just awakened as a celestial lady, without worldly help. The first batch of disciples you accept must be carefully chosen." Seeing the celestial lady still looking conflicted, he continued to persuade, "Your Highness, if you're concerned about the friendship of these days, you can consider it when the sect is widely recruiting disciples. At that time, you can find an excuse to accept them into the sect." He spoke loudly enough for the teammates present to hear clearly. Yu saw that not only did no one object, but they all nodded in support of Lin Feng's view, looking as if they would rather die than let her suffer even the slightest inconvenience. Yu suddenly felt the burden on her shoulders grow heavier. They were all truly considering things for her sake, and she couldn't let their good intentions go to waste. It seemed she could only go along with this for now. After many days of travel, the group finally arrived at the gates of Shangyang City. Lin Feng reminded everyone that the gates would close if anything happened, so they needed to enter the city before that. Yu saw many people hurriedly leaving the city, which made her feel uneasy. As soon as they reached the city gate, they were stopped by guards. After looking them up and down, the guards looked at them as if they were idiots and asked, "You still want to enter the city now? Are you tired of living?" Lin Feng stepped forward to explain to the guards that his home was in the city, and they were just returning home. Hearing this, the guard thought he was a traveler returning home and hurriedly told him to leave quickly. Given the current situation in the city, it was uncertain if he even had a home left. Preserving one's life was more important. He was about to ask for more details about what was happening in the city, when suddenly the ground began to shake violently, as if the entire city was about to be flipped over. A huge roar came from within the city, deafening and seemingly filled with rage. The city guards' faces changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, "This is bad." No longer concerned with stopping them, they urgently urged the people leaving the city to move faster, saying, "Hurry while the Lin family can still hold them off for a while. Everyone quickly leave the city." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. He excitedly grabbed the guard's wrist and asked which Lin family it was. The guard was startled but still replied that it was the Lin family of the Shangyang martial arts world. What other Lin family could it be? "Let go quickly," he said. After hearing this, Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale. Shouting "Father, Mother," he was about to rush into the city regardless of consequences. But the next moment, he paused and turned to look inquiringly at Yu behind him. Before he could say anything, Yu had already walked past him towards the city. Seeing him still standing there dumbfounded, she asked what he was waiting for and told him to hurry inside. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. The other teammates also hurried to follow. Compared to the bustling city gates, the inside of Shenyang City was now empty. Collapsed houses and buildings were everywhere. Everyone could hardly believe this was the prosperous Shenyang City. Two servants holding wooden sticks blocked their way, shouting, "Who are you?" "They're subduing a monster up ahead. Outsiders, leave immediately." Lin Feng immediately stated his identity, saying he was from the Lin family, not an outsider, and asked to be let through quickly. But the two still blocked the way, saying the inside was already sealed off and no one could enter. Lin Feng looked in disbelief towards the soaring red light, asking, "Isn't that the Wind Zen formation?" Yin Fan blurted out, "Wind Zen formation? Isn't that your family's hereditary formation? If this formation has appeared." Lin Feng was anxious and directly pushed aside the people blocking the way. Seeing him trying to force his way through, the two immediately moved to stop him. Just as both sides were about to fight, a man's malicious voice suddenly rang out. Well, who do we have here? If it isn't the Lin family's stray dog, young Master Lin." Lin Feng's face turned terribly dark. He stared at the person opposite, seemingly suppressing a surge of anger, and asked, "Su Shuyi, what does your Su family want to do now?" Su Shuyi glanced at him contemptuously and said arrogantly, "What do we want to do? Of course, we're eliminating monsters to protect Shenyang's safety. How dare you, who was expelled from the Lin family, come back? Didn't you swear never to set foot in Shenyang again?" Lin Feng questioned him. "If you're eliminating monsters, why is it the Lin family's formation that's lit up in the city? And why are you here?" Su Shuyi replied self-righteously, "How can we ordinary people easily deal with a fifth-rank monster? Naturally, someone needs to hold it off for a while so we can seek help from the immortal sections." Lin Feng was so angry that veins were popping out on his forehead. He cursed, "Bastard, you're using the Lin family as bait for the monster." Su Shuyi laughed with a cunning expression, saying, "The Lin family is only good for this much. Don't act tough here. Don't forget the oath you made back then." Before he could finish his threatening words, Lin Feng directly formed hand seals. Lightning flashed between his hands. With a wave, the lightning instantly formed a net, striking down more than a dozen people present. Immediately, miserable screams filled the scene. Su Shuyi, lying on the ground, still couldn't believe it. That outcast from the Lin family actually knew magic. Lin Feng didn't bother with him and continued running wildly towards the red light. The others also followed closely behind him. Hearing the angry roars of two wolves, Madame Lin anxiously reminded the Lin family head that it wouldn't work. The formation was about to collapse. The Lin family head looked at the injured Lin family members on the ground and gritted his teeth, telling his wife to hold on a bit longer. At this moment, the couple heard their son's voice. Madame Lin turned to see her son and asked in disbelief, "Feng, how are you here?" Lin Feng had no time to explain to his mother now. He told them to leave first, saying he would stabilize the formation. Madame Lin saw the strong internal force her son was outputting with both palms. After exchanging a glance with the Lin family head, they made a decision. They immediately ordered everyone to retreat and move the wounded to a safe place. Yu, seeing the injured Lin family members being supported away, felt pity in her heart. She asked if the contracted guardian beast, the little monster, was there. The guardian beast immediately poked its head out of the beast bag, protesting indignantly. He wasn't called Little Monster. He had a name. Yu soothed his emotions, going along with him. "Fens, look, there are two beasts over there. Can you handle them?" Fens replied disdainfully, "Just fifth-rank small fry, right? But I won't help deal with them." Seeing he wasn't getting the hint, Yu raised her fist, smiling threateningly. "Do you choose to deal with those two fifth-rank beasts, or to be dealt with?" Fens immediately remembered the pain of her fist hitting him. He knew this smiling woman before him wasn't a good person. He quickly ran towards the two wolves, knowing what was good for him. He vented all his anger on the two wolves. Hearing the two wolves howling in pain, Yu watched him overwhelmingly beat the two wolves, thinking the little monster was really strong. The little monster returned with a triumphant air, proudly stating, "It's done, Yu." She immediately praised him profusely, showering him with compliments. Lin Feng hurriedly came over to thank the Supreme for helping. Yu told him not to stand on ceremony, saying saving people was urgent and they should help the injured back first. Lin Feng looked at his badly injured second and third brothers, feeling extremely distressed. He asked his parents why there were two fifth-rank beasts in the city, and why only the Lin family was resisting them. Where were the Wang, Su, and Li families? The Lin family head said they had received a notice from the Su family about beasts in the city. When they arrived, they realized they were fifth-rank beasts, and only the Lin family was present. Hearing this, Lin Feng was furious. No wonder Su Shi tried to stop them from coming to help. It was all the Su family's plot to have the entire Lin family die at the beast's hands. After hearing his son's analysis, the Lin family head felt that those inhuman Su family members were indeed capable of gambling with the lives of the entire city. The usually calm Lin Feng looked at his brothers lying in bed, remembering how he was forced to swear never to enter Shangyang City again, due to Su Shi's jealousy. With old and new grudges combined, he decided to immediately go settle accounts with the Su family. Madame Lin, worried her son might be at a disadvantage, tried to stop him. What good would confronting them do now? Rather than arguing with them, it was better to think about how to treat the injured family members. Yu, who had just arrived at the door, overheard the conversation between the three family members and roughly understood what had happened. She told the Lin family to let her try, saying she should be able to save them. A modern woman who had traveled through time now had to take on the responsibility of establishing a sect. Though starting a company in the cultivation world seemed not bad either. Hearing that the Heavenly Maiden was willing to treat his two brothers, Lin Feng immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. He knew that his own injury back then was much worse than his brother's, and he had even gained a spirit root from that misfortune, setting him on the path of cultivation. Hearing her son address the young woman before them as Heavenly Maiden and Supreme, Madame Lin doubted her own ears. Lin Feng felt that the most important thing now was to let the Supreme heal his brothers first. Other matters could be explained slowly later. He briefly introduced Yu's identity as a Heavenly Maiden to his parents. Yu rubbed her head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I haven't had the chance to greet you two elders yet." Before she could finish her polite words, she saw the Lin family head and Madame Lin leading a group of Lin family disciples kneeling before her in salute, all saying in unison, "We pay our respects to the Heavenly Maiden Supreme." Madame Lin spoke respectfully. "It is the Lin family's greatest honor that the Heavenly Maiden Supreme has graced our humble abode." Her heart was extremely excited at this moment. How fortunate she was to see a living, breathing Heavenly Maiden. This was the noble Heavenly Maiden who existed only in legends, untouched by mortal dust. Yu knew she couldn't stop them from kneeling before her. She could only go along with it. The important thing was to focus on the urgent matters at hand. She rolled up her sleeves, preparing to save people. Turning her head, she smiled and politely bid farewell to the Lin family. She said she'd start with those two, since saving lives was the priority. Then, the Lin family members witnessed an amazing sight. The Heavenly Maiden first called out some unknown incantation. Then she reached out her hand over the injured. The next moment, the person on the bed who was covered in blood, critically injured and declared by the doctor to not survive the night, began to visibly heal at an incredible speed. Wounds closed, severed limbs regrew. It was like bringing the dead back to life and regrowing flesh on bare bones. More importantly, those she treated underwent a complete transformation. The two who were just lying motionless not only had all their ailments cured, but could now sit up on their own. The Lin family head and his wife were delighted to discover that their two sons had even developed spirit roots. The entire Lin family felt like they were walking on air. Were they really not dreaming? Yu told Lin Feng standing beside her about her idea. Whether treating one or many, it was the same effort. They might as well call all the injured over. Since they were going to plant spirit roots anyway, she would plant spirit roots for all the brothers while she was at it. For each spirit root she planted, she would call out a special incantation. After a night of shouting Isbi, Yu found that cursing Isbi this and that became a habit. Not only did those being cursed at listen in a trance, even the onlookers wore excited and expectant expressions. It was truly a miraculous thing. After she helped plant spirit roots for the last person, she was about to ask how they felt when she saw pairs of sparkling eyes staring at her in adoration. Those gazes were so intense, and burning that she became too scared to look directly at them. At this moment, the butler rushed in hurriedly, reporting that Su Shui of the Su family had brought many people outside and was about to break in. By the time the Lin family head led people to the main gate, Su Shui had already started smashing the Lin family's gate. The Lin family head ordered servants to open the gate. He thought they hadn't even settled scores with the Su family yet, and Su Shui dared to come looking for trouble. The Lin family head loudly rebuked them for their impudence, asking why they were forcibly entering the Lin residence. Su Shui smiled arrogantly, saying with impunity that it was because the Lin family had put Shangyang City in danger. The Lin family head glared angrily at the person in front, asking what he meant. Su Shui sneered and said loudly, "What do I mean? Lin Feng, son of the Lin family, entered Shangyang without permission and brought in a fifth-rank beast, causing a beast riot that endangered the entire city's population. This is something everyone witnessed." After he finished speaking, he turned to the man who was clearly a cultivator from an immortal sect and said, "Immortal, Lin Feng brought a beast into the city. Such a ruthless person must not be let off lightly, and the Lin family must not be allowed to harbor him. Lin Feng is no good person either. Please help us capture him, Immortal." The Lin family head looked at Su Shui in disbelief. This person was so shameless, slandering and framing them right in front of him. The cultivator was clearly in league with Su Shui. He didn't even intend to listen to their explanation, immediately condemning the Lin family and portraying his son as the main culprit. The Lin family head directly blocked everyone's path, blurting out, "Stop. The Heavenly Maiden Supreme is currently resting in our Lin residence. I'd like to see who dares to offend her." Su Shui clearly didn't believe what he said. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "Lin Chung, I never thought you'd stoop so low as to say such things just to protect yourself." The cultivator beside him also wore a contemptuous expression, saying, "How noble is the Heavenly Maiden? How dare you commoners even think of seeing her? I'd like to see what kind of Heavenly Maiden this is. Bring her out, so I can pay my respects." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly on his head. In an instant, lightning flashed everywhere. He was struck and fell face first to the ground, his body charred black and sunk into a crater. A burnt smell immediately filled the air. Everyone thought, could this be the legendary "Ask and you shall receive"? Ask for defeat and get defeated. Ask for lightning and get lightning? At this moment, several more thunderclaps sounded from the sky. Only then did people notice that the sky was already covered in dark clouds with rolling thunder. A second bolt of lightning came down from the sky, this time striking in the direction of the Lin family's backyard. When the Lin family head discovered it was tribulation lightning, he no longer cared about Su Shui and the others. He hurriedly led his people towards the back courtyard. Seeing him run away without looking back, he quickly ordered the servants to follow. When the Lin family had arrived at the back courtyard, he saw bright lightning flashing in the yard and could vaguely make out a figure within it. The cultivators who rushed there with him looked at the figure being struck by lightning in the courtyard and had a feeling that things were going to go badly. The cultivator looked towards the people under the corridor. Each was surrounded by spiritual energy, clearly all cultivators. But their spiritual energy was spiraling upwards in threads, indicating newly formed spirit roots. From the corner of his eye, the cultivator saw the Lin family head respectfully bowing to a noble lady, addressing her as Your Highness. He guessed it must be that noble lady who made spirit roots appear out of thin air. It wouldn't be wrong to call her a celestial lady. But Su Shui, completely unaware of the situation, still arrogantly said, "What tricks are you Lin family playing? Don't think you can escape with these supernatural acts. Today I must." Before he could finish his threat, the lightning instantly expanded into a net, enveloping Su Shui within it. How could a mortal body withstand a cultivator's fierce attack? Immediately, Su Shui's screams of agony could be heard. Lin Feng walked out step by step, looking at Su Shui on the ground with murderous intent. He asked, "What were you going to do to our Lin family?" Su Shui looked at the cultivator beside him and said, "Immortal, this is Lin Feng. Quick, take action." The cultivator stared blankly at the woman among the crowd. Only a celestial lady could casually grant spirit roots to mortals. He immediately fell to his knees and said, "I didn't know the celestial lady was present. I have greatly offended. Please forgive me, celestial lady." Lin Feng glared angrily at Su Shui. Remembering those who died in the beast's mouth due to his plot, nearly half of the Lin family, he felt his anger rising. He coldly said, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Su Shuyi, I must avenge the Lin family for your treacherous plot. After he finished speaking, lightning struck again. Su Shuyi cried out in pain, and even the cultivator beside him gritted his teeth, enduring the lightning strike. He didn't dare to resist at all, only begging for mercy, shouting, "Your Highness, spare me. I didn't know about the Su family's evil deeds. I'm from the Biluo sect." Yu, who originally didn't want to interfere in this matter between the Lin and Su families, was surprised. But when she heard the cultivator say he was from the Biluo sect, she told Lin Feng to stop. Yu looked at the cultivator and asked, "You're a cultivator from an immortal sect?" Seeing hope for survival, the cultivator immediately said he was a disciple of the Biluo sect, passing through here for training. The Su family had deceived him, saying there were cultivators abusing their power, and promised him a 5th-rank spirit beast egg. That's why he came to the Lin family. To prove everything he said was true, he unhesitatingly took out an egg from his storage bag. Hearing about the 5th-rank spirit beast egg, Lin Feng instantly understood why the 2 beasts earlier were so frenzied. It was because the Su family had stolen their child. He clenched his fist, wanting to give Su Shuyi on the ground a few more lightning strikes. Yu didn't take the egg. Instead, she asked seriously, "Since you're a disciple of an immortal sect, you should be very familiar with sect matters, right?" The cultivator nodded frantically, quickly stating that he was very knowledgeable about sect affairs. Hearing the cultivator say so, Yu felt reassured. She decided to ask all her questions at once. How do celestial ladies establish sects? Besides planting spirit roots and nurturing the sect, what else do celestial ladies need to do? Are cultivation techniques and secret manuals, teaching materials for immortal cultivation, distributed uniformly by the state? The cultivator was bewildered by Yu's barrage of questions. He was sweating profusely, carefully saying, "Your Highness, I'm just an outer disciple and don't know much about what you're asking." Fearing the celestial lady's disdain, he quickly shared all the information he knew. He said that before establishing a new sect, every newly appeared celestial lady would go to the Chengtan Pavilion to comprehend the heavenly Tao, listen to heaven's will, and proclaim to the world. The Chengtian Pavilion was where the first celestial lady appeared. Later celestial ladies would also stay at the Chengtian Pavilion for a month, and those ancestors of noble families who hadn't joined immortal sects would take this opportunity to pay their respects, hoping to join under a celestial lady. Yu immediately understood upon hearing this. Isn't this just a large-scale fundraising and IPO activity? He provides technical support. The aristocratic families invest. Everyone creates a sect together, partnering and progressing together, mutually beneficial. It's simply perfect. Anyway, he can't go back. Now, there's such a good entrepreneurial opportunity. Behind him are so many people who support and trust him, waiting for him to provide for them. He decided to set out for Changtian Pavilion tomorrow. He's prepared to lead everyone in a grand undertaking. Until the transmigrated girl stood on the high platform. A brilliant light shone. Dazzling white light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light that pierced the clouds. Only then did everyone realize she truly was the celestial lady. This time, Yu only chose Lin Feng, Ying Fan, and Lu Qing, the 3 with relatively best aptitudes, to accompany her to Qingtian Pavilion. The Su family cultivator, to show sincerity, even used a wooden boat-shaped flying magical tool to take them there. The group flew for a full 5 days before they saw floating islands hovering in the air not far away. There were even snow-white waterfalls cascading down from the islands. Yu looked at the person beside her and asked the Su cultivator, "Is this Chengtian Pavilion?" The cultivator quietly muttered in his heart, "It's Jean, not Su. How many times have I said it? Always changing my surname." But on the surface, he still smiled and replied, "Celestial Lady, Chengtian Pavilion is just ahead." After hearing this, Yu didn't forget to encouragingly pat his shoulder and say, "I see, Cultivator Su." "Thank you, Cultivator Su. Thanks for your hard work guiding us, Cultivator Su." The cultivator, forced to change his surname, didn't know how to respond. When the sound of copper bells rang in their ears, Cultivator Jean spoke up to remind, "Celestial Lady, we've arrived at Chengtian Pavilion." Then he continued, "Your Highness, I have already sent a message back to the sect about the Celestial Lady's appearance. Disciples will come to welcome them shortly. We can go directly to the main hall." Yu nodded upon hearing this. She agreed, and their group directly flew on the flying boat towards the largest palace in the middle of Fufeng. As Yu Yu was marveling at how grand the buildings here were, she heard a group of people shouting in unison, "Welcome, Celestial Lady!" A man standing at the front spoke in a deep voice, "Celestial Lady, you must be tired from your journey. I am Ling Qi, the priest of Qingtian Pavilion, here to welcome the Celestial Lady into the hall." She politely replied, "Then I'll trouble you." She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that after she said this, the dozen or so people welcoming her all slightly furrowed their brows. However, the man called Ling Qi's expression remained unchanged, still responding politely and courteously. It's just that the spiritual energy around him was very strange, as if there was something in between, not fully integrated into his body. As she wanted to take a closer look, he directly stepped aside and said, "Please, Celestial Lady, go to the fuse hall to rest for now. You've come in a hurry, and the pavilion stewards haven't had time to fully prepare your quarters. It will take a moment." Yu Yu smiled and said it was fine, expressing her understanding before following along. When she entered the hall, she found that there were many people standing inside, all wearing uniform clothes, lined up in 2 rows in the hall. Seeing her enter, they only slightly bowed in salute. Some even secretly raised their heads to look her over, with strange expressions in their eyes, seeming to carry some impatience. She inexplicably felt a sense of not being very welcome. Ling Qi pointed to the position at the front of the Great Hall and said, "Celestial Lady, please take the seat of honor." Only then did she see that there was a raised platform at the front of the Great Hall with a chair placed on it. Sunlight poured down from above, perfectly encircling the entire platform, as if deliberately highlighting its prestigious status. Yu didn't think much of it and directly walked up to the high platform. Lin Feng and the others also intended to follow, but were stopped by the welcoming people beside them. The man who stopped them spoke very impolitely, saying, "Don't you know what kind of place the fuse platform is? Even if you're the Celestial Lady's followers, you can't go up. Moreover, who knows if you really are?" Before the man could finish speaking, Lin Qi suddenly interrupted him, rebuking, "Don't be rude. Step back." Hearing this, the man was startled. He immediately lowered his head and took a step back. Taoist Lin Qi looked at Lin Feng and the others, still politely saying, "My subordinate was disrespectful. Please forgive us." He pointed to the chairs on both sides below the platform, then continued, "The fuse platform in this hall has special significance. Indeed, only the Celestial Lady is allowed up there. I can only ask the 4 of you to be seated below." The faces of the 4 darkened, but they didn't want to conflict with the people of Qingtian Pavilion, so they walked to the side and sat down in the chairs. Lin Qi looked at Yu Yu again and said, "Celestial Lady, please proceed," gesturing for her to continue up. He himself stayed below, showing no intention of following. Yu noticed everyone looking at her, as if waiting for something, especially the man who had just been reprimanded by Lin Qi, who wore a mocking expression, looking as if he was waiting to see a good show. She inexplicably felt they were a bit strange, but didn't sense any hostility. So she continued walking towards the high platform. When she reached the chair in the middle of the high platform, just as she was about to sit down, suddenly those strange symbols, as if triggered by something, all came to life at once. The entire platform burst into brilliant light. Dazzling white light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light that pierced the clouds. Yu Yu was startled, thinking, "What's going on? Does this platform come with built-in ground lights?" She turned to look and found that the people below were even more shocked than her, especially the man who had just scolded Lin Feng and the others. He now looked as if his jaw had dropped. Stammering, the fuse platform lit up. "She really is the Celestial Lady." Yu Yu looked at the people in the hall with a puzzled expression, asking, "What? Really?" Lin Feng and the other 2 who had just sat down naturally noticed the problem too. Their expressions changed, and they rushed up immediately, intending to pull Yu Yu down from the strange high platform. The 3 protected Yu Yu behind them, vigilantly looking at the people in the hall. Their hands were already on their swords. Lin Feng loudly questioned, "What is the meaning of this? What exactly are you trying to do?" The people in the hall didn't answer, seemingly still in shock. Finally, Lin Qi, the leader, was the first to come to his senses. He stepped back a few paces, then respectfully knelt down to Yu Yu first. After paying a grand salute, he said, "Qingtian Pavilion welcomes the Celestial Lady. The Lin family is blessed by your celestial presence. The others in the hall seemed to be reminded, and instantly a large group knelt down. Their faces no longer showed the earlier inquisitive expressions. Their attitudes couldn't be more respectful as they said, "We pay our respects to the Celestial Lady." You saw how drastically their attitudes had changed. Just moments ago, their eyes showed doubt and contempt. Now it was all respect and trepidation. Was it all because of that white light? Lin Chi, being the priest, maintained his composure. He explained in a deep voice, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Qingtian Pavilion received news of the Celestial Lady's arrival on short notice. The matter is of great importance, so we had to act cautiously. That's why we had this test to verify the Celestial Lady's identity." Yu looked back at the pillar of light behind her and asked, "So the light on this platform is used to verify the Celestial Lady's identity? Does this mean I passed the verification?" Lin Chi continued kneeling and replied, "The fuse platform was set up by the world's first Celestial Lady. Only a Celestial Lady can awaken the formation on the platform. The Celestial Lady's status is noble and important. There can be no mistake. Please forgive our excessive caution." After Lin Chi finished speaking, he quickly ordered a disciple nearby, "Quickly go and inform the priests of each hall to come pay respects to the Celestial Lady immediately." Yu watched as the disciple scrambled to his feet and ran towards the door, 1 foot heavy and 1 foot light. Only then did she realize that all of this had just been a test. Now they were hurriedly going to invite people to come. So were the people present just here to perfunctorily deal with them? Seeing Yu's expression darken, Lin Chi bowed even more sincerely and said, "Qingtian Pavilion has been greatly remiss in this matter. We beg the Celestial Lady's forgiveness. Anyone who is inexplicably suspected and tested would not feel too pleasant. Yet it was their duty, and they apologized so sincerely." He couldn't get angry. He could only choose to forgive magnanimously. Lin Chi was stunned for a moment. He looked up at him somewhat unexpectedly, not daring to believe that the other party had accepted it so easily. But he still slowly stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. This place is inconvenient. Would Your Highness please follow me to rest in the side hall?" Yu nodded in agreement after hearing this. He walked towards the outside of the hall with big steps, turning his head politely to Lin Chi and saying, "Please lead the way." Just as he walked out of the main hall, he saw a large group of people rushing over hurriedly. There seemed to be several hundred people. Among them, the dozen or so people in front were wearing clothes similar to Lin Chi's style. It seemed they were also priests of Qingtian Pavilion. Seeing him come out, the crowd instantly knelt down in a large group, shouting in unison, "We welcome the Celestial Lady, Your Highness." The sound echoed throughout Fuent. He finally understood why Lin Chi had repeatedly emphasized that they had been negligent towards him. Lin Chi politely opened his mouth and said, "The fuse platform has been activated. I believe the various immortal sects and families will soon know about the Celestial Lady Lin. They will come to Qingtian Pavilion to pay their respects to Your Highness shortly. Please wait patiently." You finally understood. So the pillar of light in the main hall served as a notification. Lin Chi explained that a section of Spirit Vein was sealed on the fuse platform. Once it lit up, the entire cultivation world could see its light. He nodded in understanding. He felt that Qingtian Pavilion service was really good. It seems that big organizations are indeed better. But Qingtian Pavilion is not an immortal sect. How does it operate to remain prosperous in the cultivation world? Surely, it can't be running on love alone. Thinking this, he asked about his confusion. After all, it was also accumulating experience. Hearing the Celestial Lady seriously asking him how Qingtian Pavilion makes money to support so many people, Lin Chi was taken aback. He seemed surprised that he would be curious about this. He thought to himself, this Celestial Lady is really down to earth. The establishment of sects in the cultivation world was actually a large-scale investment promotion activity. He was the company boss, providing skills, while the families were investors, providing funds and technology. Just now, Lin Chi saw that the Celestial Lady didn't seem to be joking. So he composed himself and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, the relatives of the Celestial Lady have always been selected from Qingtian Pavilion. Therefore, Qingtian Pavilion relies on the gratitude of the immortal sects to operate the Qing clans." Yu thought to himself, this is another new term, must highlight it. Lin Chi saw that he didn't know what Qing clans were. and suddenly remembered that this celestial lady came from the mortal world. So he continued to explain, it's the first batch of immortal families chosen by the celestial lady. Qingtian Pavilion bears the responsibility of screening immortal families for the new celestial lady. Yu Yu understood immediately. So Qingtian Pavilion is like an intermediary? In simple terms, it relies on collecting intermediary fees as operating funds. He continued to ask, don't all immortal families have celestial ladies? How many celestial ladies can an immortal sect have? Although he didn't understand what he meant by intermediary, Lin Chi still immediately explained, celestial ladies are rare existences. In today's immortal blessing continent, only the 3 gates, 6 schools, and 72 sects enshrine celestial ladies. A sect's prosperity entirely depends on the celestial lady. Whether the celestial lady ascends or falls, it's a catastrophic disaster for the immortal sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yu immediately followed up. So for the development of the sect, after the celestial lady falls or ascends, they will go find a new celestial lady to follow. Lin Chi thought his words made sense, so he nodded in agreement. Yu Yu heard that immortal families would register at Qingtian Pavilion hundreds of years in advance, hoping to join under a new celestial lady. It seems celestial ladies are really in high demand. He continued to ask how a celestial lady establishes a sect after having Qing clans. Hearing that the Qing clans chosen by the celestial lady would do their utmost to assist the celestial lady in establishing and developing the sect, these immortal families, though no longer sects themselves, still possessed various inheritances in alchemy, talismans, formations, techniques, laws, and sword arts, which could help the celestial lady quickly establish a sect. Yu Yu's eyes immediately lit up. This was actually a large-scale investment promotion activity. He was the company boss, while the immortal families were the investors. He provided basic skills. The immortal families provided funds and technology. The immortal families helped the company grow and go public. Of course, they would also occupy some company shares. Those chosen families were called Qing clans. In other words, he was about to welcome a group of shareholders. After understanding this, he instantly felt more confident. All he needed to do next was to stay comfortably in Qingtian Pavilion and wait for the shareholders to come to him. Just then, a disciple hurriedly came to find Lin Chi, saying that the high priest requested his presence in the main hall for an important discussion. All the priests had gathered in the great hall of Qingtian Pavilion, each with a worried expression. Someone suggested letting the 2 celestial ladies choose Lin Chi together. Ma said that everything should have an order, and doing so would be unfair to Yu Yu. A middle-aged priest sighed and said, although that's true, the other party is the Wu family's celestial lady. Originally, her choosing Qingzhu was already known throughout the immortal blessing continent. It's only natural for her to enter our Qingtian Pavilion now. A priest beside him complained, the Wu family's entry is inevitable. The celestial lady should have discussed this with the Wu family before coming. That way, we wouldn't be put in such a difficult position. Lin Chi, however, disagreed. It was they who agreed to let the celestial lady come and suggested going directly to the Fuse platform to verify. Now the whole world knows about the new celestial lady's existence. How is this, Your Highness? Yu Yu's fault? The 2 were so embarrassed by Lin Chi's words that they didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, the high priest glanced at everyone and said, enough. Qingtian Pavilion is the place to welcome new celestial ladies. This matter is decided. Prepare to welcome the Wu Yu celestial lady in 3 days. Lin Chi wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the other's raised hand. He was told to go explain the situation to celestial lady Yu. After speaking, the high priest turned and walked out. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Chi could only reluctantly go to explain the situation to Yu Yu. He could only helplessly go to Yu Yu's residence to explain the situation. Yingfan was the most upset after hearing this. He questioned Priest Lin, what does Qingtian Pavilion mean by this? Are they taking advantage of Your Highness's good nature? Lingxi also felt that Qingtian Pavilion was in the wrong on this matter. She said with a guilty expression, this is indeed our negligence. But the Wu family celestial lady is already on her way to Qingtian Pavilion. We are powerless to do anything. Yu Yu spoke up in time, stopping Yingfan, who was so angry he wanted to take action. Regarding this matter, it's impossible not to be angry. But ultimately, the main responsibility doesn't lie with Qingtian Pavilion, but with that Wu family. He turned his head, glancing at the ashamed Lin Chi, and said directly, Priest Lin, I can agree to this matter. But although I have a good temper, I'm not a pushover. In the future, for any matters, I hope you can inform us in advance. He stated that Chengtian Pavilion gained recognition from all celestial ladies only because the first celestial lady appeared here. But for celestial ladies to choose their relatives, it could actually be done anywhere. It's just that everyone is used to it now, and no one has taken the lead to change locations. Lin Chi was stunned at first, then following his words, he instantly understood his meaning. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness." Yu Yu decided to first understand the situation of his opponent. He asked Lin Chi directly what the deal was with the Wu family's celestial lady. Lin Chi was stunned upon hearing this, and when he looked up, he saw the other suddenly leaning in with a serious expression, his peerlessly beautiful face close at hand. It seemed he was no longer dwelling on the blood supply issue, but thinking further about future plans. His heart couldn't help but beat faster, and his face unconsciously reddened. He suddenly felt that this celestial lady before him seemed truly different from other celestial ladies. 3 days later, the entire Qingtian Pavilion suddenly lit up brilliantly. Large patches of auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and colorful pillars of light shot up into the sky, attracting nearby birds and spirit beasts to circle around the mountain peak. Yu Yu was shocked by this grand spectacle. It really had a flavor of gongs and drums resounding and firecrackers exploding. Upon reflection, it must be that the Wu family's celestial lady, who was stealing business, had arrived. Sure enough, a luxurious and massive spirit ship was slowly flying from the horizon towards Qingtian Pavilion. The square in front of the hall was filled with people from Qingtian Pavilion. The high priest, whom he had met once before, was standing respectfully at the front of the queue. Yu Yu turned to look at Lin Chi, who had been standing beside him the whole time. She asked if he didn't need to go over there. Wasn't he also a priest? Why hadn't he gone to welcome that noble lady from the Wu family? Lin Chi bowed and replied, "I am your guardian. Naturally, I must prioritize your highness." As soon as he finished speaking, Ingfan couldn't help but snort coldly. He angrily said, "If it wasn't obvious, when has your Fontian Pavilion ever put our lord first? Now, even fools know they were treated differently before." 07 didn't argue either. He honestly admitted, "We were indeed negligent towards the heavenly maiden back then. It will never happen again in the future." Yu Yu stopped Ingfan, who wanted to say more. She indicated that this matter should end here and be put to rest. As they were talking, the flying ship had already stopped in the square. Soon after, a large group of people came down from it. Then, four people dressed in gorgeous clothes escorted a young woman down from the flying ship. This young woman should be Wu Yu, the heavenly maiden of the Wu family. Although the view wasn't very clear, she seemed quite young. As a fellow heavenly maiden, Yu felt an urge to meet her and have a chat. When she saw the dense crowd kneeling in the square, she realized that meeting might be a bit difficult given the situation. But what she didn't expect was that before she could go meet Wu Yu, the other party took the initiative to visit her the next day. What she saw was a girl in fiery red clothes who barged in aggressively. The girl started off rudely, even with a hint of anger, questioning if she was the heavenly maiden who had moved into Fontian Pavilion ahead of her. Yu Yu was stunned for a moment. She was being confronted at her doorstep. Then she quickly realized that this must be Wu Yu, the heavenly maiden of the Wu family. This little heavenly maiden was quite cute, all puffed up like a pufferfish. The girl raised her head, nose in the air, her expression becoming increasingly arrogant as she provocatively said she had come to see what kind of person dared to move in a Fontian Pavilion ahead of her. Yu looked her up and down. It seemed she hadn't been mistaken yesterday. This Wu Yu heavenly maiden really was just a child. Her fiery red clothes made her look flamboyant and willful, exactly like a spoiled child who hadn't been taught a lesson by society yet. Wu Yu's gaze fixed on Yu Yu's face. The words in her mouth suddenly got stuck. She couldn't bring herself to call the other person ugly. Not only was she not ugly, but she was also quite beautiful. She seemed irritated by her own thoughts. She glared at Yu Yu angrily, stomped her foot in annoyance, and snorted coldly, saying, "Just you wait. I won't lose to you anyway." After saying that, Wu Yu suddenly turned around and left without looking back, just as abruptly as she had come. Yu Yu was also speechless. So the other party had come just to make threats? It was Lin Chi beside her who first came to his senses. He coughed lightly and calmly analyzed. It seems the Wu family has come prepared. The Wu family's heavenly maiden has been famous in the Xinzi continent for a long time. Your Highness should be careful. Yu Yu glanced at the little shorty, who had already walked far away, and unconsciously blurted out, "Be careful of what? That she might jump up and hit my knee?" Lin Chi didn't know how to respond for a moment. He could only remind her, Your Highness, although the Wu family's heavenly maiden is young, the Wu family is to be wary of. They hadn't come to Fengtian Pavilion before, which probably wasn't the heavenly maiden's decision. Yu Yu nodded, indicating she understood. With Wu Yu's childish personality, she certainly wouldn't have thought of these things. But since she was from the Wu family, there would naturally be people to plan for her. Lin Shi continued to explain to her, Actually, there's another reason why the Wu family is so eager to enter the pavilion. A few months ago, the Long family of West Jin announced that they wanted to choose a heavenly maiden as their master and move their entire clan. Although they didn't specify which sect or school, given the Long family's status, they must be looking to form a marriage alliance. Seeing her confused face, it seemed she didn't know about the Long family's existence. So Lin Shi continued to explain, Your Highness may not know, but in addition to the 3 gates, 6 schools, and 72 sects on the Xinzi continent, there are also some special noble families, such as the Long family of West Jin, the Feng family of East Yu, and the White family of Qinglin who have been in seclusion for many years. These families are different from other noble families. They have lineages dating back to ancient times, and some can even awaken ancient bloodlines, thus possessing spirit roots. Although the quality of their spirit roots is not as good as those bestowed by heavenly maidens, they can cultivate on their own. Yu Yu was shocked to hear this. She hadn't expected them to have spirit roots. Lin Shi nodded and said, For example, the current head of the Long family of West Jin, Long Shi, has shown extraordinary talent since childhood. He has already reached the Golden Core realm. Yu couldn't quite understand. If they already had spirit roots, why were they looking for a heavenly maiden? Lin Shi also couldn't figure it out, so he guessed that perhaps the Long family wanted to go a step further. He thought of something and added another sentence. Moreover, if the Long family becomes the heavenly maiden's kin, given Long Shi's status, he would definitely become one of the heavenly maiden's followers. Yi was confused again. Another knowledge point had emerged. What did he mean? Weren't all disciples following the heavenly maiden called followers? Did the term follower have some special meaning? Lin Shi was also taken aback by her question. He seemed surprised that she didn't even know this. However, he patiently explained, followers are different from other disciples who have been granted spirit roots. They are the closest people to the heavenly maiden. Once one becomes a follower, they will receive part of the heavenly maiden's power. Not only can their cultivation increase greatly, but it also represents forming a contract with the heavenly maiden. Followers will prioritize the heavenly maiden's wishes for life, protect the heavenly maiden, and share life and death with her. After his explanation, Yu Yu understood the difference between the two. In other words, ordinary disciples sign regular contracts, while followers sign lifetime contracts. Starting a company in the immortal world is not easy for competitors. Not only do they compete for investment, but they also compete for talent. Thinking about her background, Lin Shi continued to explain, becoming a follower has always been for the cream of the crop. Their aptitude, comprehension, and abilities are all top-notch. They will also be the ones helping the heavenly maiden manage the sect. Therefore, the followers' abilities also represent the sect's strength. Yu Yu suddenly had a moment of realization. The so-called followers were just the predetermined high-level managers of the sect. She continued to ask, then there should be more than one follower, right? After all, as the company develops, there will definitely be more departments. Hearing Lin Shi's confusion about what high-level managers and company meant, she quickly explained with an embarrassed smile, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. I meant to ask if as the sect develops, wouldn't it need more managers? Lin Shi then nodded and said, yes, even the smallest sects have at least 3 followers for the heavenly maiden. Yu Yu immediately understood. The Wu family came here mainly for the Long family. It seemed the Wu family had come with ill intentions. They were not only competing for investment, but also for talent. However, given her current strength and resources, she was at a complete disadvantage. It seemed she had no hope with the Long family, but this would make it easier for her to win over other shareholders. Lin Shi seemed to see through her thoughts. He directly took out a large stack of papers and handed them over, saying, Your Highness, if you have time, you might want to learn about these noble families. Yu Yu took them and saw that it was actually a list. It detailed the situations of various clans. She looked at Lin Shi in surprise and asked if he had compiled this. Lin Shi said that these materials were already in the Qingtian Pavilion. He just presented them to Your Highness. Yu Yu felt that while that might be true, compiling so much information in such a short time was still a big project. This was indeed what she needed most right now. So she sincerely said, Thank you. Lin Shi's face reddened from her praise. He hurriedly bowed with clasped hands and said, "Your Highness is too kind." He didn't forget to remind her that she could focus on the Ji family, Jian family, and Yu family. Yu looked at the detailed information in her hands. After reading it, she realized that the Jian family had a temporary mining site. The other two families were located on spirit veins. These three families were either rich or had land. They all had deep foundations. Listening to the Venerable One's characteristically straightforward words, Lin Chi pointed at the list and continued, "Not only that, these three families have always kept a low profile. The Wu family probably hasn't paid much attention to them. They likely won't spend too much effort on them either." Yu carefully read through the list. Just looking at these families, those three indeed stood out the most. But she still pulled out a piece of paper, saying she wanted to learn about the Yuan family first. Lin Chi was first taken aback upon hearing this. Then his eyes seemed to brighten for a moment. His palm unconsciously clenched, seemingly a bit nervous as he asked if the Venerable One was interested in the Yuan family. After receiving her affirmative response, Lin Chi tried to maintain his usual tone and reminded her, although the Yuan family's ancestors came from a major sect after several generations, they don't have any other outstanding features. Yu nodded, indicating she knew about this. But doesn't the Yuan family have a nascent soul elder? If it's about comparing financial strength or resources, she certainly couldn't compete with the Wu family. But in terms of cultivation techniques, who could surpass the 1,000-year heritage of the Yuan family? Lin Chi was stunned for a moment, surprised that this was what the Venerable One valued. He respectfully bowed again, stating that from tomorrow onwards, various families would come to seek an audience. If she had any questions, she could raise them at any time, and he would do his utmost to answer them. Yu listened as the head of the Wang family inside the shop was still boasting, not forgetting to intersperse some flattery towards her, speaking endlessly. For these 3 days, she had been stunned by the various self-promotions of these family heads. She felt as if she was at a large-scale job fair. She found it quite meaningless. Only when he hadn't responded for a long time did the Wang family head bow with clasped hands and carefully ask, "I wonder what the Venerable One thinks." Yu instinctively blurted out, "It's quite good. You've worked hard. Go back and wait for news." Perhaps understanding that she wouldn't make a decision so early. The other party bowed and promptly turned to leave. Yu let out a long sigh, thinking that she had finally met all the visitors. It was so tiring. Fundraising and going public were indeed not tasks for ordinary people. Even the usually calm Lin Chi quickly walked into the shop. He reported that Long Shi, the head of the Long family, was outside requesting an audience. Yu was surprised to hear this. She didn't understand why someone from the Long family would still come to see her. Weren't they already committed to the Wu family? Lin Chi couldn't figure out the reason either. So he guessed that since the Long family wasn't a celestial sect, it was proper for them to pay respects to the celestial maiden. Yu thought unhappily that it seemed their visit was merely out of courtesy. Regardless of why they came, a guest is a guest. She told Lin Chi to invite him in. After all, the strongest potential shareholder coming to her doorstep was definitely worth pursuing no matter what. The next moment, Yu was stunned. She really hadn't expected the Long family head to look like this. He looked very young, dressed in snow-white robes that made him appear noble and aloof. His features were rarely seen, otherworldly. Every move exuded composure, displaying infinite grace. She saw him bow with clasped hands, perfectly courteous as he said, "Long Shi of West Jin greets the celestial maiden. Your Highness, please forgive my abrupt visit for disturbing you." Yu hurriedly said it wasn't a disturbance and invited him to sit. Long Shi thanked her, then gracefully turned and sat down on a nearby chair. Based on her experience, people with natural filters were usually extraordinary and worth pursuing. After exchanging some customary pleasantries, Long Shi finally steered the conversation to the topic of choosing kin. He explained that the Long family was located in a cold and remote area of West Jin, which was quite inconvenient. That's why they decided to choose a celestial sect to join this time. Seeing him speak so tactfully, Yu didn't bother with niceties. She got straight to the point, saying, "Since that's the case, let's not beat around the bush. I'll tell you about the benefits I can offer first. Then you can carefully consider and make your choice accordingly." Yu stated that between the two celestial maidens, she might not be the best partner choice. Compared to Wuya, she couldn't match the other in terms of manpower and financial resources. But she also had her advantages. First, she was self-made, with no other forces balancing her from behind. If Long Shi were to join, he would be the largest shareholder in the sect, having the greatest say. Apart from him, she would have the right to decide on anything. Second, regarding talent selection and disciple recruitment, Long Shi had more experience than her. She would heavily consider his opinions on these matters. Third, concerning spirit root cultivation, she had extensive successful experience. Her foundational techniques were absolutely solid. Long Shi could rest assured on this point. Fourth, her personal strength was quite good. Although she hadn't fought anyone, she should be stronger than that child from the Wu family. Fifth, if they all became members of the same sect in the future, everyone would be treated equally. There would be no distinction between kin and outsiders. They would all be one family. Of course, for any future matters, she would also lead by example, absolutely being at the forefront, ensuring the safety of lives and property of the entire sect. In short, she had already made preliminary plans. The initial stage would focus on refining techniques, while the later stage would be dedicated to full-scale development and expansion. If the plan went smoothly, coupled with the Long family support, they should be able to break free from technical and cash flow constraints in the shortest time possible, achieving positive GDP growth for the sect. After saying what she wanted to say, she looked at Long Shi with anticipation, asking how he felt about her plan. Seeing Long Shi's bewildered face, she suddenly realized she had gotten too excited. Inadvertently, she had used a bunch of modern professional terms. She wasn't sure for a moment if the other party had understood her meaning at all. Long Shi felt that although there were some words he didn't quite understand, he grasped the general idea. After pondering for a while, he asked if it was true that the Venerable One had already had followers before entering the pavilion, and if they were those she had saved during her mortal tribulation. Yu didn't understand why he suddenly asked this but nodded, confirming it was true. They had even saved her several times. Long Shi immediately asked what those followers meant to the Venerable One. Yu blurted out that they were, of course, brothers, companions through life and death. What else could they be if not brothers? Long Shi was stunned upon hearing this, seemingly shocked by her answer. After a moment, he slowly curved his lips. He revealed an exceptionally bright smile and said in a deep voice that the Venerable One was indeed quite different from other celestial maidens. Yu couldn't understand what he meant exactly. Was this an agreement or a refusal? Long Shi resumed his polite and gentle expression. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Venerable One. Your words have been heard. However, this matter concerns the entire Long clan. I must return and consult with the elders of the clan for careful consideration." Yu also understood that this wasn't something that could be decided immediately. She expressed her understanding and said she would await good news. Long Shi didn't stay much longer. After exchanging a few polite words, he stood up to take his leave. Yu didn't try to keep him. Out of courtesy, she stood up to see him off to the door. With the mindset of seeing off a major shareholder, she politely told him to take care on his way. Long Shi, however, seemed extremely surprised by her seeing him off, thinking that this Venerable One was indeed different. But Long Shi's face also showed a few more traces of genuine smiles. He bowed again, thanking Yu for personally seeing him off. Yu watched him leave, looking at his back, and couldn't help but sigh, saying this major shareholder was really polite, bowing to her 4 times in just one meeting. She was about to turn back to the shop when she heard a somewhat familiar mocking voice from the side. "Stop looking. No matter how much you look, they won't choose you." She turned her head and saw that someone had appeared by the stone pillar at some point. She instantly recognized the newcomer. It was none other than Sun Rong, that little fiery-tempered chicken. Just because they have some dirty money, they dare to fire her employees and sideline her. Did this boss think she was dead? She had instantly recognized the hot-tempered shop assistant Xu Yong just now. Yu asked the newcomer with a surprised face how he could be here. It should be noted that since he suddenly disappeared in the ruins that day, he had never appeared again. It even made her wonder for a while if something had happened to him. Jin Rong glared at him rudely and asked why he couldn't be here. He now appeared willful and flamboyant. He stated that for such a big event as the Celestial Maiden selecting family members, of course he had to come and try too. Yu was just curious. Wasn't his identity as a young master searching for his family fake? How could he still claim to be from a noble family? Yu turned her head and quietly asked Lin Chi beside her if he really came from a noble family. Lin Chi shook his head, saying he wasn't sure either. After all, there were so many noble families coming to Qingtian Pavilion, and he hadn't met them all. He then spoke up, asking which noble family this young master was from. Su Rong didn't even give Lin Chi a glance, rudely telling Yu that she would know his identity sooner or later. He was just kindly coming to remind her that the Long family couldn't be counted on. Lin Chi, standing beside, said displeased. The head of the Long family family hasn't made a decision yet. Young master, please don't jump to conclusions. Sun Rong inexplicably disliked Lin Qi and retorted, asking how it was jumping to conclusions. Even if Long Shi had the intention, those clan members of the Long family would absolutely not agree. Yu Yu, of course, knew this reasoning. She had just tried her best earlier, without really holding much hope. Really, couldn't this person just speak nicely? Sun Rong's upturned phoenix eyes were suddenly full of charm. His whole body exuded an alluring aura. His incomparably beautiful face drew closer and closer. He asked Yu how about choosing him instead. After all, they had some acquaintance. If she begged him, he might not be unwilling to help her save face. Yu glanced at him, looking at his smile, and drawled out 3 words. Is that so? After looking again at his punchable face, she decisively extended one finger. She forcefully poked his forehead, pushing his face back a bit. Angrily, she replied that there was no need to trouble him. She didn't care about face. Then, she turned around and walked towards the side hall, without looking back. With that scheming look of his, she would be stupid to believe him. As she walked, she wondered where old Lin and the others had gone. How come they hadn't been seen all day? Seeing her turn and leave, Sun Rong's face instantly darkened. Very dissatisfied, he followed her, asking what that look in her eyes meant earlier. Did she look down on him? He wasn't someone who could be casually attached to by just anyone. Yu Yu pushed away the bristling little fire chicken blocking her way, perfunctorily saying, I know. She was busy looking for people now. Sun Rong was so angered by her attitude that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, You dare brush me off? Does the surname you know who I am? Yu Yu suddenly turned back and asked if he had seen old Lin and the others outside when he just came in. Sun Long was stunned for a moment hearing her question. Then, remembering something, he said mockingly, now you think of looking for them? Did you really think that after choosing Qingzhu, they would tolerate you being so close to people of that birth? Yu Yu immediately had a bad feeling. Even Lin Qi's face beside her darkened. He asked in confusion what those words meant exactly. What had happened to old Lin and the others? Su Rong said with a tone of schadenfreude that when he came, he saw them walking towards the mountain gate. It looked like they were about to leave Qingtian Pavilion. Why don't you guess who made them do this? Seeing his face full of expectation for drama, Yu Yu didn't even want to bother with him. She closed her eyes and steadied her mind. Perhaps due to her urgency to find people, she felt something release from her. Her vision suddenly became exceptionally clear, taking in the entire Qingtian Pavilion at a glance. In no time, she found Lin Feng and the others. They were indeed at the position of the mountain gate. From their appearance, they were about to leave, but the 3 of them looked very downcast. Beside them was an arrogant stranger who looked somewhat familiar, seeming to be a steward from some noble family. After finding the people she was looking for, the next second, Yu Yu disappeared without a trace. Sun Rong saw that he left without even saying goodbye, which angered him so much that he stomped his feet. The usually straightforward Lu Qing cautiously spoke to the man in front, saying he didn't want to force them to stay. He just worried that their sudden departure might concern your highness, so he only wanted to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the other person said harshly that your highness was of such high status, not someone they could see whenever they wanted. Your highness encountering them when in trouble before was just an accident. Staying any longer now would only further damage the celestial lady's reputation. Lu Qing lowered his head after hearing this, saying dejectedly, so that's how it is. The man continued to urge, all right, hurry and leave. Even if I were to inform her highness, she wouldn't want to see you anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yu's voice came through, saying he had never said such things. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Feng and the other 2 immediately snapped out of their dejected mood and excitedly looked towards the newcomer. Yu Yu felt like he was about to explode with anger. Every word the steward had just said was like a knife stabbing at his sore spots. He desperately suppressed his anger and asked, Who are you? What right do you have to drive away old Lin? What's wrong with them being mortals? So what if they're different? Since I came here, they've been by my side, carefully protecting me. When faced with danger, they didn't hesitate to risk their lives. They are my brothers who have been through life and death with me, with such a deep bond. How dare this person who appeared out of nowhere try to drive them away? On what grounds? The steward was also surprised that Yu Yu suddenly appeared. He was so startled that his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. His whole body was covered in cold sweat as he replied with a trembling voice, Your Highness, Celestial Lady, This lowly one is the steward of the Ji family. The Ji family was one of the three noble families he had chosen. At that time, this person seemed to be standing behind the Ji family head. Yu immediately became more furious and asked if this was the Ji family's idea. The steward, thinking of something, replied righteously, "Your Highness Celestial Lady, this is the intention of the three family heads. The family heads are all considering your Highness's best interests." Considering his interests? So he should thank them for being ungrateful on his behalf? Yu took a deep breath, then turned to look at the person who had followed him and said, "Priest Lin, please go now and invite the heads of the Ji, Jian, and Yu families to come." Lin Chi didn't hesitate and turned to leave immediately. Lin Feng, seeming to sense what he was about to do, worriedly spoke up, "Your Highness, actually we voluntarily." As if guessing what he was about to say, Yu turned back and glared at them, losing his temper with them for the first time. He said, "Shut up." Then he waved his hand, and old Lin and the other three, including the steward, were instantly silenced. Yu stated that he didn't want to hear anyone speak now. They would return to the side hall first. He didn't say another word the entire way, as if desperately suppressing his anger. When the heads of the three families hurriedly arrived, what they saw was Yu sitting at the head with a gloomy face, and below, from motionless wooden stakes standing in the middle, their bodies frozen. Seeing Lin Feng and the others, the three family heads instantly understood. After exchanging glances, the Yu family head spoke first, asking what urgent matter the Celestial Lady had summoned them for. Yu didn't bother to mince words with them. He pointed directly at the steward and said, "Listen to him. They want to expel Lin Feng and the other two from Qingtian Pavilion, and they can no longer consider themselves as my people." The Ji family head glanced at Lin Feng and the others, then admitted, "Your Highness, these three are of mortal birth, and one of them is even different. Letting such people become your relatives would surely be ridiculed by various factions. We are only considering your Highness's reputation." Yu found it utterly ridiculous. For his reputation? What a grand banner they were waving. Was making him an ungrateful person the so-called reputation they planned to win for him? The three family heads were also shocked by his sudden anger. The Ji family head said with dissatisfaction, "Your Highness, since you have decided to choose us as relatives, we must consider your future. The reputation of an immortal sect is extremely important. If you insist on keeping them, people will laugh at your poor judgment in choosing people." The Yu family head also quickly spoke up, saying, "You come from a mortal world and may not know. To establish a first-class immortal sect, sacrifices must be made. Do you really need to make a fuss over such a small matter?" Yu felt it was truly absurd. He had been too hasty, wanting to bring in partners to establish a sect. It seemed that finding partners wasn't just about their strength, but more importantly about their business philosophy. Once he understood this, his anger dissipated completely. He smiled and said they were right. Establishing an immortal sect was such an important matter. He should indeed be more cautious. The Ji family head thought that even if she was a celestial lady, she was still inexperienced in the world. Look how easily she gave in with just a little intimidation. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "It's good that the celestial lady has come to her senses." Yu looked at the Ji family head's raised corner of the mouth, thinking that people with different philosophies indeed couldn't work together. He decided to cut to the chase. He said directly, "Old Lin and the other two are my disciples and also my brothers. If I can't even protect them, what's the point of establishing an immortal sect?" The three family heads all looked incredulous. They didn't expect him to really give up on choosing them as relatives. Their expressions changed, and they suddenly lost their previous self-righteousness, starting to panic. They hadn't even officially become relatives yet, and they were already trying to drive away his brothers and fire his employees, attempting to sideline him as the boss. Did they think he was dead, just because they had some money? If they wanted to break it off, fine, but he wouldn't suffer this injustice. He smiled and said to the three family heads, "Since our philosophies don't align, let's part ways amicably." After saying this, he waved his hand at them, indicating they should leave without further ado. The three family heads had always felt that they were the best choice for Yu Tianyu, so they dared to be so presumptuous. But who knew that this Yu Tianyu wouldn't play by the rules at all, and would turn on them so quickly for the sake of a few mortals? Hearing this, the Yu family head immediately cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Don't be rash. We didn't mean it like that. Everything can be discussed. If you don't want to expel them, when the sect is established, they can still be admitted as disciples, right? The G family head beside him also hurriedly agreed, saying they were only thinking of the celestial lady's reputation. Seeing that the three were now anxious and had lost their previous arrogance, Yu still directly refused, saying, "No need." Priest Lin see the guests out. Seeing that he left no room for negotiation, the three family heads also became irritated. The G family head even snorted coldly and said, "Since your highness insists on going your own way, we won't pretend to be good people anymore. We'll see just how far your highness's future immortal sect can go." After saying this, the three turned and left in a huff. When they heard Yu call for them to wait, all three couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope, thinking he had come to his senses. But they saw him pointing at the kneeling G family steward, telling them to take him along. As they turned back, he just lightly waved his hand. A strong gust of wind swept through the hall. The four only felt a sudden dizziness, and then they were swept out the door. A modern woman attracting investment in the immortal cultivation world. Others would want as much as possible, but she only chose one, because she preferred quality over quantity. Just now, Yu waved his hand, creating a strong wind that swept the four people out the door. As soon as Lin Feng could move, he immediately knelt before Yu, saying shamefully, "We have brought trouble to your highness. Your highness's protection of us, we will remember in our hearts forever. But establishing a sect is a major matter. You must think it through carefully." Lu Qing, kneeling beside him, also pleaded for him to reconsider. Yu abruptly stood up, interrupting their words. He walked down step by step. Crouching down, he looked straight into the eyes of all three of them and asked, "Do you know why I want to establish a sect?" The three were stunned at first, looking at each other in confusion. Lin Feng instinctively blurted out, "Because your highness is a celestial lady." Yu continued to ask them, "Does a celestial lady have to establish a sect? Who made that rule?" The three were even more stunned. They thought, hasn't it always been this way for all celestial ladies since ancient times? Yu looked at them seriously and said, "What celestial lady? Immortal cultivation, I don't care about it from the bottom of my heart. But I trust you. I'm willing to establish a sect because I believe you have my best interests at heart, and I trust the path you've chosen for me." Lin Feng, Yin Fan, Lu Qing, you have never been a burden. Not before, not now, and not in the future. Don't say anything about dragging me down again. If you're not here, establishing a sect would be meaningless. You're not just ordinary people or outsiders. You're my good brothers and family. More important than any sect resources. The three were all stunned, overwhelmed with emotion. They felt waves of warmth surging from the bottom of their hearts, making them dizzy. Even their eyes became sore and swollen. For a long time, they couldn't find words to speak. Lu Qing couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Your Highness's words made him want to cry. He didn't want to leave either. Your Highness was so good. Who the hell will want to leave? The more he spoke, the more tears fell. He cried like a child, with snot and tears everywhere. Actually, it was all those people saying that if they stayed, it would cause trouble for your Highness. They just didn't want to be a burden. It was so good that your Highness didn't mind them. Yin Fan also felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Your Highness, we misunderstood this matter. From now on, as long as your Highness needs us, we'll always stand by your side." Lin Feng asked your Highness worriedly, "After this incident, will new clans have to be chosen again?" Yu reassured him that this wasn't a big problem. Besides, there was still the Yuan family. Mentioning the Yuan family, he suddenly remembered something. Why didn't the Yuan family intervene in this matter? Lin Qi beside him hurriedly explained, "Your Highness may not know. Compared to vague origins, the Yuan family values disciples' aptitude more. Besides, your Highness's disciples have already reached foundation building right after awakening their spirit roots. This is a 1 in 10,000 aptitude. Given time, they will surely become pillars of the immortal sect. How could they be discarded?" Yu thought for a moment and said, "Priest Lin, please trouble you to inform the Yuan family. See what they really think. If they're like those 3 families, let's clear things up early. If not, then we can cooperate happily." Hearing this, Lin Qi's smile deepened. He stepped back and bowed respectfully. He said that your Highness saw him turn to leave and notify immediately. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt his steps were particularly light, seeming to carry some excitement. 3 days later, Yu Yu heard the good news brought by priest Lin and could hardly believe it. Seeing this, Lin Chi reassured him again. Yes, Your Highness. The Yuan family patriarch said they support any decision you make. Finally keeping the Laskin family, Yu Yu was very happy. He looked forward to meeting this wise patriarch of the Yuan family. He felt that the other person must be a very good person. Lin Chi compiled another large pile of noble family materials for him to choose from. Because tomorrow would be the heavenly selection ceremony, he needed to make a decision quickly to announce the kin families at the ceremony. Yu Yu pinched the thick stack of materials in his hand, and after a while answered that he had thought it through. It would be good to choose only the Yuan family as kin. Lin Chi was shocked upon hearing this. He anxiously advised, Your Highness, traditionally celestial ladies have at least 3 kin families. If you only choose the Yuan family, I'm afraid it will be difficult to establish an immortal sect in the future. Yu Yu pointed to the materials in his hand and said it wasn't that he didn't want to choose, but these noble families didn't meet his requirements. These were either too small in scale, had too many people, or were simply trying their luck. Rather than randomly choosing a few, he'd rather have fewer troubles. Better to have quality over quantity. Seeing that his mind was made up, Lin Chi didn't try to persuade him further. Indeed, even if the remaining noble families became kin, they would likely bring a lot of trouble afterwards. Yu looked around, but didn't see that figure in red clothes. So he asked, By the way, where's that hot-tempered Su Rong? These past few days, Su Rong had been coming here frequently, single-mindedly, trying to get himself chosen as kin. It was strange that he wasn't seen today. Lin Chi frowned and couldn't help but remind Your Highness that this young Master Sun's background was unclear. After reviewing all the noble family records, it was still unknown which family he came from. Your Highness should be careful. Yu Yu understood his good intentions and nodded, indicating he knew. Although Sun Rong had no hostility towards him, the other's behavior was indeed very strange. Early the next morning, the entire Fengtian pavilion indeed became lively. A high platform was added above the square, with incense burners and the like placed on it. It looked like an altar, probably for worshipping heaven later. Yu Yu was invited to the main peak very early. Looking at the dense crowd below, it seemed all the noble families had already arrived. He couldn't help but sigh that this heavenly selection ceremony was truly grand. Yu Yu arrived quite early. Not long after, the Wu family's young celestial lady also arrived. She seemed to have been forcibly dragged out of bed, her face still showing signs of sleepiness, her steps light and unsteady. She opened her mouth as if wanting to yawn. When she saw Yu Yu in front of her, her little mouth closed instantly. Trying to save face, she forcibly suppressed that yawn. Heaven have mercy. Her little face turned red from the effort, and tears even welled up in the corners of her eyes. The Wu family's young celestial lady snorted, forcefully tossing her head to the side, deliberately not looking at him. He immediately felt that this little girl was still so adorable. He really wanted to pat her little head. Indeed, little girls are the cutest. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the high priest announced the official start of the heavenly selection ceremony's sacrificial ritual. What followed was a complete set of heaven-worshipping rituals, complicated and solemn. Yu thought to himself that while the ceremony was grand, he truly found it boring. His bottom was sore from sitting. He glanced to the side at the little girl sleeping with drool flowing. His gaze became too intense. The little girl suddenly woke up from her sweet dream. She immediately straightened her back, as if unwilling to admit defeat, deliberately snorting lightly, gritting her teeth to fight against sleepiness. Yu found her increasingly adorable and grinned at her. The ceremony lasted for more than 2 hours before finally completing all the procedures. Upon hearing the words ceremony concluded, Yu let out a long sigh, thinking it was finally over. Next, they heard the priest turn around and ask the 2 celestial ladies if they could start announcing their chosen kin families. He asked which celestial lady would like to announce first. Wu Yu bounced up from her chair, rushing to speak first, saying she would go first. The priest stepped aside, bowing respectfully and saying, Celestial lady, please proceed. Wu Yu immediately looked like a child who had snatched candy, smugly glancing at Yu Yu. Then she stepped forward and announced loudly, I have decided to choose the Qinan, Chung family of Yangxiang, Li family of Tai, and Zhangchen family as my kin. From now on, we shall pursue the immortal path and seek the great Tao together. Among the crowd, the heads of the 3 families she named immediately stood out, kneeling and bowing, beginning to swear allegiance to her. Wu Yu paused, suddenly turning back to look at Yu Yu. Her little expression became even more smug, as if eager to show off something. She announced even more loudly, Wu Yinza has absorbed the Long family. Long Shi will be my first follower, forming a life-and-death contract. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Shi, standing at the front of the queue, showed a trace of conflict on his face. However, he still stepped forward. Long Shi turned his head to look at Yu Yu, with a hint of apology. This left Yu Yu puzzled. What did that mean? Why look at him? Wasn't this something everyone already knew? In the end, Long Shi still bowed towards Wu Yu's direction, responding in a deep voice, Thank you for the Celestial Lady's grace. Long Shi is willing to serve the Celestial Lady as master. The immortal path is vast, and life and death I shall not abandon. Wu Yu immediately smiled, even more happily. She called for the few people to rise. Then she turned back to look at Yu Yu smugly, saying she had already made her choice. It was his turn now. Wu Yu had an eager expression, happy to have outdone him. He sighed helplessly, thinking to let it go. He was an adult and wouldn't quibble with a child. He directly stood up and announced that his chosen kin was the Yuan family. Upon hearing this, the Yuan family patriarch's eyes crinkled with joy. Everyone waited quietly for a while, but they didn't hear him name a second family. Even the high priest beside him was stunned. He couldn't help but ask if that was all, just the Yuan family alone. Yu Yu nodded seriously, saying it was just the Yuan family. The high priest was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. He had never seen a celestial lady choose kin so casually. Even the families below began to whisper among themselves. This woman traversed to the cultivation world to establish a sect, yet chose an old man as her follower. Others all chose handsome young men. What was she after? Was she after the old man's wrinkles? Just now, seeing Yu Yu's calm demeanor, the high priest knew he wasn't joking. As soon as he came to his senses, he immediately advised him to reconsider. After all, the path of establishing a sect was fraught with difficulties. Hearing the high priest's suggestion, Yu Yu was also full of question marks. Wasn't choosing the Yuan family as kin enough? Well, then maybe he should choose another follower. The high priest immediately broke out in a cold sweat. That wasn't what he meant. Then Yu Yu turned his head, looking at the oldest cultivator in the crowd with the highest cultivation level, and sincerely asked if Elder Yuan would be willing to be his follower. The entire scene instantly fell silent. Not just the high priest, but even Elder Yuan, who was called out, doubted his own ears. The whole square erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. What had they just heard? He actually wanted to choose the Yuan family patriarch as a follower? What was he after? Was he really after the old man's wrinkles? Some thought that perhaps the celestial lady had bad luck this time, becoming self-destructive after clashing with the Wu family's celestial lady. At this moment, even Wu Yu on the stage put away her smug expression. Her little face scrunched up, looking as if she suddenly doubted whether she had done something wrong. Who knows what went through Wu Yu's little head, but she seemed to have made some kind of decision. She suddenly stood up from her chair. She walked to Yu Yu's side and asked if he really wanted to choose the Yuan family patriarch as a follower. After getting an affirmative answer, she spoke up with an even more conflicted expression, asking if she should share a good-looking follower with Yu Yu. Hearing this, Yu Yu found the little Wu family celestial lady even more adorable. Did she think it was like sharing fruit? Was it that casual? Could he just pick freely? Wu Yu pointed at the family heads of her chosen kin below. The more she spoke, the more she felt she had come up with a good idea. They were much better looking than the Yuan family patriarch. Suddenly remembering something, Wu Yu quickly added that except for Long Shi, because not only was he the best looking, but also her grandfather said the Long family. Before she could finish her sentence, a middle-aged man interrupted her, as if afraid she would continue speaking. The Wu family head bowed and said, Celestial Lady Yu, please don't misunderstand. Our Celestial Lady is kind-hearted and thought you might be unfamiliar with the selection process. That's why she spoke thus. After a pause, he added haughtily, If you don't know how to choose kin, the Wu family doesn't mind teaching the Celestial Lady. Yu Yu heard the heavy sarcasm in his words and thought to himself how paternalistic this person sounded. He directly refused, saying it wasn't necessary. The Yuan family was just fine. But the Wu family had seemed unable to understand human speech and persisted. Celestial Lady, you needn't be polite. Although you are of mortal birth and can't compare to Celestial Lady Wu Yu, you still have a chance. Yu Yu felt that this Wu family head not only had a paternalistic tone, but also a condescending one. He looked at the Wu family head and asked with a smile what was wrong with being of mortal birth. Although he had no family support behind him, each of his brothers truly cared for him, unlike their Wu family, who kept saying everything was for Celestial Lady Wu Yu's benefit. But how many things could she actually decide for herself? After hearing this, the Wu family head immediately refuted. Establishing a sect was a big deal. The Celestial Lady was young and naturally couldn't handle everything. Was it wrong to plan for her? He pointed at Lin Feng and the other two, asking in return. As for Celestial Lady Yu's so-called brothers, what can they do for her? Yu Yu turned to look at the three who had just regained some confidence, only to be struck down again by the Wu family head's words. He was so angry. He knew they must be feeling guilty again, thinking they had embarrassed him. Out of anger, his tone became harsh. He stated that they had always been protecting him, considering things for him. They had already done their best with what they could do. The Wu family head thought he was angry out of embarrassment and asked even more smugly, "Then have they helped you choose the kin with the best aptitude?" Yu Yu felt that this Wu family head just couldn't understand human speech. He had already said he didn't need the kin with the best aptitude. He only needed the most suitable kin. Seeing him get angrier, the Wu family head became more energized. He advised that brotherhood alone couldn't feed one. He warned him not to lower himself, saying it was absurd to call artists brothers. For the sake of a few mortals and artists, to break with the originally chosen kin was even more unacceptable. After hearing the Wu family head's words, the entire square was in an uproar again. The crowd started discussing once more. Yu Yu was so angry his teeth hurt. Insulting him was one thing, but how dare they call his brothers mortals and artists repeatedly? How noble were they? He directly shouted enough. Seeing that he was truly angry, the two who had been gossiping the most earlier immediately knelt down. They asked him to calm down. The people below also started persuading him, saying he was a celestial lady of noble status and must not ruin his future. They asked him to reconsider, saying they were all for his own good. Again with the for his own good, just like his parents, always using the name of his well-being to force him to do what they thought he should do. In the real world, being morally blackmailed by parents was one thing, but he didn't expect to be morally blackmailed here too. The Wu family head felt the pressure of public opinion was about right, and it was time for him to perform again. He told everyone to stop arguing. Celestial Lady Yu was still young after all, and couldn't consider things thoroughly. He continued his condescending speech, saying, "Celestial Lady, you should accept his goodwill and let him choose some more kin for her. Good kin like the Long family were no longer available, but other noble families were still not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, a male voice clearly rang in everyone's ears. "Who says he can't choose good kin?" Everyone looked up. They saw a large cyan bird with a long tail suddenly appear in the sky, letting out a melodious cry. Someone recognized that the giant bird was the sacred beast Qinghuan. A man in red clothes was standing on the Qinghuan. Could someone who could command a Qinghuan be from the Feng family of Wushan? The newcomer had an otherworldly appearance, unparalleled in beauty. This woman actually preferred to choose an old man as a follower, instead of the otherworldly, unparalleled young master of the Feng family. Under everyone's gaze just now, the man in red clothes calmly jumped down from the Qinghuan. His figure flashed, and he instantly landed beside Yu Yu. He winked at Yu Yu and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Yu. Little Master is here." Then he turned to look at the Wu family head behind him and immediately entered sarcasm mode. "What's so great about the Long family? Little Master doesn't even care about them. Only those without eyes would still consider the Long family a treasure." Long Shi looked up at him and asked, "Is it Feng Rong from the Feng family?" Sun Rong was incorrect. He should now be called Feng Rong. He turned his head to look at Long Shi below, his eyes immediately narrowing. He opened his mouth and started spewing venom. "Long Shi, I heard you're the most talented of the younger generation. How come you're still just a small golden core?" Long Shi, however, cupped his hands and replied, "My aptitude is shallow. Naturally, I can't compare to young Master Feng's astonishing talent." Feng Rong had no awareness of saving face for others. He continued to spew venom, indeed shallow enough. Otherwise, why would you give up a good life to serve two children? As families that inherited ancient bloodlines, Long Shi had heard of him and his difficult personality, but he didn't expect him to be this hard to get along with. Was what he said even human speech? Feng Rong shamelessly praised himself, saying his judgment had always been good. He then threw a glance at Yu Yu beside him and said, right? Celestial Lady Yu pulled Feng Rong, who had attracted hostility from everyone, to the side. She lowered her voice and asked what he was doing here. Feng Rong rolled his eyes and said, of course, I'm here to represent the Feng family in choosing you as our master. Obviously, I'm here to support you. Yu was about to say something when the Wu family head finally reacted. With a stiff smile, he said, so young Master Feng is also here to choose a master. After his eyes darted around, he cupped his hands and said, young Master Feng, choosing a master is a big deal. If the family head isn't here, young Master Feng shouldn't make decisions on his own. Feng Rong turned back, looking at the Wu family head with disdain from head to toe. Then, like setting off firecrackers, he went into full sarcasm mode. How do you know I can't make decisions? Some people who are stupid, venomous, and too ugly to look at can become family heads. How can I, the noble descendant of an ancient family, the young master of the Feng family, not be able to make decisions? The Wu family head had never been insulted like this to his face. His face immediately turned red with anger, and he said, you impudent child. Before the Wu family head could finish, Feng Rong's face darkened. He asked if he was just talking about. A massive pressure suddenly emanated from Feng Rong's body. Before the Wu family head could react, he felt his legs give way. He was pressed down and fell face first onto the ground, unable to move. He felt like his internal organs were about to explode the next moment. This was the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. The pressure didn't stop. Instead, it swept towards the stage, about to hit Wu Yu behind. She quickly stepped forward, pulled the Wu celestial lady aside, and set up a barrier to block the sweeping pressure. Yu also sensed that Feng Rong might have truly become angry. Looking at those affected by his pressure, she quickly went forward and tugged at his arm, advising him to be mindful. Feng Rong turned back and glared at her. He angrily said, I'm standing up for you here. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing him start to bristle again, Yu immediately appeased him, saying, thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I would have been angered to death by them. Don't make a fuss. After all, the others are innocent. Feng Rong became even more angry. He thought this woman was clearly just placating him. Who was making a fuss? Was she treating him like a child? He also understood this wasn't the place to throw a tantrum. He could only give Yu a fierce glare before withdrawing that pressure. He let out a cold snort to show his dissatisfaction. The more Feng Rong thought about it, the more upset he became. He had come with good intentions to support the Yu surname, but they didn't appreciate his kindness. Just thinking about it made him angry, seeing that the Wu family head had been helped up and that the conflict between both sides was deepening. The high priest immediately came out to smooth things over. He smiled and asked, since both celestial ladies have chosen their kin groups, who would like to go first in establishing them? She took a deep breath and said, let them go first. The high priest wiped his cold sweat upon hearing this and quickly nodded, saying, Celestial Lady Wu. Please note that only Wu Yu and Shi remained on the stage. A confused Yu quickly asked Feng Rong beside him, what's a Liji? Feng Rong explained to him, Liji is the contract signed with followers. The fairy will transfer a part of her power to the other party, helping the follower unleash their maximum potential. Feng Rong looked at him puzzled, not expecting that he didn't even know this common knowledge. How weak could he be? Yu was really surprised this time. So there's this process for choosing followers? Isn't it just issuing an appointment notice? Feng Rong continued to explain to him. Moreover, the stronger the celestial lady's power, the higher the follower's cultivation level will be after Liji. He thought of something, his eyes rolling as he said, Shi chose the Wu family's celestial lady as her master to revive the Long family. Someone still thought he had a chance? That person was excluded from the very beginning. Yu felt he had some issues, like not knowing how to talk to the wrong person. Besides, he never had any hopes for the Long family anyway. Feng Rong told him not to be discouraged. Even if Longshi's cultivation level increased, there was no need to worry. As long as they too performed Liji, his cultivation level would definitely surpass Longshi's. Yu immediately rejected him, confidently saying, no need. I already have a chosen candidate. Feng Rong's eyes widened, asking in disbelief, you've already chosen a follower? Yu calmly pointed to the distance. That white-haired elder. It's the Yuan family's ancestor. Feng Rong put on "Are you crazy" face, pointing towards the Yuan family ancestor and asking, you actually chose an old man? Yu Yu retorted indignantly. What's wrong with being old? Everyone gets old. Seeing Fengrong about to say something else, Yu told him to wait a moment. Because the ceremony on stage had already begun, he needed to observe and learn carefully. So he didn't continue explaining and focused on watching the two people on stage. The two people on stage stood in the center. Longxi knelt on one knee. Wu Yu placed one hand on the other's forehead and chanted a spell. The next moment, all the spiritual energy around Wu Yu was mobilized. Although not much, it turned into threads of energy pouring into Longxi's body. Under the influence of that spiritual energy, Longxi's entire body's spiritual energy also began to awaken. This scene was somewhat like transmitting skills. Before Yu Yu could think further, Wu Yu's small frame suddenly swayed, her little face covered in sweat beads, seeming extremely tired. Longxi hurriedly stepped forward to support the swaying Wu Yu. He said, "Thank you, Celestial Lady." He turned his head and called for clan members to come up and help the Celestial Lady go rest. The clan members looked at him puzzled, asking, "Family head, where are you going?" Longxi looked up at the sky and said his lightning tribulation was about to come. Everyone was stunned and instinctively looked up. Only then did they notice the sky had suddenly started to darken. Large patches of dark clouds began to gather towards the direction of Qingtian Pavilion. Flashes of lightning could be faintly seen appearing and disappearing between the cloud layers. Someone excitedly said, "It's really a lightning tribulation." Just with one Liji, the Long family head has advanced a major realm. The Wu Celestial Lady's power is so strong. Some also felt that another top-tier immortal sect was about to emerge in the Xinzi continent. Looking at Yu Yu, who was deep in thought, there was a hint of sympathy and pity in everyone's eyes. There were also ill-intentioned people thinking, with the Wu Celestial Lady being so brilliant, how embarrassing it would be for this Yu Celestial Lady. Has this woman gone mad? She really wants to perform Liji with an old man? She'd rather choose an old man with one foot in the grave than choose him, a young master in his prime with outstanding talent. Just as Yu Yu was completely immersed in his own thoughts, not noticing everyone's reactions at all. He was considering which skill to use for Liji later. Soon, Longxi's heavenly lightning arrived as expected. The result of Liji was indeed extraordinary. There were exactly 81 deafening thunderbolts. Until the last bolt fell, the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse. Then the surrounding spiritual energy began to frantically pour into Longxi's body. Yu Yu looked closely and saw that the spiritual energy on Longxi's body was over 100 times more concentrated than before. It was even more condensed than the Yuan family ancestors. His whole person had a sense of renewal. Perhaps relying on Longxi's advancement to the foundation establishment stage, the Wu family head jumped out again to make trouble. Though his words said that Yu Yu had been kept waiting long enough, and it was now her turn to perform Liji, his face wore a schadenfreude expression. Before Yu Yu could respond, Fengrong, like a mother hen protecting her chick, stood in front of him. He coldly sneered back at the Wu family head, saying he was minding too much business. The Wu family head reflexively shrank back, saying he was just kindly reminding them. Yu Yu didn't waste time. He directly got up and went to the Yuan ancestor's side, saying, "Let's go up together." Hearing this, Fengrong no longer cared about picking on the Wu family head. Pointing at the confused Yuan ancestor beside them, he asked Yu Yu if he really wanted to perform Liji with this old man. Did he truly prefer choosing this old man with one foot in the grave over him? Seeing that he was about to explode again, Yu Yu immediately spoke to soothe him, telling him not to make a fuss and to be more polite to the Yuan ancestor. He first pressed him back into the chair to sit down, then reasoned with him. This was already a decided matter. How could it be changed on a whim? Fengrong struggled several times, but couldn't stand up, which made him even angrier. He told Yu Yu not to be ungrateful. What help could this old man with little life left provide? Don't regret it later when you're mocked and embarrassed. Yu Yu nodded, saying he understood all this. Then he patted Fengrong's head, saying he didn't mind being embarrassed himself, but he couldn't let Fengrong be embarrassed too, right? Fengrong was stunned, so he had been considering him all along. Seeing him reluctantly say, "Go if you must, I don't need anyone's concern," Yu Yu thought this hot-tempered little fire turkey was quite easy to coax. After comforting Fengrong, Yu Yu led the Yuan ancestor towards the stage. In no time, the two had walked to the center of the stage. The Yuan ancestor knelt on one knee waiting for Liji. Although Yu had just confirmed that the so-called Liji was actually not much different from the shipwright skill, he did indeed have this skill, but he had never used it before. What he was worried about now was how to activate the shipwright skill. He glanced at the devout old man in front of him, and a strong sense of guilt welled up. After taking several deep breaths and repeatedly psyching himself up, he finally reached out his hand. He gritted his teeth and painfully uttered the first name. Then, realizing that the arrow was already on the string and had to be released, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Don't move from this spot. I'll go buy you some tangerines." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. They wondered what kind of strange incantation this was, as they had never heard of it before. The confused Yuan ancestor inexplicably felt that the entire Yuan clan had been taken advantage of. What was going on? The Yuan ancestor was about to open his mouth to say he didn't want to eat tangerines, when the next moment he felt a massive force suddenly transmitting from Yu's palm. Sharp as a mountain flood or sea tsunami, it instantly swept through the Yuan ancestor's entire body. Though there was no pain, he clearly felt his whole body's muscles and bones being enveloped, melting and reforming inch by inch. His entire body was undergoing a complete transformation, becoming strangely unfamiliar. All the spiritual energy in his body dissipated, replaced by another kind of unfamiliar energy. In less than 10 seconds, Yu had finished using his sword skill. He immediately withdrew his hand. Everyone's gaze began to focus on the Yuan ancestor, but they found that he was still kneeling in place, seemingly without any changes to his body. Some people had even started looking up at the sky, wondering if there were any thunder clouds gathering. However, there were none. They immediately felt that it was as they had expected. The Celestial Lady's strength was indeed much weaker than Wu's Celestial Lady's. Seeing this, the Wu family head's eyes lit up. He instantly became more arrogant and started speaking sarcastically. He said that the Yuan ancestor's cultivation didn't seem to have increased. It appears that Celestial Lady Yu's ability was nothing special after all. Yu understood the meaning behind his words, but couldn't refute anything. Suddenly, a bell sound rang out, instantly spreading across the entire Shinza continent. What sound was that? Where did the bell sound come from? Although the volume wasn't very loud, the bell sound seemed to echo in everyone's heart, incredibly shocking. They instinctively looked around. Everyone then realized that the sound was actually coming from the sky. Could this be the sound of heaven? Before people could react, the bell sound rang out one after another. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, falling directly onto the stage, enveloping the still kneeling Yuan ancestor in the middle. Suddenly, heavenly sounds resounded, and all birds sang in unison. The next moment, they saw the Yuan ancestor in the golden light, as if pulled by something, slowly rising upwards. His form seemed to have changed as well, but the golden light grew brighter and brighter, and people couldn't see the situation of the person inside clearly. At this moment, Yu was extremely frustrated. What exactly was going on? The teacher he had chosen was actually transported upwards by the golden light. He disappeared into the horizon. That golden light instantly shattered, turning into a shower of golden light rain, sprinkling down towards Qingtian Pavilion. Not to mention the Wu family head's face of disbelief. Everyone present also had their minds in a complete muddle, unable to react. The Yuan family ancestor had just ascended right before their eyes. The entire Shinza continent, all the cultivator friends were stunned. Everyone looked at a certain figure standing quietly on the stage, thinking, how powerful must this Celestial Lady Yu's ability be to create such a miracle? Someone was the first to react, kneeling and bowing to Yu, congratulating the Celestial Lady for making the Yuan family ancestor ascend. Seeing this, others also knelt down and bowed. A large crowd of people in the square knelt down. The way they looked at him was fiery. Everyone's eyes were filled with excited light, their mouth shouting congratulations to the Celestial Lady for making the Yuan family ancestor ascend. Yu was still looking in disbelief at the direction where the Yuan ancestor had ascended. His people's teacher had just flown away like that. His heart was already in tears. His living textbook, had actually flown away. It turned out to be the terminator of his entrepreneurial dream. The shipwright skill was too strong, causing his encyclopedia to ascend. His only investor was gone just like that. Yu's mood was very low. Yuan ancestor had ascended. His only investor was gone. He didn't expect his entrepreneurial dream would fall through so quickly. Just thinking about starting from scratch made him hug himself in pain. Feng Rong saw him looking like a frostbitten eggplant and asked, not understanding, "What's the big deal? Didn't you usually not care, even if the sky fell down?" Yu looked at Feng Rong dissatisfied, retorting that he didn't care if the sky fell. But the current problem was that the beautiful dream he had just started was shattered by himself. How could he not care? Moreover, those family heads started frantically seeking to meet them, recommending themselves. If they just recommended themselves, that would be fine, but every time they opened their mouths, they congratulated him for making the Yuan ancestor ascend. Wasn't this stabbing him in the heart? And it was like stabbing one knife after another. Feng Rong saw that he was completely deflated and wanted to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. Finally, awkwardly, he said, "Don't be unhappy. The Yuan family old man had ascended, but wasn't he still here?" After saying those words, Feng Rong prepared to pat his shoulder to show support. Inadvertently, he saw Lin Qi standing in front of Lin Zhou. Yu looked up and saw his exclusive customer service manager Lin Qi standing in front of the Yuan family crowd, looking over at him with smiling eyes. Yu quickly walked a few steps forward and asked him why Priest Lin had come. Then he saw Lin Qi kneel down and bow to him. Yuan family patriarch Lin Qi led the Yuan clan members to respectfully welcome their lord. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people behind him also knelt down in unison, shouting to welcome their lord. Yu was stunned at first when he heard this. After reacting, he looked at Lin Qi in surprise and asked if Priest Lin was from the Yuan family. "But isn't your name Lin Qi?" Lin Qi smiled and explained that he was indeed from the Yuan family. It's just that there were no noble daughters born in this generation of the Yuan family, so he took his mother's surname Lin. Yu expressed understanding after hearing this. He quickly told him not to kneel, saying there was no need for such formality. He wondered why Lin Qi hadn't mentioned before that he was from the Yuan family. Lin Qi explained that he had responsibilities before and was afraid of affecting the Lord's judgment, so he couldn't tell the truth. He asked for the Lord's forgiveness. Actually, he didn't have much hope that the celestial lady would choose the Yuan family. But unexpectedly, this trick worked. Yu scanned him with his eyes and only then realized that he wasn't wearing the Qingtian Pavilion priest's clothing today. He casually asked why he had changed clothes today. Lin Qi bowed and replied that since the Yuan family had chosen a master as a member of the Yuan family, he should naturally follow the Lord. He had resigned from his position as a priest at Qingtian Pavilion and was here to respectfully await the Lord. Yu was instantly delighted upon hearing this, his eyes brightening. It was truly good news. To be honest, he had wanted to poach talented people like Lin Qi for a long time. He hadn't even started trying, and Lin Qi had already come to him voluntarily. He suddenly felt like he had been hit by the jackpot. The gloom of the past few days was instantly swept away. He happily patted the other's shoulder, saying that since they were now kin, they were all brothers from now on, sharing both fortune and hardship. Lin Qi was stunned for a moment, seemingly unaccustomed to his enthusiasm. He stepped aside and smiled, respectfully inviting him to Lin Zhou. Seeing him walk towards Lin Zhou with light steps, Feng Rong beside him asked dissatisfied, "You surnamed you. Are you so happy just because Lin Qi is from the Yuan family?" He nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, Lin Qi is a talented person, and a high-end one at that. He was able to compile so much information about the noble families in such a short time before. That kind of organizational ability is not ordinary. Feng Rong's face darkened even more. He glared at him fiercely, snorted coldly, and directly walked past him, angrily boarding Lin Zhou. Yu was confused. Why had he flared up again? And so, the group boarded Lin Zhou and left Qingtian Pavilion. After Lin Qi had explained the situation of the Yuan family, he asked what plans the Lord had next. Yu said he wanted to return to Shangyang first. He still had many brothers there. He also wanted to plant spirit roots for the Yuan family brothers. As for the Sword Immortal sect matter, to be honest, it was also his first time being a celestial lady, so he didn't have any direction yet. Lin Qi, do you know if there are any necessary procedures? Lin Qi thought for a moment and seriously replied, cultivation mainly relies on spiritual energy. If there is a place rich in spiritual energy, cultivation will naturally be twice as effective with half the effort. Therefore, the location of an immortal sect must be where spirit veins reside. When Yu heard him say that, he felt that spirit veins must be very difficult to find. Feng Rong coughed lightly twice. He said that if it was so difficult, then they might as well reluctantly go to Wushan. He arrogantly stated that the Feng family didn't lack spirit veins. It was just a place rich in spiritual energy, of which the Feng family had plenty. Yu Yu habitually rejected him immediately. Hearing this, Feng Rong immediately started to flare up. You, surnamed Yu. What do you mean? Whatever others say is fine, but why is everything I say not okay? Why do you always reject me? Yu felt a bit of a headache. He hadn't treated him like that. The more Feng Rong thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He angrily stated that if it wasn't for seeing him pitiful at the previous celestial selection ceremony and letting the Feng family become his kin, who would care about his trivial matters? Yu Yu looked at the person who had flared up again. He could only try to appease him first. All right, young Master Feng, calm down. I appreciate your goodwill, but you're not the head of the Feng family after all. How can you just decide to become kin? Aren't you afraid your father will break your legs when you go back? Feng Rong blurted out that no one in the Feng family could touch him. After a moment, he realized that Yu Yu had never believed he could make decisions for the Feng family, so he chose to follow him instead. Yu Yu thought to himself, isn't that obvious? Even Long Shi, who was so young and capable, mature and steady, couldn't make decisions for the Long family. He wasn't the head of the Feng family either. How could an impulsive little fire turkey make decisions for his family? Feng Rong suddenly stood up, his hands shaking with anger. You surnamed Liu, so you've never believed what I said. I'm done with you. After saying that, he turned around and stormed out angrily, slamming the door with a bang. Yu thought the little fire turkey had quite a temper. Better let him cool down first. It wasn't the first time the little fire turkey had flared up anyway. He turned to look at Lin Shi beside him, about to continue asking about the spirit veins. Who knew that Feng Rong, who had just left not even 5 seconds ago, ignoring the stunned crowd, directly brought a stool and placed it between Lin Shi and Yu Yu. Then he sat down angrily. Finally, he glared at everyone and asked in an unfriendly tone, "What are you looking at? Can't I sit here?" Yu Yu looked at him, his face clearly saying, "I'm very angry, but I'm going to stick around here anyway." He could only compromise and let him be. Yu Yu tried his best to ignore him and continued their sect preparation meeting. He asked Lin Shi how to find spirit veins and what they looked like specifically. Lin Shi put his hand on his chin, thinking about how to describe spirit veins. This thing has no form or shape. It's just that where there are spirit veins, spiritual energy can be endless. So if the spiritual energy is very dense, it generally proves there are spirit veins. When Yu Yu heard the words dense spiritual energy, he asked further, "What kind of density is that? How dense does it need to be to prove there are spirit veins? Is there a specific standard? Is it as dense as turning into water? Does that definitely mean there are spirit veins?" Lin Shi was startled and hurriedly asked, "My lord, do you mean spirit springs? Only when spiritual energy is extremely dense will it form spirit springs. Spirit veins that can generate spirit springs are naturally the best choice." Yu Yu smiled instantly after hearing this. He said he remembered a good place that should meet the requirements. He had only promised to give the little bee some hair growth, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. It instantly turned the aggrieved little crybaby into a hardworking strongman. Just now, when Yu Yu said he knew a suitable place to build a sect, Lin Shi hurriedly asked where it was. He was about to answer when the flared-up person beside him suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and looked at him in surprise, asking if he was thinking of establishing the sect in that ancient ruin on the grassland. Yu Yu nodded without hesitation. He thought that place was not bad, and there were spirit stones there too. He quickly asked Feng Rong if he could confirm whether there were spirit veins in that ruin. Feng Rong had an expression of, "Finally you know how awesome I am." He said there were indeed spirit veins there. However, the terrain there was already complex, and now that it had all collapsed, it might be difficult to find. Before he could brag, Yu Yu directly pulled out a round, bulging bag from his side, saying that wasn't a problem. They had a guide. Lin Shi instinctively asked what was in the bag. He casually replied that it was a spirit beast he picked up on the way. Feng Rong was depressed to find that he had been ignored again. After poking the bag with his finger, Yu called out, "Little monster, come out for a bit. I want to discuss something with you." Then everyone heard an annoyed voice from the bag, simply saying 2 words, "I'm dead." Yu Yu wouldn't indulge him. He directly turned the bag upside down. The next moment, with a thud, a white ball of meat fell out, hitting the ground. Feng Zhe cried out in pain, rolled once on the ground, and ended up with all 4 legs in the air. He sprang up in a flash, baring his teeth and angrily asking what the big bad guy wanted to do now. When he heard the big bad guy ask why his fur hadn't grown back after more than a month, Finn seemed to have been hit in a sore spot. Instantly, The whole beast was not feeling well. Fens directly hugged the bag, expressing dissatisfaction and saying it wasn't his business. It was all his fault anyway. Whenever Fens thought about losing his fur and never being able to return to his former majestic appearance, he felt more and more aggrieved. Hugging the bag, he started to cry with woo-woo sounds. Yu gently stroked his head, promising that if he led him to find the spirit veins in the grassland ruins, once his sect was built, he would use a hair growth spell to help him regrow all his fur. Fens raised his teary eyes, looking at Yu hopefully, asking if he really meant it. Yu nodded, saying of course it was true. He was a man of his word. Fens instantly stopped crying, sprang up in a flash, and the whole beast became excited. He leaped into a sitting position, ready to set off immediately. Fens anxiously pawed the ground, complaining that they flew too slowly. He prepared to take charge and fly them himself. The next moment, his entire form began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant beast even bigger than Linzhou. He turned his head, bit the rope at the front of Linzhou, and leaped forward fiercely. Pulling Linzhou, he flew forward at an incredible speed. He was extremely fast. Before everyone could react, the entire Linzhou was forced to speed up several times, darting through the clouds like lightning. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the spiritual energy activating Linzhou's protective array, the people on board would surely have been thrown off. Yu thought to himself, is the temptation of hair growth really that great? With Fen's help, everyone arrived at Shangyang in just 2 days. Then they hurriedly sent Lin Qi to the Yuan family. Finally, they took Yu and his Shangyang brothers to the grassland ruins to search for the exact location of the spirit veins. Almost instantly upon returning to that flattened grassland, Fens immediately started digging holes enthusiastically. For the sake of his fur, he was really giving it his all. Without anyone urging him, he began working hard to find the spirit veins. With Fen's help, they spent less than 5 days mapping out the specific direction and scale of the entire spirit vein network. Just then, Yu heard Lin Feng report that the head of the Lin family had arrived. As soon as Ling Qi saw him, he immediately led all the Yuan clan members to pay their respects. He hurriedly told them not to be so formal and to quickly stand up. He handed the spirit vein terrain map he had compiled to Ling Qi, thanking him for going back to gather the clan members. He asked him to quickly come and see the spirit veins they had found. Ling Qi instantly felt as if he had been struck by heavenly fortune. He never imagined that this mortal land would have such rich spirit veins. Usually, places with such concentrated spiritual energy would have long become disputed territories among various immortal sections. Yu explained that there used to be a large ruin here, and it was probably the arrays in the ruins that suppressed the loss of spiritual energy. But because of his meddling, the ruins later collapsed. Ling Qi finally understood. Perhaps it was the arrays within the ruins that suppressed the loss of spiritual energy, which is why the spirit veins weren't discovered by other immortal sections. Yu quickly asked if he had found a method for setting up the mountain-protecting grand array for the spirit veins. Ling Qi hurriedly took out a large pile of materials. He had spent the past few days organizing cultivation methods and secret manuals and found several methods for setting up mountain-protecting grand arrays. Yu thought to himself, indeed a talented person, so efficient. He quickly took the materials and started reading. As soon as he saw the contents of the materials, his expression instantly changed. What was all this? He saw various shapes drawn all over it, with a bunch of incomprehensible text on the diagrams. Lin Qi also frowned, stating that this formation was extremely complex. He had studied it for several days, but couldn't understand even 1/10 of it. He mentioned that the Huanyuzong sect was particularly skilled in formations. If possible, before he could finish speaking, Feng Rong leaned over to take a look and interjected disdainfully. A few 5 elements concealment formations. Why need to ask others for help? Yu heard this and looked at Feng Rong with pleasant surprise, asking if he really understood it. Feng Rong raised his eyebrows, his expression becoming even more arrogant. He proudly stated that he was at least at the Yuanian cultivation level. How could he not recognize such a low-level concealment formation? Yu immediately gave him a thumbs up, stroking his ego. Feng Rong, you're still the best. That's really awesome. So can you explain what's drawn on these diagrams? Feng Rong was as smug as a cat with its tail up. He immediately put on airs, saying if Yu Yu wanted to know, he should beg him. He, at the Dejingxian realm, didn't even know his own cultivation level. He could set up the mountain-protecting grand array in minutes. It could only be attributed to his innate divine power, plus his exceptional talent. Seeing Feng Rong start to put on airs, Yu Yu was unwilling to indulge him. He stepped forward to take back the materials, saying if he wouldn't explain, then fine. He could just ask someone from the Huanyuzong sect. When Feng Rong heard he was going to ask others, he immediately became anxious. Everyone knew the Feng family had become his relatives. If he had to ask outsiders about a single formation, wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? Was it so hard for him to beg a little? Seeing Feng Rong pretend to be generous and say, fine, I'll tell you, Yu Yu was speechless. It would have been so much better if he had done this from the start instead of acting like it's Sundara. The 5 elements spirit guiding formation is divided into 5 levels: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 formations are interdependent and mutually generative, ensuring the circulation of spiritual energy. It requires simultaneously controlling 5 different types of spiritual energy and carving the formation patterns to draw the spiritual energy from within the spirit veins. A complete mountain-protecting formation has 2 layers. The inner layer guides spirits, ensuring the spiritual energy of the sect doesn't dissipate. The outer layer defends against external enemies, protecting disciples and sect members. It is a sect's last and strongest line of defense. It is said that once activated, the outer layer of a top-tier sect's mountain-protecting formation can withstand a full-force attack from 3 nascent soul cultivators. Yu Yu listened attentively to his explanation, genuinely feeling that the content he described was very complex. Hearing Yu Yu say it was complex, Feng Rong stated that it wasn't actually too complicated. You just need to use the 5 elements spiritual energy to draw the formation pattern shown in the diagram. Set up the concealment formation, and then set up a defensive formation on the outer layer. That's it. Hearing him explain it this way, Yu seemed to understand. It sounded quite simple actually. He raised his hand, indicating he wanted to try it first. Feng Rong glanced at him, asking in disbelief what he was trying to do now. He couldn't possibly be thinking of trying to set up the formation, could he? The mountain-protecting grand formation wasn't a small array, but one that had to cover the entire sect. With his little cultivation, it was impossible. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yu Yu raise his hand. The next moment, the sky lit up brightly. 5 enormous formations appeared in the sky, almost filling the entire horizon. It not only covered this patch of ruins below, but even the entire grassland. All the companions were stunned at the sight. However, everyone barely had time to react. The next moment, the spirit veins beneath their feet seemed to be drawn upon, suddenly emitting a dazzling white light. 5 pillars of spiritual energy in different colors shot up into the sky, converging towards the corresponding 5 elements formation patterns in the air. Feng Rong and Ling Qi looked at him with great concern. At this time, the ground began to shake violently. The entire grassland seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, slowly rising upwards. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, and large chunks of soil and rocks came tumbling down. Whether due to geological reasons or not, the entire grassland began to split into hundreds of floating peaks of varying sizes. They rose all the way up to the clouds where those 5 pillars of light transformed into countless silver lights, scattering onto the floating peaks, encircling between the mountain peaks, circulating endlessly. Suddenly sent up to the sky, everyone was stunned looking at this scene. What exactly had just happened? Who were they? Where were they? Only then did Yu Yu lower his hand. He turned to look at the shocked Feng Rong, expectantly asking if this was how it should be set up. Feng Rong felt inexplicably hurt. What was going on? Seeing he didn't respond, Yu Yu quickly asked what was wrong. Wasn't it correct? It was quite similar to Qingtian Pavilion, just a bit larger. If it wasn't right, he could modify it again. Looking at his eager expression, Feng Rong scanned him up and down, asking with a conflicted expression, "You surnamed you. What exactly is your cultivation level?" Yu Yu shook his head. He really didn't know his own cultivation level. Since he came here, he had rarely used his skills. There was no standard to measure his cultivation level. With so many things happening, he had never even thought about this question. Hearing this, Feng Rong immediately angrily questioned, how could someone not know their own cultivation level? Was he brushing him off again? Was he so untrustworthy? If he didn't want to say, then fine. He didn't care anyway. Leaving these words, he angrily walked away. Seeing him flare up again, Yu quipped that if he didn't care, he shouldn't have asked in the first place. Later, out of curiosity, he asked the Yuan family about his cultivation level. But unfortunately, no one could tell. In the end, he decided to just let it be. Perhaps it was his innate divine power, plus his exceptional talent. After solving the territory issue, Yu spent about half a month looking through the cultivation methods and secret manuals brought by the Yuan family. When he finally had a general understanding of the cultivation system, he discovered a problem. The 7 systems of cultivation, alchemy, talisman, formation, qi, spell, sword, and beast taming, were complementary to each other. Spell cultivators mainly practiced various spells, but were limited by their spiritual root attributes. Sometimes when casting spells of other attributes, they needed the assistance of talismans. Talisman cultivators could skillfully use talismans to achieve various spells, and at higher levels could even draw talismans in midair. But to create high-level weapons like talisman treasures, they must have help from qi cultivators. Sword cultivators, known for their strongest combat power, claimed to only cultivate the sword, but still needed pills to save their lives when injured. Otherwise, no matter how strong they were, they would perish. And beast tamers who raised spirit beasts, their spirit beast's advancement relied heavily on pills. While alchemists were known as technical geeks, physically weak and easy to defeat in battle, needing protection from other cultivators when fighting. He felt that each category was indispensable, even if they had various talents among their disciples. Without teachers, where would they learn from? So they didn't lack talents now, but teachers to guide these talents. Hearing this, Lin Chi calmly advised him not to worry too much. The sect had some intermediate-level techniques for the basic methods of alchemy, talisman, formation, qi, spell, sword, and beast taming. They weren't difficult to learn. Later cultivation depended on one's own comprehension. With the techniques, there was no worry about advancement. Yu quickly asked if other sects also didn't have teachers teaching. Lin Chi explained that wasn't the case. Unless chosen as an inner disciple or personal disciple by a high-level cultivator, they wouldn't personally teach. Yu asked puzzledly if there were no public classes in the sect. Lin Chi paused before asking what public classes were. Classes open to everyone in the sect, where anyone interested could attend. Or when teaching their own disciples, others could also come to audit and learn some knowledge. Hearing this, Lin Chi was shocked. He said the transmission of techniques had always been rigorous, being a cultivator's lifelong effort. Unless there was a master-disciple relationship, it wouldn't be easily passed on to outsiders. Yu's brow immediately furrowed. He seriously told Lin Chi that this kind of educational thinking was unacceptable. How many amazing cultures had been lost or discontinued because of such extreme thinking? Lin Chi was stunned by his words. Just as he was about to speak up to refute his view, a white, unidentified object, waving its bare tail behind it, while shouting "Celestial Lady," it excitedly rushed in. Unexpectedly, baldness turned out to be a difficult problem in the 3 realms of cultivation. It even caused his spirit beast to run away from home. Just now, Fens excitedly reported to Yu, Celestial Lady, I've moved all the wood and pillars to the main peak." Yu patted his head, affirming his recent efforts. Among the sword sect, the usually lazy Fens was now the most active, flying up and down to help clean Fufeng, build halls, working harder than many disciples. Fen said he had also cleared nearby floating rocks, purified the spring at the mountaintop, brought over 300 people up to Fufeng, and chased away 4 flocks of birds. After saying this, he asked expectantly, "When can you make my fur grow back?" Yu didn't know how to respond. His hand patting Fen's head suddenly froze. Seeing Yu's awkward smile, Fen's few remaining tufts of fur stood on end. He angrily asked if Yu was going back on his word. Seeing Fen's fur stand up, Yu hurriedly explained that it wasn't possible, just that it was difficult, and he hadn't found a method yet. Fens was completely upset. Pointing at the pile of books behind Yu, he questioned, "Haven't you read so many books? Didn't you promise to make my fur grow back? You big liar. You don't keep your promises." Yu really hadn't meant to deceive him. Who knew plans couldn't keep up with changes? Watching Fens fly away in tears, disappearing into the horizon in no time, Yu couldn't help but sigh, wondering if he was raising a beast or a child. He decided to ask Fengrong for help. After all, with his high cultivation, he should be able to help find the runaway Fens. Now the whole sect, with no important matters, was busy building houses. Besides, This time it was his fault, so it was normal for Fins to lose his temper. But as a high-level spirit beast, he couldn't let him wander around outside. At this time, Feng Rong was complaining that the halls built by everyone were ugly and tasteless. Even the plaques they made had no depth. He couldn't stand it anymore and decided to do it himself. He stretched out a hand, spiritual energy flowing from his fingertips, floating onto the plaque. Looking at the plaque after his spell, he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed he had to rely on himself after all. As he was admiring the fruits of his labor, he suddenly heard Yu Yu calling his name. It turned out he had upset Fins, who ran away, and now he came to ask for help in finding the beast. Hearing his request, Feng Rong first gave him a cold glare, still habitually speaking harshly. Now you remember this young master? Didn't you not trust this young master? Why are you looking for me now? Yu Yu hadn't expected he was still upset about not being told about his cultivation level. But he really didn't know. Just as he was about to explain properly, Feng Rong suddenly turned back and glared. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? If we don't chase now, we won't be able to find him. Well, it seemed no explanation was needed. He could self-adjust. Then he saw Feng Rong wave his hand, instantly summoning a semi-transparent spirit sword. He stepped on it. Yu Yu quickly took a few steps and jumped directly onto his sword. His hands instinctively reached for Feng Rong's waist, grabbing his clothes. Feng Rong was startled and reflexively dodged to the side, but he couldn't avoid Yu Yu's hands. Instead, because of his sudden movement, Yu Yu's body fell forward, crashing into his embrace. His body instantly stiffened. His whole person turned as red as an exploded tomato, completely flustered, unable to say a word. Yu Yu rubbed his forehead with one hand, backing out of his embrace. He explained that he still couldn't fly, so he needed Feng Rong to take him along. Otherwise, how could he chase after the beast? Embarrassed and angry, Feng Rong glanced at Yu Yu, turning his head away as if to cover up. Aren't you able to set up formations? How come you can't even fly a sword now? Hold on tight. If you fall off while flying, I won't be responsible for you. After saying that, he flew up on his sword towards the sky. Yu Yu quickly reached out and grabbed his clothes at the waist again, holding on tightly. He had never flown before and was afraid of heights, so he didn't dare look back. Seeming to sense his nervousness and fear, Feng Rong looked down at him. The speed that was intentionally fast at first slowed down involuntarily. Instinctively, he reached out as if to support the other person. His palm opened and closed several times. In the end, he moved behind him and gently wrapped his arms around his waist. Seeing him staring at himself, feeling uncomfortable, Feng Rong arrogantly stated that he wasn't worried about him, just afraid he'd fall and damage his sword. Looking at this guy whose words didn't match his heart, Yu Yu went along with him, saying what he said made sense and was very reasonable. Feng Rong didn't know how to respond for a moment. He could only change the subject and ask why promise things you can't do. Now look what happened. Such a large high-level spirit beast running around wildly. If it causes trouble, how will he deal with it? How could Yu Yu have known that baldness would be such a difficult problem in the three realms? From what he had read these past few days, he really hadn't found a method for hair growth. Even the Yuan family's best medical experts had determined baldness was incurable. Seeing his frustration, Feng Rong said it was normal not to find anything in the Yuan family's limited knowledge. When that old man Feng Yu arrives later, they can all look together. Yu was about to ask what old man, when Feng Rong said the spirit beast should be below. Hold on tight. They were going down. Seeing him close his eyes in fear, Feng Rong protected him as they landed steadily next to a large tree. He told Yu Yu that Fin's aura was nearby. The tree looked quite old, with lush leaves and very large. There was a tree hollow about a meter wide at the bottom. About 2 meters outside the tree hollow, Yu saw many feathers scattered on the ground. Not far away lay a third-grade beast crying miserably, all its feathers plucked. It was clearly forcibly pulled out of the tree hollow. Looking around, sure enough, a white rabbit was curled up in the hole, its head buried inside, but facing out, only exposing a bare tail. Well, this guy was definitely the suspect. A modern girl who transmigrated and finally opened a company in the cultivation world. Yet someone came to wreck her business and steal her spirit veins. Just now, Yu Yu looked at Fins who had taken over the nest and knocked on the tree trunk. Come out, don't be angry anymore. It's my fault for not finding the secret to growing hair, but we can't rush this. We need to look slowly. Maybe one day the hair will grow out on its own. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Fin said Yu Yu was a big liar trying to trick him again. He didn't want others to see him without fur. Rather than being laughed at, he'd rather die. Yu Yu crouched down and continued to persuade him. Beasts come in all shapes and sizes. The sect disciples all thought he was naturally hairless. Come out. No one will laugh at him. Fins firmly stated that the third-grade bird beast just now had laughed at him. Bird beast? Yu turned to look at the small beast nearby that had been plucked bare and was still whimpering. All right, the motive for the crime was found. Feng Rong, beside him, was getting impatient. Why bother talking? Just drive him out directly. After saying that, he was seen forming a hand seal with one hand. It wasn't clear what spell he cast. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The entire tree exploded instantly, turning into a shower of flying debris, revealing the little monster throwing a tantrum below. Fins angrily looked at Feng Rong, letting out a low growl. Then his body rapidly grew larger, pouncing towards Feng Rong while shouting, "You dare bully Beast too? I'll bite you to death." Feng Rong's face turned cold. "Oh, you're welcome to try." At that moment, it seemed as if something was released from his body. Finn suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of panic. His legs instantly went weak. With a thud, he fell flat on the ground. His entire small body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yu hurriedly stepped forward as a peacemaker. He patted Feng Rong's shoulder, advising him not to argue with the child. Then he picked up the shrunken fins and once again spoke to him kindly. "Stop making a fuss, little monster. Even if you throw a tantrum, your fur won't grow back. Although I haven't found a spell to grow fur, I've been looking for remedies these past few days." Fins first looked at Yu, then glanced at Feng Rong. He shuddered again before weakly asking, "Really?" Yu nodded and took out a piece of clothing. This was specially made for Fins by Lin Yi. It was the same color as his fur. "If you wear this, no one will know you're bald. If we can't cure real hair loss, we can at least manage with fake hair." Hearing this, Finn's eyes lit up. He stared at the fluffy pet outfit in his hand, instantly becoming excited. "Is this really for me? Do I really have the only one? No one else has it?" Getting the answer he wanted, Finn stopped hiding and immediately bounced over. He eagerly put on the exclusive pet outfit. After putting it on, he immediately asked Yu, "Does it look good? Is it impressive?" Yu played along, saying it's very impressive. He didn't forget to ask Feng Rong nearby, right? Who knew Feng Rong would directly ignore him, even letting out a dissatisfied cold snort. Yu was completely confused. He had no idea what was wrong with this ancestor again. Feng Rong wouldn't tell him that he was jealous over an exclusive outfit. Yu sighed and helplessly spoke to the sulking Feng Rong. "Well, let's go back now, everyone." Suddenly, the ground shook and a loud boom came from the distance. He lost his balance and almost twisted his ankle. Fortunately, Feng Rong was quick to support him. Yu was stunned and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Feng Rong looked at the distant sky, his expression changing. This is the aftermath of the 5 elements formation collapsing. Something might have happened at the sect. The next moment, Feng Rong had already mounted his sword, carrying people swiftly towards the direction of the sect. In their newly established sect, they saw that the originally neatly floating Fufin in the sky now had a collapsed section on the right side. The once majestic dozen or so Fufin now had a large gap, turning into a pile of rubble. The disciples who were originally busy building the sect were now all gathered on top of the largest Fufin. In front of everyone, several Taoist priests in green robes were looking at the crowd with mocking expressions. Lin Qi stood at the forefront. Lin Feng, Ying Fan, and several Foundation establishment cultivators stood behind him, looking angrily at the intruders. Lin Qi spoke. "You few have invaded our immortal sect and destroyed our spirit formation. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by other immortal sects in the immortal realm?" Elder Wang Su of the Li Guang sect, a nascent soul cultivator, stroked his beard and mocked. "The highest cultivation in your entire sect is merely golden core, yet you dare call yourselves an immortal sect? Didn't you say you have a heavenly maiden? Why don't you call her out to let us pay our respects?" Hearing the disrespect towards the heavenly maiden in his tone, Lin Qi didn't hold back in his reply. "The heavenly maiden is of utmost nobility. How could she be someone you can see just because you ask?" Elder Wang Su smiled with contempt. "A small sect like yours is worthy of a heavenly maiden? Hand over the spirit veins and leave quickly, or don't blame us for being merciless." Lin Qi fearlessly replied, "Ridiculous. The spirit veins were originally unclaimed. What do you mean by handing them over? Your Li Guang sect claims to be a righteous sect, yet you plan to rob us outright." Hearing this, Elder Wang Su became angry from embarrassment. He shouted insolent and was no longer in the mood to argue with Lin Qi. A mere golden core cultivator dares to argue? Today, whether you hand over these spirit veins or not, the Li Guang sect will take them. As he finished speaking, countless flying swords appeared. They shot towards Lin Chi and the others. What's so great about eldering? He dared to destroy his sect and even wanted to steal his spirit veins. Then let's settle this with strength. We'll talk after winning. Just as he raised his sword, countless sword lights slashed towards everyone. He hurriedly mobilized spiritual energy to form hand seals, summoning a defensive formation. But he had just formed his golden core, and his spells were still unfamiliar. Plus, he had to protect the many disciples behind him. He could barely block the opponent's attack. Yu, already anxious, became even more worried when he sensed through his divine consciousness that Lin Chi was about to give in. He urged Fengrong to go faster while thinking about what skills he could use to attack. A flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly thought of a skill and happily decided to use it. The Liguang sect group, seeing that even a small golden core cultivator dared to resist, their elders also began to take action. In an instant, countless fireballs fell from the sky, about to rush towards everyone. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and directly rushed out, forcibly blocking one of the attacks. But the speed of the fireballs was too fast. The flames were about to engulf everyone. The next moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before their eyes. All the attacks dissipated, and even the large patches of flames were instantly extinguished. Something struck back in the direction of the attack. It instantly sent the attackers flying back. Seeing the Liguang sect people fall to the ground, Lin Chi was first stunned. When he saw Yu and Fengrong fly down from above, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Even the other disciples relaxed their expressions. It was as if they had instantly found their backbone. Yu first looked at the disciples, then asked if everyone was all right. Hearing Lin Chi say that no one was hurt, he finally felt at ease. At this moment, Yu was somewhat annoyed. He had been gone for less than an hour, and someone had already come to cause trouble. His face darkened as he asked who they were and why they had come to make trouble for no reason. Elder Wang Su looked at Yu in disbelief. How could the Heavenly Maiden be here? He nervously cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Your Eminence. We didn't know a Heavenly Maiden was present here. May I ask which Heavenly Maiden Your Eminence is? Yu frowned, but still gave his name. Wang Su was stunned for a moment. Seeming to recall something, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Are you the new Heavenly Maiden who helped the Yuan family patriarch ascend a few days ago? Yu nodded in affirmation. Hearing this, Wang Su's face immediately darkened. Rumors said that Heavenly Maiden Yu had helped the Yuan family patriarch, whose lifespan was nearly over, to ascend with just her strength. But the person before him, apart from his extraordinary beauty, showed no exceptional qualities. It seemed that either the rumors were exaggerated, or this Heavenly Maiden was lying. Moreover, top-grade spirit veins were rare in the world. Whether he was Heavenly Maiden Yu or not, the Liguang sect was determined to obtain them. He cupped his hands again and said, I am Elder Wang Su of the Liguang sect. This area is within the Liguang sect's territory. Your presence here is a blessing for our sect. However, Your Eminence has taken the Liguang sect's spirit veins without permission. I dare not offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but retort, this is nonsense. This land belongs to our Shangyang Lin family. How did it become Liguang sect's territory? Wang Su snorted coldly and continued to spout nonsense. What does a mere foundation establishment cultivator know? The Liguang sect is the closest sect to this place. The spirit veins naturally belong to our sect. Then he turned to Yu and said, Your Eminence is new to the immortal world and may not understand many rules. You shouldn't leave a reputation for stealing other sects' spirit veins. Seeing these people were clearly here to forcefully take it, Lin Feng was about to step forward to argue, but Yu held out a hand to stop him, telling him to stay calm. Yu directly tossed the little monster resting on his shoulder into Lin Feng's arms. Looking at their shameless faces, he took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and loudly asked, All right, you just want to steal the spirit veins, right? Why make up so many excuses? Do you want to fight? Let's get straight to it then. Wang Su didn't expect the other party to directly expose his intentions like this. But he felt that although Yu was a Heavenly Maiden, he couldn't sense any cultivation from him. He probably was a fake. He decided to test him first, while saying, Since the Heavenly Maiden is so stubborn, I'll have to offend you. his actions weren't slow at all. He immediately formed hand seals. Instantly, the spiritual energy around surged. Large patches of fire emerged from the formation. In a moment, it transformed into a fire dragon rushing towards Yu Yu. It was clear that Wang Su didn't hold back at all. Feng Rong formed hand seals to strengthen the defensive formation, intending to block the attack with it. Yu Yu, however, remained calm. He mobilized the energy in his body, tried to form a hand seal, and released it. He hadn't read those cultivation manuals and secret texts for nothing. The next moment, a transparent barrier spread out from his position, directly bypassing Feng Rong's protective formation. At a speed faster than the opponent's, it collided with the descending fire dragon. After hearing a loud boom, everyone saw the terrifyingly powerful fire dragon in the sky, which had condensed a nascent soul cultivator's full-force attack, shatter instantly like broken porcelain. Wang Su's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how a heavenly maiden with almost no visible spiritual energy could easily break his full-force attack. Could the legend be true? Did heavenly maidens really have boundless magical power? Had he been a frog in a well? Yu Yu lightly brushed his hair, saying disdainfully, "I thought you'd be more impressive. Turns out you're nothing special." Looking at the sparks that bloomed in the sky like fireworks and then fell down, he arrogantly stated, "Seems like nascent soul cultivators aren't all that great." Feng Ze, who had been cautiously petting his exclusive pet dog, heard a sizzling sound as small sparks landed on his clothes. A few wisps of burnt smell wafted through the air. He looked at his originally snow-white and intact little jacket, which now had yellowish burnt holes appearing instantly. His fluffy jacket had been ruined by these nonsensical people. This was infuriating, truly infuriating. Anger made his body grow larger again. While shouting, "Pay for my fluff," he angrily pounced towards Wang Su and the others. A nascent divinity stage spirit beast. Feng Ze went on a rampage, unexpectedly revealing the mystery of the fallen heavenly maiden from a secret sect. With a few sizzling sounds, Feng Ze saw yellowish holes instantly appear on his originally snow-white, fluffy jacket. He even smelled a burnt odor. This was his treasure, and it had been burned like this. The next second, everyone heard an angry beast roar that shook the heavens. Wang Su looked in disbelief at the mountain-like huge beast before him. That overwhelming pressure, like a mountain flood or sea tsunami, pressed towards them. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of spirit beast was this? Its pressure was comparable to a nascent divinity stage cultivator. Before he could react, he felt his body shake, and then he was swept up by the giant beast's mane. His body's defenses were instantly broken. He was scalded with a sizzling sound. Feng Ze, still in a rage, swung his tentacle-like mane, encircling the others who had come with Wang Su. He frantically smashed them around in all directions, as if venting his anger. While smashing, he let out heart-wrenching sounds. It was hard to tell if he was crying or angry. Only by listening carefully could one make out that he was probably saying something about compensating for his fluff. His beautiful, fluffy fluff. That was his treasure. Seeing this, Yu Yu immediately said, "That's my little monster." "Well done! Keep at it." Everyone saw Feng Ze getting more and more furious. From initially applauding, they gradually felt that although it was satisfying to see others get beaten, if he kept smashing like this, the Fuwind would probably collapse. They thought it was better to stop. That should be enough. To prevent the other Fuwinds from being affected, Yu finally stepped forward to stop Feng Ze's rampage. It wasn't out of sympathy for the cultivators who were nearly beaten to death, but because Feng Ze's indiscriminate attacks, if continued, would surely shatter this Fuwind. So, he persuaded the rampaging little monster to calm down by promising to make him 2 more identical fluffy jackets. After getting his promise, Feng Ze thought about the 2 new fluffy jackets he would soon own and how he could alternate wearing them. He was instantly overjoyed, so he threw out the cultivators wrapped in his mane. Then he willingly entered the spirit beast bag. Looking at the cultivators on the ground, beaten to a pulp and barely breathing, Yu Yu helplessly asked Feng Rong beside him, "Do you have a way to wake them up without healing Wang Su?" "Wake him up." Hearing this, Feng Rong immediately expressed his annoyance at being asked. He said Yu Yu wouldn't indulge him and directly asked Lin Chi beside him if he had any good ideas. Before he could finish asking, Feng Rong hurriedly said loudly that he had a way. He added that others' spells weren't as good as his. Yu Yu was underestimating him. He would prove it to everyone. Seeing him like this, Yu Yu couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Little one, sister can still handle you. You puffed up little fire turkey. Feng Rong didn't waste time and directly cast a spell on the 5 people on the ground. After a while, he proudly announced it was done. It was so easy, not even worth his effort. Yu Yu just quietly watched his performance, not even bothering to mock him. At this moment, Wang Su's groaning was heard. It seemed he had woken up. Yu Yu immediately got down to business. He went to Wang Su's side, leaned down and asked, "Since Elder Wang is awake, let's talk." Wang Su, with a weak breath, asked, "I wonder how the Heavenly Maiden intends to deal with us?" He couldn't have imagined that such a newly established weak sect would have a spirit beast comparable to a nascent divinity stage. He felt it was a miracle that he could still keep his life now. To his surprise and worry, he heard the Heavenly Maiden say she would send them back to explain things clearly. Issues that could be resolved peacefully shouldn't easily lead to conflicts. This was like heavenly music to his ears. Seeing his look of disbelief, Yu Yu nodded and said righteously, "We are a true righteous sect, not some evildoers who harm others for money. Of course, we're different from those hypocrites who claim to be righteous." Hearing this, Wang Su froze for a moment. Although he felt like he had been stabbed somewhere, he had to respectfully reply, "Thank you, Heavenly Maiden, for your mercy in sparing our lives." Yu Yu told him not to rush to thank her. They could go back, but due to the property damage caused to their sect, the psychological trauma to the disciples, and the resulting loss of work, formation reset fees, and fuel and repair costs, they would calculate everything one by one. Wang Su looked at the bill in bewilderment and asked incredulously, "There's even this?" Yu Yu rolled her eyes and asked back, "What else? Did you think you wouldn't have to pay for the things you destroyed? Don't even think about getting away with it. We'll settle everything with your Heavenly Maiden." Unexpectedly, the next second, Wang Su weakly spoke up, "Heavenly Maiden." But their sect no longer had a Heavenly Maiden. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered his mouth, looking guilty for letting it slip. Lin Chi, hearing him say there was no Heavenly Maiden, was first shocked, then asked in a deep voice why, as he clearly remembered the Niguang sect's Heavenly Maiden had been alive for several hundred years. Why was he now saying there was no Heavenly Maiden? Wang Su's face changed upon hearing this. Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, he deflated completely. Finally, he had to speak up in a deep voice. Their master had passed away decades ago, her lifespan exhausted. She had returned to heaven, so most of the disciples in the sect had scattered. The highest cultivation left was just him and another nascent soul elder. Yu Yu was stunned upon hearing this. No Heavenly Maiden meant they couldn't find the primary responsible person. How should they handle this? At this moment, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Yu Yu and spoke up. "This subordinate is willing to go and negotiate this matter properly with the Niguang sect. They couldn't even find a responsible person. What was there to negotiate?" But seeing his confident look, Yu Yu could only nod in agreement. He didn't understand why Lin Chi looked a bit excited. It was just negotiating terms. Why did he need to be so happy? Never mind. Lin Chi always thought for his benefit he must have his own considerations. So he called out to Finn's, "Little monster." Seeing him ask expectantly if everything was done and if he could make his fluffy coat now, Yu Yu gently stroked his head and negotiated softly, "Sure, but before the clothes are made, can you accompany Lin Chi and the others to the Niguang sect? The one making your clothes is Feng Rong's mother, you know. Protect Feng Rong well, and she'll make sure it's both impressive and handsome." Fins was very cooperative this time and immediately agreed. Starting from scratch and worried about poverty, he unexpectedly attracted the Feng family head to lead a group bringing vast amounts of spiritual materials. Respectfully coming to join, looking at the disciples bustling about foofing, some cleaning, some building houses, some digging caves, busy like ants, Yu was so worried. He had originally started from nothing, poor as could be. After Wang Su and the others' disturbance, it was even worse. He sighed deeply, unable to resist wanting to lower the budget. So he asked Feng Rong, "Do you think it's okay not to use spirit wood for the main hall?" Actually, using ordinary wood to build it would look quite good too. At the same time, he thought to himself, the main reason was that spirit wood was not only expensive, but also hard to find. Ordinary wood was everywhere. Hearing this, Feng Rong directly rolled his eyes and pointed towards the main hall, saying, "You think we're building a thatched cottage?" The spirit wood in the hall is used to stabilize the connection between the fufings, making it convenient for future teleportation arrays. How can ordinary wood work? He understood the reasoning, but spirit wood was so expensive. To build an entire hall, the the budget really wasn't enough. Seeming to sense his low spirits, Feng Rong glanced at him and spoke up. Don't worry, the money problem will be solved soon. Yu Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Just as he was about to ask how to solve the funding problem, at that moment, a disciple came running over hurriedly, reporting to him, Venerable One, a large group of people have come to the foot of the mountain, saying they want to pay respects to the Venerable One. His first reaction was, it's not another group coming to make trouble, is it? Hearing this, Feng Rong smiled even more brightly, saying directly, let's go see and we'll know. He looked at Feng Rong suspiciously, asking, why are you so enthusiastic? Feng Rong didn't answer him, instead directly taking him and flying towards the foot of the mountain, seeming somewhat impatient. From afar, he saw a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain. Looking closely, there were about several dozen. Moreover, each was surrounded by spiritual energy, clearly cultivators. The middle-aged man leading them had even denser spiritual energy than Wang Su, at least at the nascent soul level of cultivation. He felt it was better to be cautious. Just then, that middle-aged man secretly glanced at Feng Rong beside him, then immediately led his clan members to kneel respectfully and salute. Feng Yu, head of the Feng family of Wushan, pays respects to the venerable heavenly maiden. Yu Yu was startled. The visitor was actually the Feng family head. He quickly turned to look at Feng Rong beside him. Wasn't that him? There was no time to look at Feng Rong's slightly smug expression now. He hurriedly stepped forward to help the man up, politely saying, Family head Feng, please rise. May I ask what brings you here today? Then he heard Feng Rong speak up proudly behind him. Didn't you not believe I could be the head of the Feng family? So I called the family head here. Yu Yu glanced at him sideways, thinking this child was so inconsiderate. He immediately turned and smiled at the Feng family head, saying, this is too much trouble. Family head Feng, you don't need to force yourself. You didn't even go to Chengdiange. There's no need to force yourself to choose a master. Before the Feng family head could respond, Feng Rong instantly bristled. He angrily spoke up. What do you mean it doesn't count? Why doesn't it count? How is it forced? I chose you, which means you're worthy. There's nothing forced about it at all. After rattling off a long speech, he turned back to glare at Feng Yu and asked, don't you agree, Dad? Feng Yu immediately responded with a firm and respectful expression. Your Eminence, it's not forced at all. Not forced in the slightest. The Feng family sincerely wishes to join the immortal sect. Please rest assured, although the Feng family hasn't had much contact with immortal sects in the past, we are certainly not people who would betray our word. After speaking, as if wanting to prove something, he nodded to a young man behind him. That youth immediately took out a storage bag, stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Yu Yu, and then spoke. Your Eminence, we heard that the immortal sect is newly established and lacks some essential items. These past days, the Feng family has been gathering these resources everywhere. That's why we're late. Please forgive us, Your Eminence. Yu Yu noticed he looked very similar to Feng Long, and secretly sighed that these young descendants of ancient bloodlines all looked so handsome. The youth finished speaking and made a hand seal. His storage bag flashed, and dozens of spiritual lights shot out from inside. The next moment, the entire foot of the mountain was instantly filled with building materials. Wood, stone, and other materials were piled up like small mountains, each surrounded by wisps of spiritual energy. These were exactly the spirit wood materials that had almost made him go bald with worry. A huge windfall had suddenly fallen from the sky, leaving Yu Yu a bit dazed. The youth continued respectfully, Please forgive us, Your Eminence. Time was short, so we could only gather this much for now. The rest will be delivered in batches later. There's more? Yu Yu was stunned. He stared blankly at the materials covering the ground, then looked at Feng Wu beside him, who didn't seem to think it was anything special. He suddenly felt a bit envious of someone. This was simply 800 gene of fatherly love from a doting parent. The Feng family's way of raising sons was too extravagant and wasteful, but he liked it. This wasn't just some Feng family head. In his eyes, this was practically a wealth-scattering child. Seeing he hadn't spoken for a while, Feng Yu couldn't help but ask, the materials are crude. Your Eminence, do you think they'll be usable? Yu Yu hurriedly warmly invited them. Family head Feng, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you go rest on the main peak first? The youth quickly spoke up. Your Eminence, no need for formalities. The sect's important matters come first. Let's deliver the materials to their proper places first. I brought some clan members who are quite knowledgeable about building the Xinyu Lin Palace. Perhaps they can be of help. They even brought their own architectural designers. He was even more satisfied with the Feng family as partners now. He quickly said, That's great. Then I'll trouble everyone. So he casually asked the youth what his name was. Before the youth could speak, someone else introduced him. Feng Rong, who had been standing silently to the side, interrupted to introduce him. That's my brother. His name is Feng Qi. After speaking, he put his arm around the other's shoulders like they were close and patted him hard a few times. The youth's previously gentle smile seemed to freeze, and his expression changed slightly. With a twitching mouth, he forced a smile and said, "That's right. I'm Feng Qi." No matter how Yu looked at it, he felt the relationship between the two brothers wasn't very good. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late at night. A jug of wine and a few cups were placed by the windowsill. At this moment, Feng Rong was lazily leaning against the windowsill, casually playing with the wine cup in his hand. After respectfully kneeling before him, the Feng family head asked, "Master, as per your instructions, I've brought the spirit platform. However, there's one thing I'm still unclear about." Feng Rong didn't even glance at him and replied coldly with 2 words, "Ask then." Then Feng Yu spoke with a troubled expression, "With Master here, awakening the Feng family's bloodline power isn't difficult. Why go to the trouble of making the Heavenly Maiden responsible? Moreover, forgive my poor eyesight, but I don't see anything outstanding about Heavenly Maiden Yu." Hearing this, Feng Rong chuckled lightly. He finally turned to look at him and retorted, "You say Heavenly Maiden Yu has nothing outstanding?" On his first attempt, he made a nascent soul cultivator near the end of his lifespan directly ascend. What do you think is outstanding about that? Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. What? The rumors were actually true. Feng Rong told him there was no need to know all the reasons, just follow orders. Then he put down his wine cup and walked towards the door. He suddenly stopped, as if remembering something, and added, "Oh, by the way, since he hasn't been officially named yet, from now on he'll be called Feng Rong. Feng Yu, your son will be called Feng Qi. He'll be his younger brother on the surface. Remember that." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's entire body stiffened, his expression even more troubled. Finally, he respectfully said, "Yes, disciple understands." But they brought back over a dozen large spirit ships and over a dozen storage bags. It was as if they had completely ransacked the other party. Even so, the disciples still felt the compensation was insufficient. Looking at the increasing number of books in the sect, Yu felt happy just touching and looking at them. These were all treasures. Just as he was about to take a good look at these books, he suddenly heard someone calling Master outside the door. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately ran to the door and smiled at the visitor, asking, "You're back, Lin Qi?" They had spent a full 5 or 6 days going to the Li Guang sect. If it weren't for the daily safety reports via communication talismans, he would have thought something had happened to them. They had left on a small spirit ship, but returned towing over a dozen large spirit ships. Yu was stunned. Before he could ask what had happened, Lin Feng shoved over a dozen storage bags into his hands, solemnly reporting, "Master, we were fortunate to complete the mission." He was completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to go for compensation? Why did it feel like they went on a robbery? Lin Qi explained seriously, "This is the compensation given by the Li Guang sect. After all, they're just a third-rate immortal sect, so this is all they could scrape together." Hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. All they could scrape together? You've practically emptied out the Li Guang sect, haven't you? These storage bags and spirit ships are way too much. Lin Qi asked in confusion, "Is it too much? After all, they came to our sect. Wasn't it your excellency's intention for us to go and eliminate them? We were already lenient by not making them cede territory, pay reparations, or confiscating their spirit veins." Yu looked at the two with a helpless expression. He explained that he had only asked them to go to the Li Guang sect for compensation, as it was normal to pay for damages. They couldn't have thought he meant for them to go cause trouble and plunder their wealth, right? Lin Qi innocently asked, "Wasn't that the case?" He immediately felt very embarrassed and could only mutter, "The concepts in our two worlds are so different." The mismatch in understanding had led to completely different results. He didn't know if it was too late to return everything now. He really just wanted compensation for breaking something, usually at the original price or at most double. Lin Qi hurriedly consoled him, "Master, don't worry. The Li Guang sect's disintegration is just a matter of time. Moreover, Wang Su's cultivation has regressed, the other nascent soul elder has already left the sect, and the disciples have scattered. The Li Guang sect no longer exists in this world." Hearing this, Yu knew it was too late. He silently repeated guilty in his heart while quickly putting away those storage bags. At this time, the Feng family head came forward with an expectant look and asked, "Your Excellency, the sect's entrance stone has been set up. May I ask what character should be inscribed? Our sect's name is..." Only then did he belatedly realize this matter. He hadn't given the sect a name yet. "Why don't we all discuss it together now?" Fenyu thought to himself, "Is it really this casual? The sect is almost built, yet the name hasn't been decided." He thought for a moment. Naming was indeed a big deal. So he quickly called back Lin Qi, Lin Feng, and the others. However, he wasn't particularly good at naming. For company names and such, he only knew of things like Tencent and Alibaba. Lin Qi pondered for a while and felt that the character Tung in Tencent symbolized longevity and ascension, while Sun meant swift and smooth. It was a good name. As soon as he finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. It was unanimously approved in an instant. Yu thought to himself, "Do you know how expensive the copyright for these two characters Tencent is?" Yet there they were, all approving it. He laughed and waved his hands in refusal, saying, "No, this name won't do. We can't use the characters for Tencent. Let's think of something else." Everyone was stunned. Though they didn't understand why, they didn't object. They continued to ponder deeply. Feng Rong suddenly spoke up from the side. "What's there to think about? The path of cultivation is about defying heaven and competing with fate. Why not just use the characters Tianjun, Heaven's Truth?" Feng Yu was the first to show support, nodding vigorously and praising that Tianjun was a good name. Lin Feng thought carefully and also felt that the meaning of competing with heaven's fate indeed suited them as cultivators. Lin Qi also nodded, indicating that Tianjun could be a candidate. So everyone looked at him expectantly, asking, "Master, what do you think?" Yu, with a black line over his head, asked back, "Are you serious? Are you sure you want to call it the Tianjin sect? Isn't that a bit too naive? Are you really not joking? We might as well call it the Zhenyin True Eye sect." Hearing this, Lin Qi excitedly explained, "Zhenyin sect. Zhen means true to one's nature and returning to the original truth. Yin represents penetrating insight and giving birth to all things." The characters Zhen Yin can be interpreted as the disciples having limitless prospects while not forgetting their roots, he said. Yi was at a loss for words. He never expected his random suggestion to be interpreted so profoundly. Fine, let's just call it the Zhen Yin sect, he thought. If they continued discussing, who knows what even more outrageous names they might come up with. Since everyone was present, he also had some things he wanted to discuss with everyone regarding the disciples' cultivation. He had been thinking about it for a while. Unlike the Yuan family members, the Shanyang brothers didn't have a cultivation foundation. Their progress would surely be difficult and slow. He wondered if there was a way to solve this. Then the Feng family had arrived, and he thought perhaps the Feng family members could help guide them. But then he learned that the Feng family's techniques were all related to their ancient bloodline inheritance, which ordinary people couldn't learn. If Lin Qi were to guide them alone, it would be too exhausting, and he couldn't attend to so many people. So he thought of pairing up the Yuan family and Shanyang brothers into one-on-one groups for mutual learning and exchange. Lin Qi would provide unified lessons. He asked what everyone thought of this idea. One-on-one with unified lessons. They had never heard such a novel idea before and praised the master's wisdom. However, Lin Feng worriedly asked if this wouldn't hinder the Yuan family disciples' cultivation progress. Lin Qi smiled and said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. As the master said, now that we've all joined the Zhen Yin sect under him, we're all brothers. How can it be a hindrance? Besides, everyone has their own strengths. By helping each other, we can learn from each other's strong points and offset our weaknesses. Isn't that a good thing?" Hearing this, Yu immediately said, "Since Lin Qi has said so, Lin Feng, you can set your mind at ease." Feng Rong, watching the three getting along so well, suddenly felt displeased. Just then, a disciple came to report, "Your Eminence, the Mingxin sect has sent an invitation for the Spirit Law Conference." Another invitation to the Spirit Law Conference had arrived. A journey full of unknowns was about to begin, facing doubts from all sides. How would he prove himself in the Yuehui secret realm? How would he demonstrate the worth of the newly established Zhen Yin sect? Looking at the Spirit Law Conference invitation in his hand, Yu was stunned. What was this thing? Seeing his reaction, Lin Qi hurried to explain. The Spirit Law Conference was a grand gathering held once every 100 years by various immortal sections. It was rumored that on this day, the heavenly maidens from the 3 gates, 6 sects, and 72 immortal sects would bring their disciples to Yuehui to attend the conference and stay there for a month. With all the heavenly maidens from major immortal sects gathering, it was essentially a summit for the entire immortal cultivation world of the continent. It sounded like a high-end event, But their sect had just been established, and the news hadn't even spread yet. Why would they be invited? After thinking for a moment, he voiced his guess. It must be because the news of his ancestors' ascension had already spread throughout the immortal sections. Moreover, people in this sword sect also knew about them. After all, his ancestor was the only person to ascend in tens of thousands of years across the entire continent. Naturally, everyone was curious about the master. Besides, they had left Qingtian Pavilion for over a month. That was enough time for various sects to inquire about the truth of this news. Hearing this, Yu frowned. So they were just curious about him? In that case, was it necessary for him to attend? Nodding vigorously, Lin Chi firmly stated that they must attend the Spirit Law Conference. Not for meeting with other sects, but for the Yuehui secret realm that would open afterward. The main purpose for all sects to attend was that secret realm. Every 100 years, a special secret realm would open above Yuehui. It was a self-contained world, vast and enormous, with spiritual herbs and treasures everywhere. The spiritual herbs were at least 100 years old, and there were rumors of immortal herbs inside. Weren't they in need of spiritual herbs? Could anyone just pick these treasures? Were they ownerless? Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's eyes lit up. He loved getting things for free. Seeing his interest, Lin Chi hurriedly continued explaining. The items in the secret realm were indeed ownerless. Legend had it that it was a celestial mansion's secret realm left by a great immortal from the divine realm. Only heavenly maidens could enter the secret realm, and they could bring at most 2 disciples. So that's how it was. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to gather resources. It seemed they had no choice but to go. However, the sect couldn't spare Lin Chi at the moment. Choosing who to bring into the secret realm was a bit troublesome. After careful consideration, the next day, he publicly announced his decision to bring the little monster and Lin Feng to attend. As soon as his decision was announced, Feng Rong instantly bristled. She couldn't believe he would rather bring a newly foundation-building cultivator and a bald spirit beast instead of her. Was she not capable enough to protect him? Hearing himself being called a bald spirit beast to his face, Fengze immediately protested. He angrily demanded to know who was a bald spirit beast. Yu Yu immediately transformed into a firefighter captain, first calming the little monster. Then he quickly moved to smooth Feng Rong's ruffled feathers. He stepped forward, sincerely grasping Feng Rong's hand, saying, "Your cultivation is the highest. Who will protect the children if you leave? The sect can't do without you." He knew a particularly effective way to deal with that irritable little fire chicken, stroking its feathers. Feng Rong's bristling feathers instantly smoothed down. Her face visibly flushed as she stammered, "Well, at least you have some insight. I'll do you a favor and help you protect these disciples." Seeing he had handled another situation, Yu Yu immediately let go, solemnly patted her shoulder, and thanked her. Yu Yu waved goodbye to everyone and boarded Feizhou with Lin Feng and the little beast, until Feizhou disappeared into the horizon. Feng Rong looked again at her hand, still warm from Yu Yu's touch. She unconsciously clenched her fist, her lips curling up involuntarily. She nudged Feng Yu beside her, unable to resist boasting. "Did you hear that just now? Yu Yu said he can't do without me." Everyone thought, as long as he's happy, it's fine. Yu Yu and Lin Feng, riding the small spirit boat, rushed and barely made it to the destination just before the Yuehui secret realm opened. From afar, they could see various magical artifacts parked, each looking more high-end than the other. His small spirit boat seemed out of place. He saw that many people had arrived, with acquaintances already chatting. There were even many elegantly dressed women, full of spiritual energy. They must be the heavenly maidens from each sect. They all looked so wealthy. Since coming to this world, it was his first time seeing so many of the same gender. He couldn't help but feel curious. Indeed, girls are the most lovable. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from beside him, with a hint of inquiry, asking which sect this unfamiliar heavenly maiden was from. Yu turned to see a woman in green looking at him. He politely replied that he was Yu Yu from the newly established Zhen Yin sect. To his surprise, the woman in green seemed shocked upon hearing his name. She exclaimed, "Yu Yu," and people around started looking over. They began discussing. "It's the heavenly maiden whose follower ascended. We finally see a living one." He was speechless and wanted to shout, "Can you stop mentioning my heartbreaking story?" He forced himself to be cheerful, about to explain something to everyone and greet them to build connections. Unexpectedly, the woman in green's eyes suddenly became critical. She sneered and said, "I thought you'd be extraordinary, but you're just ordinary. How boring." She then turned and left without another word. Subsequently, Others also started turning away and chatting among themselves. Yu thought, indeed, small companies get ignored. What a bunch of snobbish people. Just you wait. At this moment, a man in white stepped forward and consolingly advised him not to mind it. He said that a new sect might face doubts, but with strong disciples, no one would look down on them. Yu immediately expressed his dislike for their snobbish attitude. He said, "What's wrong with being a new sect? Even the biggest sect started from zero. Just wait, I won't let anyone look down on my disciples." The man in white, surprised by his words, couldn't help but admire. "Your Eminence is truly extraordinary." Looking at this kind man who came to comfort him, Yu asked, "What's your name?" The man smiled gently and replied, "I am Qiu Yao, a guardian elder of the Mingxin sect. A few days ago, our sect master sent an invitation to your sect, reminding your Eminence to attend the Spirit Law Conference." Yu was surprised. "Oh, so you're from the Mingxin sect that sent the invitation?" Qiu Yao continued, "Our sect master intended to visit personally to congratulate your new sect, but was delayed. Worried that your Eminence might forget about this important event due to busy affairs, he sent the invitation as a reminder." So Yu followed his gaze. He saw a woman in white standing not far away. That should be the heavenly maiden of the Mingxin sect. She didn't seem to be in good health. Although elegantly dressed, she appeared somewhat frail, with an excessively pale complexion. Noticing his gaze, she turned and looked at him, nodding slightly. Her eyes widened as if wanting to say something. The next moment, she broke into a series of coughs. The disciples beside her immediately started asking questions with worried faces. It was hard to see her condition clearly at that moment. Who would have thought that a sect leader would have such a fondness for dogtail grass? Only because it's worth a fortune. Seeing the Mingxin sect's heavenly maiden suddenly cough violently, Yu couldn't help but cast a concerned look. Qiu Yao explained, "The sect master suffered some minor injuries recently and is feeling a bit unwell. That's why he sent me to greet your Eminence." After hearing this, Yu smiled and thanked him. "You're really too kind, sending invitations and specially coming to greet me. You should go take care of your heavenly maiden now. She doesn't look well." Then Qiu Yao spoke even more respectfully. "If your Eminence has time, you're welcome to visit our Mingxin sect. We'll certainly prepare a warm welcome. I wish your Eminence a smooth journey and deep blessings." Seeing him bow to him before turning to walk back to his heavenly maiden, Yu thought that this Mingxin sect seemed much friendlier compared to other immortal sections. Lin Feng suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Your Eminence, I didn't expect Elder Qiu Yao to be as kind as the rumors say. Mingxin sect is one of the top sects in the southern region of Xianze. Every member is a top figure in Xianze, especially this Elder Qiu Yao. He's very famous. Although he was the last to become a follower of the Mingxin sect's heavenly maiden, he quickly advanced from foundation building to nascent soul stage in a short time. It's said that the Mingxin sect is under his control, but he's very kind and has a great reputation in Xianze." Yu hadn't expected that this polite-looking person was actually a big shot in the industry. Lin Feng continued, "Mingxin sect not only has good relations with other immortal sects, but also protects nearby small sections. Our sect is also in the southern region, so that's probably why they notified us." "Oh, I see. This is like a big company's PR work supporting some small businesses." He looked back at Lin Feng and asked, "How do you know so much about these immortal sects?" Lin Feng scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "Before we left, Brother Lin gave me information about various sects and had me memorize it all, in case your Eminence needed it." Yu praised Lin Shi, saying he truly deserved to be a top-notch secretary, so reliable. At this moment, there was suddenly movement ahead. They saw waves suddenly rising on the blue sea surface. The space began to distort, forming a spiral that contracted inward. A light appeared in the center, growing larger and larger, until it formed a gap about 2 to 3 meters wide. Inside, one could vaguely see flashes of various sceneries, like mountains, seas, and lakes, but they disappeared in an instant, as if unstable. It wasn't clear exactly what they were. The heavenly maidens present, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, each took 2 disciples and flew on their swords towards that entrance in the sky, disappearing in an instant. So Yu uncertainly asked Lin Feng if this meant the secret realm had opened. Lin Feng answered affirmatively while summoning a spirit sword in his hand. Seeing this, Yu didn't hesitate and stood directly on his sword. The two flew towards the entrance in the sky. Just as they were about to approach the entrance, unexpectedly, the sword under their feet began to shake violently. Lin Feng's face changed, wondering why the spiritual energy here was so strange. Before he could finish speaking, the sword under their feet lost control and fell. The two plummeted downwards, about to fall into the sea below. Fortunately, Yu was quick to react. He grabbed Lin Feng's wrist, pushed off hard from the falling sword, and jumped towards the white entrance. Immediately after, the two felt a flash before their eyes, and the scenery around them instantly changed. From the endless blue sea, it suddenly switched to a lush forest. Yu then released Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng, with a guilty expression, said it was all his fault for endangering your eminence. He had practiced sword flying for a long time and had never encountered such a problem before. He didn't expect the spirit sword to suddenly lose control. But Yu smiled and comforted him, saying it was fine and that the chaotic spiritual energy wasn't his fault. Yu noticed that only the two of them were around. The large group of heavenly maidens from outside had completely vanished. Even if they had entered late, it was impossible not to see a single person. Lin Feng quickly spoke up to explain. Secret realms have always been their own world. Their location and composition are different from Shinza. So although the entrance is the same, everyone gets scattered to different places after entering. Oh, I see. Yu nodded in understanding. He looked around and asked what they should do now. Should they directly look for treasures or follow some procedure? Lin Feng calmly took out a thick booklet from his storage bag. Before leaving, Brother Lin had compiled information on various spiritual materials that might exist in the secret realm. They could search directly according to this. Hearing this, Yu immediately praised the two of them, saying they truly deserved to be his right and left hands, so reliable. Then Lin Feng excitedly pointed to a plant not far away, saying, "Master, there's gathering spirit grass over there." Gathering spirit grass is an essential spiritual herb for refining foundation establishment pills. It seems they've really landed in a blessed place. Looking at that thing growing like foxtail grass, he couldn't believe it was actually a spiritual herb. He felt these spiritual herbs looked too cheap. Seeing his reaction, Lin Feng hurriedly explained that it was indeed gathering spirit grass. Brother Lin had specifically instructed the disciples that the next step was foundation establishment, so the demand for foundation establishment pills would certainly be high. He told them not to miss any materials for foundation establishment pills. Yu also went over. Indeed, these foxtail grasses, gathering spirit grasses were quite abundant. Basically every few steps they could see one. So he casually asked if these gathering spirit grasses were expensive. Lin Feng replied offhandedly that according to Brother Lin, gathering spirit grass costs at least 10 high-grade spirit stones each in the market. One for 10 high-grade spirit stones. He remembered Lin Chi saying that the lowest grade spirit would use for identification was 3 low-grade spirit stones per piece. 100 low-grade equals 1 mid-grade. 100 mid-grade equals 1 high-grade. So 10 would be? Thinking of that mountain of low-grade spirit stones, he suddenly took a deep breath. This wasn't grass. This was all money. He pointed at the gathering spirit grass on the ground and enthusiastically said to dig. Quickly dig. Don't miss a single one. Dig them all up. In the following days, the two of them began their joyful treasure hunting journey. They first dug up all the gathering spirit grass until their storage bags were full. Then they went to dig up golden iron stone used for refining tools to forge some weapons for the sect's disciples. After that, they started digging up spiritual herbs used for healing and advancing cultivators. Finally, they brought along the little monster to dig up spiritual herbs needed for spirit beasts to advance. After their joint efforts, they finally found all the various things they needed. He sincerely marveled that this month-sea secret realm was simply a big department store. Large quantities, full variety, satisfying all needs for sect development. The key was that it was free. It couldn't be more perfect. Lin Feng, who was flipping through his notes, thought to himself that the master was saying strange things again. With more than half a month left before exiting the secret realm, and resources already collected, the two who were now free started thinking about what else they could do. So Lin Feng suggested looking around. Perhaps they might encounter some rare spiritual herbs. He opened the dictionary in his hand, pointed at a picture, and said, for example, this Qixin spirit liquid. It takes 1,000 years to form one plant. The barrier-breaking pill refined from it is essential for cultivators advancing to the divine realm. Hearing this, Yu Yu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly leaned in to look at the picture. That's amazing. Let me see. That thing must be worth a lot of spirit stones, right? Why is there only one picture here? It doesn't say how to find it. He flipped through the dictionary, confirming that there was only a name and picture, with no other introduction. Seeing his disappointment, Lin Feng quickly explained, Qixin spirit liquid is rare, so there's very little information. Brother Lin doesn't know its specific habits either. We can only rely on luck. This kind of spiritual plant is difficult to form. It should be in places with dense spiritual energy. Places with dense spiritual energy. Yu suddenly thought of something. He pointed ahead and asked, does that house count as a place with dense spiritual energy? Lin Feng asked in confusion, what house? Yu pointed to the front right, saying, that one right there. That big house. A flashy house. The whole house is glowing purple. You really can't see it. Lin Feng widened his eyes and looked ahead. In the end, he only saw an ordinary forest. Yu instantly felt something was wrong. How come only he could see that house? Could it be some kind of illusion? Lin Feng thought that perhaps there was some kind of concealment array around which could block the view of those with lower cultivation. That's why the master could see that strange house, but he couldn't see anything. Yu felt that although the house looked a bit suspicious, it seemed to have very dense spiritual energy. So he suggested they might as well go take a look. After all, they had nothing else to do now. Lin Feng agreed to go look, but he didn't forget to repeatedly remind him that if there was any danger, the master must remember to leave immediately. So the two of them headed towards the house. Yu reminded Lin Feng to be careful, as they didn't know if there were any ambushes or traps. Then he noticed that Lin Feng's steps were becoming more and more off course. It was as if some mysterious force was causing him to deviate from the original path. As he walked, he ended up in a completely different direction. Strangely, he himself couldn't feel that he was deviating from the path at all. If Yu hadn't corrected him, he would have thought he was walking in a straight line. Yu had to repeatedly pull him back to the correct path. What should have been a straight path of just a few hundred meters turned into a winding route with many twists and turns. Yu felt there must really be some kind of array here, causing Lin Feng to constantly deviate from the direction without realizing it. Finally, he decided to hold Lin Feng's hand as they walked. This way, the other person shouldn't go off course anymore. Lin Feng looked at him with gratitude, thinking that his master was truly beautiful and kind-hearted, not minding his clumsiness at all. As the two approached, they discovered that the air was filled with pure spiritual energy. The purple chi was like clouds and mist swirling around them. This purple chi wasn't spiritual energy, but it felt strangely familiar and comforting. In front of them was the main gate of the palace. The door wasn't closed, but wide open, as if specially welcoming them to enter. Yu took a deep breath and reminded them that they were going in. Then he took a step forward. The next second, he felt as if he had passed through some kind of barrier. The scenery before his eyes changed instantly. All the purple mist cleared, as if he had entered another world. Everything in heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a vast blue sky and an endless expanse of water. He was standing on the water's surface, as if standing on a huge mirror of the sky. Yu was completely stunned. Is this what the inside of the house looks like? It's too amazing. As he was marveling at this, he suddenly heard Lin Feng calling him. It turned out that after he let go of Lin Feng's hand, the world in the other's eyes had turned back into a forest. Yu couldn't understand how this situation had occurred. After thinking for a moment, he directly reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's wrist, asking if he could see now. The next moment, Lin Feng, who had just been looking confused, suddenly widened his eyes and looked around in shock. Yu immediately understood that only when he held on to Lin Feng could the other person see. This place was too strange. Who knows what else they might encounter? To be safe, he decided they should go back. His experience of watching countless horror movies told him that curiosity kills the cat. People who actively court death never have a good ending. As long as he retreated in time, the monster wouldn't have a chance to appear. Although Lin Feng didn't understand what this had to do with cats, he felt it made sense. What was going on? A beautiful man appeared in the secret realm. It turned out to be a Chilean divine beast, but it was vastly different from the majestic deity one might imagine. As a devoted fan of his family's celestial maiden, Lin Feng naturally obeyed her every command. Although he didn't understand, in his heart, the master could do no wrong. So the two turned around and started walking back. They were about to exit when suddenly there was a ding sound. A ripple spread across the previously calm water surface, as if disturbed by something. Yu was shocked to find that the gate had disappeared. He immediately let go of Lin Feng's wrist and hurriedly asked if he could still see the forest. Lin Feng stopped abruptly, greatly alarmed. He replied to the master with a pale face that the surrounding scenery hadn't changed. The forest had disappeared. Yu was startled. He wondered how this could be. Refusing to believe it, he repeatedly let go and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, trying again and again. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. It seemed they were trapped here. Suddenly, he heard a series of gurgling sounds. A blooming lotus flower emerged from the water. Then more and more lotus flowers kept surfacing from the water. As if guiding the way, the lotus flowers miraculously arranged themselves into 2 rows. Seeing this spectacle, he instinctively took a step back. It seemed like the big boss was about to make an entrance. Lin Feng habitually stood in front of him, telling him to be careful. But apart from the lotus flowers, nothing else appeared on the water surface. It was as if they were waiting for them to proceed. It seemed they were meant to follow along. Yu sighed, thinking they might as well go and see. They couldn't leave anyway. After exchanging a glance with Lin Feng, the two then followed the path guided by the lotus flowers. Sure enough, they hadn't walked far when they made a new discovery. They saw from afar that a pavilion had appeared ahead. Someone was sitting inside. It was a man wearing a long robe as pure and blue as the sky. He was sitting sideways, looking at the sky outside. His black hair, like ebony, cascaded down from his shoulders, reaching the ground. As if sensing their approach, he slowly turned his head, revealing a face of otherworldly beauty. It was so perfect it seemed unreal. This was a face that could rival Feng Rong's beauty. However, while Feng Rong's appearance was more alluring, like flames, giving a strong impact, his features exuded nothing but tolerance. Gentle and mild like water, his eyes were soft and warm. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he had a naturally good temper. The man gave them an exceptionally gentle smile. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "You've come?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear and pleasant to hear. It echoed like the sound of a spring bubbling, giving a sense of warmth and clarity. Yu couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "What an otherworldly and beautiful man." Before he could be captivated by the man's appearance, past experiences made him suddenly become vigilant. It made him snap back to his senses instantly. This was because the man had an immense aura, greater than all the cultivators he had ever met combined. The key was that he vaguely sensed that the other party was deliberately suppressing his aura. So without a doubt, this man before them was definitely a big shot. He worried that if a fight were to break out, he, as a half-baked cultivator, wouldn't be able to escape unscathed with Lin Feng. So, almost reflexively, he patted the spirit beast pouch on his body, summoning his little monster. Godmother Fins, hearing his summons, let out a vigorous howl. She shook her body and instantly transformed into her giant beast form. Coming to his side, she asked, "Tell me, who are we fighting this time?" The next second, when she saw the opponent, the entire beast was dumbfounded. Her body, which had just expanded, deflated like a punctured balloon with a hiss, shrinking back. The next moment, she turned her head even faster than before. With a swoosh, she dove back into the spirit beast pouch. She even tightened the drawstring from inside. Still having some conscience, she left Yu with one last message. "Can't win. Absolutely can't win. Please consider me dead." Was it really okay to surrender so quickly? She could have at least put up a bit of a struggle. At this moment, the man chuckled softly. The celestial maiden spirit beast is quite unique indeed. Seeming to sense their wariness, he continued to explain calmly, "There's no need for concern. I bear no ill will. This is my sea of consciousness space. If anyone should be worried, it should be me." Sea of consciousness space? Lin Feng asked in shock. It said that some cultivators can refine their sea of consciousness into a space. I didn't think it was actually true. Yu turned to Lin Feng and asked, "What's a sea of consciousness space?" Lin Feng explained in a low voice, "Master, the sea of consciousness is a cultivator's mind. It's an extremely important and fragile place. Once the sea of consciousness is damaged, it's the moment of death and destruction of one's cultivation. It can even harm the soul. Hearing this, the man's smile deepened. He showed no sense of crisis about revealing his weakness. With a gentle and kind expression, he spoke, "That's correct. So, would you two be willing to give me a chance? Let's sit down and have a chat." After exchanging a glance, perhaps because the other party's expression was too kind, they found it hard to harbor any hostility. So they walked towards the pavilion. After the two of them sat down, the man raised his head and looked at Yu earnestly. He introduced himself, saying his name was Yuan Qi. He had been waiting here for the celestial maiden's appearance for tens of thousands of years. What did he mean by waiting for him to appear? What for? Yu looked at him sharply. Then he heard Yuan Qi slowly explaining the reason. This strand of his divine consciousness had been sleeping in this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, always waiting for someone who could awaken him. The celestial maiden was the only one in tens of thousands of years who could see and enter this sea of consciousness space. His race was very special. Ordinary cultivators couldn't perceive his existence. Only those with extraordinary abilities could sense him. In this realm, only the celestial maiden had this ability. Hearing him say this realm, Lin Feng seemed to realize something and asked in shock, "You said your name is Yuan Qi? Yuan is an ancient surname, and you're not from this realm. Could your true form be a Qilin?" Hearing this, Yuan Qi's smile deepened. He nodded and said, "That's correct. I'm indeed not of the human race. My true form is a Qilin." Yu blurted out, "Oh, so you're actually a beastie." Lin Feng quickly tugged at him, quietly reminding, "Master, the Qilin is an ancient divine beast. It's a divine race, even more powerful than immortals. We mustn't speak carelessly about the divine race." Yu thought in confusion. Do the gods of this world appear so casually, even politely offering tea? What's so special about being a divine race? He didn't even bother to compete with it. But if it could bring him wealth, then it would be his sugar daddy. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Qi and asked the question in his heart. Legend has it that the divine races have long been extinct in the three realms. They might not even exist in the immortal realm. How did you appear here? Hearing this, Yuan Qi's face showed a sorrowful expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was injured and accidentally entered the lower realm. After splitting open a secret realm near Yuehai, he fell into a slumber. He had intended to wait for his wounds to heal and for someone of his kind to awaken his true body. Unexpectedly, a great calamity occurred, and he never sensed the aura of his kind again. So, you mean your race was wiped out while you were healing? Yu realized he had accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. Yuan Qi continued to explain. Unable to wait for his kin, with only a trace of divine consciousness left, he couldn't leave the secret realm where his true body slumbered and had been unable to wake up. With no other choice, he would open the entrance to the secret realm periodically, hoping to wait for a celestial maiden with powers similar to his race to awaken him. After his explanation, Yu finally understood the true reason for opening the secret realm. Yuan Qi's eyes brightened, his smile becoming even gentler. His eyes were full of expectation. For nearly 10,000 years, all the celestial maidens who came and couldn't enter this sea of consciousness space. Only you discovered this place. Then he heard him speak in a solemn tone, as if making a vow. Would the celestial maiden be willing to form a bond with me? Help me awaken from my slumber? I, Yuan Qi, am willing to serve you as my master, to protect you by your side from now on, never to abandon you in this life. Yu was stunned, shocked by his solemn tone. Such a serious invitation. Who knows what he was thinking? Then, to Yuan Qi's disbelief, he rejected the offer without hesitation. He grabbed Lin Feng's wrist and walked out of the pavilion. A confused Lin Feng hurriedly tried to persuade him. This is a divine race, and possibly the last one left in the world. This is an opportunity even immortals would find hard to come by. Master, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Yu quietly expressed his concerns. It was their first meeting, and he was already asking to form a bond. Who knows if there's a catch? Moreover, he's from the divine race. If things go wrong, there'd be nowhere to reason with him. Lin Feng thought a divine race actively asking to be a follower was nothing short of a miracle. He couldn't help but try to persuade. Your Eminence, what Yuan Qi said might not be false. Besides, the Qilin is a symbol of good fortune. Wherever Qilins appear, there are bound to be rare treasures and precious items. Before he could finish, Yu suddenly spun on his heel. Like the wind, he swooshed back into the pavilion. He enthusiastically grabbed Yuan Qi's hand and asked, Dad, are you hungry? Do you need an orange? Why didn't you say earlier that Shilins could bring such wealth? Now, in Yu Yu's eyes, Yuan Qi was equivalent to countless treasures. What the Zhenyin sect needed most right now was resources, or to be precise, they were poor. Yuan Qi was his god of wealth, his sugar daddy. Lin Feng, seeing this, smiled helplessly. He thought to himself, Master's attitude changed so quickly. Yu Yu gripped Yuan Qi's hand tightly, radiating unparalleled enthusiasm as a partner. Forming a bond is a good thing. From now on, we're family. Dad, how do you like to eat oranges? Standing, sitting, or with tea? Yuan Qi was stunned for a moment, not understanding why the celestial maiden kept offering him oranges. He habitually smiled and said, the celestial maiden's willingness to form a bond is already a great help. Everything else is up to you. Dad, no need to be so formal calling me celestial maiden. We're family now. I'm Yu Yu. You can call me whatever you like. Little you, it's all fine. After all, your dad. Just be happy. Hearing this, Yuan Qi smiled deepened noticeably. He remarked that Yu Yu was indeed different from other celestial maidens. If you insist, then considering our age difference, I might as well call you Little Yu. How's that? Since he was using a nickname, that meant he was now family. So Yu Yu immediately suggested they start the bonding process. Yuan Qi said, thank you, Little Yu, and slowly stood up. With a slight wave of his hand, the pavilion disappeared, and the three of them were standing on the water's surface. Then he knelt on one knee facing Yu Yu. Yu Yu, familiar with the process, reached out to place his hand on top of Yuan Qi's head. Just as he was about to activate his skill, he suddenly remembered something and quickly withdrew his hand. He had already let one ancestor ascend, and now he had psychological trauma. Moreover, they both had the surname Yuan. Who knows if there's any hereditary trait or something? He asked Yuan Qi seriously, you won't eat an orange and then directly ascend, right? I've never heard of ascending by eating oranges. Yuan Qi was stunned for a moment. After carefully considering his question, he began to answer seriously. Little Yu, do you mean ascending to immortality? I have a divine body, so there's no possibility of regressing to an immortal state. Besides, I have the ability to traverse the three realms, so ascension doesn't apply to me. Hearing this, Yu Yu felt relieved. He had already let one teacher ascend, and he absolutely couldn't let a second one go. As Yuan Qi, the living textbook, was about to start the bonding process again, Yu Yu hurriedly reminded him, your true form has been sleeping for a long time. It might not be easy to awaken. If you feel any discomfort, remember to stop immediately. Don't force yourself for my sake, Yu Yu. He assured him not to worry. When it comes to strength, he was the most professional. Then, without any delay, he placed his hand on top of the other's head. He took a deep breath. He directly activated the boatman's skill, reciting that phrase, don't move from here. I'll go buy you some oranges. Yu Yu found that he was getting more and more fluent in saying it. Probably because he had taken so many advantages, he had gotten used to it. A second ago, Yuan Qi was thinking, it seems Little Yu's obsession with oranges is really deep. The next second, he felt a surge of energy transmitted from the other's palm. It was extremely fast, not only flowing into his consciousness-formed body, but also directly sweeping across the entire consciousness space. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed around, instantly spreading across the entire water surface. The whole world seemed to have been awakened, blindingly bright. Even Yuan Qi's entire body began to emit white light. His form started to become transparent, as if he might disappear at any moment. His previously slightly worried expression instantly relaxed, and he let out a slow sigh of relief. A mark, like wind or a swallow, appeared on his forehead. Yu saw him slowly stand up and walk towards him. He revealed a smile. Unlike the gentle smile that had seemingly become a habit before, in an instant, all the dazzling white light around paled in comparison to his radiance. It was a smile that could make heaven and earth lose their color. Then he leaned in, bowing his head close, infinitely intimate and gently touched. The words that came out seemed to carry a tenderness that could drown one. He whispered softly, thank you, my little celestial maiden. Yu Yu hadn't yet come to his senses. The next moment, his form directly disappeared from the spot. The surrounding white light grew even brighter, and the entire field of vision turned completely white. Seeing him vanish, Yu Yu's first reaction was that he had been tricked. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Where's the person?" The powerful sensory explosion. In women's eyes, it was like a brilliant fireworks show. As soon as the words fell, Yu Yu instinctively closed his eyes. He felt as if something had been added around him, and then there was a swaying sensation before his eyes. Then he was pushed out by something. At this moment, Lin Feng reminded him, "Your Eminence, we've been sent out of the stone sea space." He opened his eyes to look. Indeed, before his eyes was that forest full of Lingji mushrooms. But unlike the calm and safe secret realm that was like a large Lingji supermarket just now, the forest now had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only that, but the entire world was also shaking. Large cracks appeared on the ground. Even the sky began to collapse. Black cracks, like a spider web, spread across the entire sky. It seemed as if it might completely shatter at any moment. Shocked by everything before his eyes, Lin Feng instinctively moved closer to Yu Yu, ready to escort him away at a moment's notice. Yu Yu discovered an amazing thing. No matter how much commotion occurred in the secret realm, it couldn't affect the two of them at all. They were surrounded by a transparent protective shield, like a bubble wrapping the two of them inside, floating in midair. The secret realm collapsed even more severely. The rumbling sound was incessant. In less than a moment, there was not a single intact piece of land below. It was as if something was about to break through. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared between heaven and earth. It was the silhouette of a giant beast. Its body resembled a horse, with two horns on its head. Its long tail was like a waterfall hanging in the air. Its entire body was covered in scales as white as jade, with a hint of mixed color, appearing pure and noble. This was a Qilin, a white Qilin. The next moment, a light and ethereal voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm. It was unclear what it was, but it unexpectedly made one's heart tremble. Celestial maidens of Shinza, thank you for awakening me from my 10,000 years of slumber. I shall dissolve this secret realm and merge it into the Shinza continent, no longer separate from it. The contents of the 100 layers within this secret realm shall be my gift of goodwill to this world. When that light and ethereal voice ended in their ears, Yu Yu and the others found that a larger whirlwind was coming. The world they were in began another process of heaven and earth shattering. At this moment, Yu Yu suddenly made another major discovery. The sky was actually beneath the ground, and when he looked up at the crumbling sky, he faintly saw a piece of land. Yuan Shi had just said that this was a 100-layer secret realm. In other words, this was a multi-level supermarket. No wonder they couldn't see other celestial maidens before. It turned out everyone was shopping on different floors. Lin Feng couldn't understand what his master was saying at all. He only knew that his master was saying some strange things again. Seeing the celestial maidens who were originally below them coming up, Yu Yu hurriedly asked Lin Feng beside him how they should get out. Before they could think of a good way, a powerful gust of energy pushed them out. Yu Yu, inside the bubble shield, felt as uncomfortable as if he had motion sickness. The only fortunate thing was that they had gotten out. Looking at the entrance of the secret realm, he felt like it was about to explode. Sure enough, as he expected, a big explosion came the next second. Then, many people were affected by the explosive shockwave. Celestial maidens, or their followers, used their ultimate moves to counter that impact force. Yu Yu was also affected by that powerful shockwave. At this critical moment, he fell into a warm embrace. Then he heard Yuan Shi gently asking if he was all right. Little Yu Yu blushed and answered that he was fine. Then he turned and asked how he was here, and when he had come out, Yuan Shi smiled and replied that he had been here all along. Then he reminded Yu Yu that the consciousness fusion wouldn't stop yet, so be careful not to get too close. Then they heard continuous explosion sounds entering their ears. Yu Yu secretly thought to himself that the explosions looked like a fireworks show. Then he heard someone nearby shouting loudly that those exploding lights were things from the secret realm. The divine race's gift was this. He scattered the treasures from the secret realm to various places. So people took out their flying tools to chase after those treasures. Yu Yu felt heartbroken thinking that his large free supermarket had been blown up. Looking at Yuan Shi's calm demeanor beside him, he silently complained that he was a wealth-scattering divine beast. Yuan Shi completely missed his inner complaint at this moment and gently stroked her hair. He He softly asked Lil Yu if they should leave, as it was a bit dangerous here. Seeing the situation as it was, Yu sighed helplessly and said they should return to the sect first, as it was indeed not very safe here. Hearing this, Yuan Chi waved his hand casually. Then they saw 3 leaves appear in front of them. Seeing this, Yu exclaimed that the divine race was truly amazing, able to conjure a few leaves as flying tools so easily. After the 3 of them stood on the leaves, he still found it very interesting and quite novel. After Yuan Chi said the word go, the 3 leaves sped towards their destination. Watching the silhouettes of the 3 of them disappear into the distance, Qiu Yao and Ming Xian's mind wondered how the celestial maiden suddenly had another person by her side. Yu and her group happily returned to the Jinyan sect. Unexpectedly, as soon as they returned to the sect, they were greeted by Feng Rong. Burning with anger, he questioned the one surnamed Yu. Where did you bring this wild man back from? Dressed in red, Feng Rong was about to explode, his eyes tinged with a reddish color. He pointed at Yuan Chi and angrily asked who that person was. He thought about how he had been working hard for the sect, but the one surnamed Yu had the audacity to flirt outside. What's most infuriating was that she even brought the person back to the sect. You wouldn't let him get away with it. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by wild man? His name is Yuan Chi. He's a divine beast Qilin, a noble member of the divine race. Even the Yuhei realm was approved by him. Really, you don't understand anything. How could he talk about the sugar daddy like that? At first, hearing the words divine race, Feng Rong was stunned for a moment. The next second, after thinking of something, he became visibly more agitated. So, what if he's from the divine race? Is that why you chose him as your follower? Why did you find another follower behind my back? Besides, how can Yuan Chi compare to me? Does Yuan Chi have relatives? Does he have family? Apart from a good-looking face, what can he bring to the sect? Even talking about looks, can he compare to my handsomeness? Yu immediately interrupted him, telling him not to talk nonsense. You don't understand Sugar Daddy's abilities. He's the legendary wealth-bringing divine beast. One person equals a bank. What need is there for relatives or family background? Besides, it's my choice of follower. Why are you angry? Feng Rong was instantly stuck. He seemed to want to say something, but didn't know how to start. He only felt the anger in his chest bubbling up layer by layer, like flames burning his heart painfully. Finally, he could only angrily question, didn't you say before that choosing a follower should be done carefully, which is why you rejected me? How long have you been gone? And you've already brought back a wild man. Yu thought to herself, how is this comparable? But seeing him about to explode with anger, she patiently explained, the two of you are different, because he is at the Yuan Ing cultivation level. Seeing his aggrieved face, asking if Yuan Ing level wasn't enough, Yu expressed her concerns. She had long thought about strange things, fearing that after the separation, he would ascend like the Yuan ancestor. If he really wanted to be a follower, they could separate now. They could separate right now. After hearing this, Feng Rong's anger instantly disappeared, and he began to wildly overthink. So the one surnamed Yu had long wanted to separate with him, but was afraid of his ascension. That's why she didn't dare to separate with him. Feng Rong stared at her serious expression, not knowing what he was thinking about. His face suddenly turned bright red. In his mind, the phrase she had long wanted to separate with me kept repeating. So his gaze became strangely evasive, and even his voice became unsteady. Oh, who told you I wanted to be your follower? I was just worried you'd be deceived, not recognizing good intentions. I won't care about you anymore. After saying this, he turned and left, dragging along a confused Feng Yu. His steps became faster and faster, with a hint of fleeing and panic. He brought the two to his small courtyard. Feng Yu was about to ask about the master's next plan, but his master's mind was full of thoughts about how the one surnamed Yu didn't want him to ascend. Surely because she couldn't bear to part with him, she had him in her heart. He touched his face that was burning even more intensely, muttering to himself, how could the one surnamed Yu think that stinky Qilin is better than me? It must be because she can't bear to part with me. She really worries too much. Looking at the master, who was clearly overinterpreting, Feng Yu was also speechless for a moment. He suddenly turned and asked Feng Yu if they should tell the truth to the one surnamed Yu. Hearing this, Feng Yu was shocked and terrified, thinking, Master, please come to your senses. Before he could voice his objection, Feng Rong sighed and gave up on his own. Forget it, now is not the time. Let's talk about it later. Feng Yu sighed in relief after hearing this. Fortunately, it seemed the master hadn't been driven crazy by anger. He awkwardly smiled and asked the master, that Yuan Qi is a divine ancestor. Won't he be able to see through something? Feng Rong's face darkened. He tightened his palm and unconsciously pinched his sleeve. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. No need to worry. He didn't say anything just now. He probably didn't notice. Outside, in the deep night, a full moon hung in the sky. Everything was silent. However, Feng Rong's room was brightly lit. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of him. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" The person was Yuan Qi. He explained with a smile, "I just didn't expect to see you here. I was surprised, so I came to say hello." Unexpectedly, Feng Rong snorted coldly and directly told him to leave. "Since you've said hello, you can leave now." Yuan Qi didn't mind his attitude. He sat down nearby and said with a light laugh, "Although I don't know why you're hiding it, I've noticed you've been using an avatar all along. Is it because there's something wrong with your real body?" Feng Rong narrowed his eyes and retorted, So what if there isn't? It's none of your business." Yuan Qi maintained his good-natured demeanor and explained, "I'm just here to ask if I can help. The world now is different from before. We should let go of past prejudices. If there's anything, feel free to say it." Feng Rong's eyes darkened, as if remembering something. His expression worsened. He spoke unkindly. "No need. I'm afraid you can't help with my matters." Yuan Qi didn't insist. He sighed and said, "All right then, I won't bother you anymore." He just came to remind him of one thing. The sect leader is a good person. Now that you're in the same sect, what's wrong with being honest with each other? Upon hearing this, Feng Rong instantly flared up. He glared at Yuan Qi angrily. "I know better than you what kind of person the one surnamed you is. I don't need your reminder." Yuan Qi looked at him, something flashing in his eyes. He slowly stood up, shaking his head helplessly. He said there was one thing he had to say. "Xiaoyu has been kind to me. Whatever you're planning to do, please don't implicate Xiaoyu. Otherwise, even if it means my soul scatters, I won't let you off." After saying this, he vanished in a flash. Looking at where he disappeared, Feng Rong's brows instantly knotted tightly. A frenzied aura seemed to burst out of his body uncontrollably. His palm immediately clenched into a fist. Gritting his teeth, he growled word by word. He actually called him Xiaoyu. Even I haven't called him that. Yu sneezed several times in succession. His first reaction was that the weather had indeed become cooler. He might have caught a cold. At this moment, he heard a disciple come to report that Yuan Qi had split the Fuin Peak where he was staying. The disciple shook his head vigorously, looking anxious and not knowing how to explain. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Lin said you'll understand once you go there." Yu was completely bewildered upon hearing this. He knew Yuan Qi's temperament well. With his good nature, it shouldn't be possible, right? Sugar Daddy truly was a wealth-bringing divine beast. In one day, he could stumble upon premium cultivation materials while walking. A single word could help disciples break through to the next level. Just by visiting a room, he could help novice disciples refine premium pills. Yu, looking confused, followed the disciple to see. When he saw it, he was completely stunned. He saw a mountain full of spirit stones. The originally intact Fuin Peak had suddenly split open at the top, with a crack running right through where Yuan Qi was staying, splitting the palace in half. And inside that crack, it was filled with spirit stones glowing with a crystalline light. He asked Yuan Qi in surprise what was going on. Were all these spirit stone mines split open by him? Yuan Qi smiled and told him that Fuin Peak was originally a spirit stone vein. There was originally a barrier outside the spirit mine. It's unknown who destroyed it. When he arrived, the barrier was completely shattered and the spirit mine was fully exposed. This was just a coincidence. If it was just a one-time occurrence, then of course it would be a coincidence. But he could stumble upon premium forging materials just by walking normally. Just by chatting with disciples for a few words, they could break through to the next level. Visiting the pill refining room for the first time, disciples could refine premium low-level pills, making them think they were geniuses. When helping to distribute Lingji brought back from the secret realm, he picked out a rare 7-star spirit liquid from a pile of Lingji. Could all of these be coincidences too? And all these things happened within a day of his arrival here. It must be said that Sugar Daddy was truly a wealth-bringing divine beast. And it was 24K pure auspiciousness. It seemed the financial crisis of the True Eye sect was no longer a concern. So Yu, with an excited heart, tremblingly gripped Yuan Chi's hand firmly. He even had the urge to hug his leg. "Daddy, you're a real daddy. We'll follow you from now on." Yu sincerely spoke his mind, seeing that he wanted to continue saying some flattering words. Feng Rong's forehead veins instantly bulged. He stepped forward and angrily pulled his hand away, reminding him, wake up, wake up. Didn't you say you had something to ask?" Only then did he remember the main issue. He looked seriously at Yuan Chi and asked, "Yuan Chi, since you're the divine race, you should be able to see what his cultivation level is, right?" The system on his body originally had a level display, but now it only shows max level, without any specific cultivation level displayed. Yuan Chi looked at him and asked in confusion, "Xiao Yu, don't you know your own cultivation level?" Yu, not knowing how to explain for a moment, could only nod vigorously to indicate that was indeed the case. He always felt that the spiritual energy he cultivated seemed somehow different from others, so he hoped Yuan Chi could help him check. So Yuan Chi placed his hand on his wrist and began to examine carefully. Then he looked at him with some surprise and said he could only detect a special energy in his body. It didn't seem to be spiritual energy, but he wasn't sure exactly what it was. Perhaps this was a power unique to the Celestial Maiden. Yi was a bit worried after hearing this. Even the divine race didn't know his cultivation level. Could it be because he had transmigrated and the system wasn't compatible or something, so it couldn't be analyzed? He wondered if someone like him could cultivate spiritual energy and magic spells. Yuan Chi added more gently, "Of course you can. Although we don't know what the special energy in your body is, it probably doesn't affect your absorption of spiritual energy. If you can use it freely and combine it with cultivation methods, it would naturally be no different from cultivation." Seeing his particular fondness for sword flying techniques, Yuan Chi explained that sword flying was slightly different from other techniques. It was divided into two types. One required using spiritual energy to condense a sword shape first, while the other involved finding a spiritual tool and using spiritual power to make it fly. When Yu heard the words spiritual energy into sword, he instinctively glanced at Feng Rong, recalling the spiritual sword he had drawn before. Before Feng Rong could show off, he instinctively mobilized his spiritual energy. Then with a whoosh, a glowing spiritual sword appeared in front of him. Feng Rong was completely stunned. Yuan Chi, however, exclaimed with joy, as expected of the Venerable One. To be able to condense a sword shape on the first attempt at spiritual energy sword formation, Master is truly remarkable. Seeing this, Yuan Chi also nodded and looked at him with admiration, praising, "It seems your control over spiritual energy is quite good. You have great talent for cultivation." He glanced at the glowing little spirit sword, somewhat eager to try it out, and asked if he could fly with it now. How far could it go? Then he heard Lin Chi tell him that the speed and flight time of sword riding were related to one's cultivation level and the spiritual energy used for sword control. Since it was the Venerable One's first time forming a spirit sword, he probably couldn't fly very far. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly something flashed past their eyes. It shot straight up into the sky, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. Lin Chi, Feng Rong, and Yuan Chi all looked at this in disbelief. Already 1,000 miles away, Yu arrived at a town. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, standing dumbfounded for quite a while. His heart sank. It seemed he had flown himself lost. He had no idea where he was now. Seeing many people staring at him, he suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment. He instinctively touched the storage bag at his side, wanting to find a communication talisman, but found his side empty. He hadn't brought anything with him. Just then, a male voice came from beside him, asking if he had gotten separated from his companions. The man suggested that he needn't panic. His companions were probably looking for him too. He offered to take him to rest up ahead while waiting for them to find him. He told him not to worry, saying that he himself was a disciple of a reputable sect. Then he took out a jade tablet. On it were written the words Jade Immortal. "Fellow cultivator, is this your first time in this city? There's a spirit stone shop up ahead. It's full of spiritual tools and ornaments made by artifact refiners. Would you like to take a look? They just got a new batch of spiritual tools today. If you wait any longer, they might all be sold out. Don't worry, the shop is right next to the main street. It's very close," he said, then reached out to push him in that direction. Yu's mouth twitched, and he turned to grab the man's hand. He sighed and asked bluntly, "Brother, is stupid and easy to fool written on my face? With this kind of scam, it's a miracle you've survived until now." The The smile on the man's face instantly froze. His handsome face suddenly became distorted and fierce. He said, "You're quite alert, but once you're in my hands, you won't have any say in the matter." As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and sprinkled something towards Yu. She was the aloof goddess revered by all in the immortal realm, yet ambushed by an ordinary man in the bustling market, and bound into a silver cave. Yu felt some powder flying towards his face, blinding him for a moment. He reflexively closed his eyes. Seeing this, the man gave a cold laugh. He immediately grabbed the person and pulled him into a dark alley nearby, thinking that now that he had inhaled the bewitching incense, let's see how this woman could escape. Unexpectedly, Yu wiped the powder off his face, opened his eyes, coughed, and said, "Brother, if you want to talk, just talk. Why throw flour at me?" The man seemed startled and looked at him in disbelief, asking, "How come you're fine?" Yu looked at the man in confusion and asked, "Should something have happened to me?" The man unconsciously raised his hand, still covered in powder, as if trying to confirm something. He looked at his own hand with a face full of doubt about life. He had clearly inhaled this special bewitching incense, which even Yuan cultivators couldn't resist. How could he be fine? The next second, the man fell face first onto the ground, unconscious. Yu wondered if this counted as being scammed. He was completely confused by the other's bizarre actions. He had never seen someone poison themselves while trying to poison others. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Just then, suddenly, a deliberately lowered voice came from the wall beside him, asking, "Has old 3 finished the job yet?" The next moment, he heard a creaking sound from the wall, as if a mechanism was activating. He was startled by this sound. Could it be that this person had some accomplices? Watching the wall move, a secret door opened. It seemed someone was about to come out. He glanced at the man on the ground, and his mind went blank. Without knowing why, he immediately lay down and closed his eyes. Before he could think further, the next moment he heard the sound of several people approaching. Seemingly discovering the 2 people on the ground, they immediately exclaimed in surprise, "How did old 3 end up unconscious here? It looks like he was affected by the bewitching incense. Didn't he wear protective gear beforehand? How did he still get poisoned?" Yu didn't know why he was pretending to be unconscious, given how capable he was in fighting. Finally, they decided to take the woman affected by the bewitching incense back first and figure things out later. The next moment, Yu felt someone pick him up. The street noise grew distant, as if they had arrived at some quiet place. Then he sensed something bright around him, seemingly the light of a formation. The next moment, they were in another place. Suddenly, the surroundings became noisy, mixed with many scolding and crying voices. "Let me go. I'm a disciple of an immortal sect from the Snowfall sect. Let me go back. Shut up, it's so noisy. What are you shouting about? You think you can go back to any immortal sect after coming here? Dream on." After the scolding ended, a whip lashed out immediately. The modern people were beating people again. An accomplice reminded him to be careful and not leave too many marks. The man holding the whip spoke disdainfully. "A bunch of fools who can't understand the situation. They're already here and still think they can leave. It's truly daydreaming." Yu secretly opened one eye, surveying his surroundings, wondering where he was. He discovered it was a huge stone room, seemingly underground. Most of the people there were women. Some were struggling fiercely, others were crying softly, and some had numb expressions, their eyes filled with fear. Wasn't it said that in this world, the heavenly Tao favored women, and harming women would incur divine punishment? How could there still be people trafficking women? His heart tightened, realizing this gang was bigger than he had imagined. The captured women were clearly frightened, their faces full of panic and fear. Those with slightly more courage began to cry out desperately, but no one responded. The more timid women had already started to break down and cry. Would anyone come to save them? They wanted to go home. By the looks of it, they must have just been abducted. He was about to open his mouth to offer some words of comfort, but he heard footsteps approaching again, seemingly quite a few people coming this way. He had to stop the words at his lips. Sure enough, the next moment a shifty-eyed man came in. As soon as he entered, he squinted his eyes, scanning each cell with an appraising gaze. He directly asked how many cultivators had been brought in this time. Someone beside him quickly replied with a somewhat flattering tone, "A total of 13. Most of them are under the effect of the bewitching incense and won't wake up for 3 days. There's one foundation building cultivator, the rest are at Qi refining stage." The man referred to as the manager scoffed disdainfully. "It's getting worse and worse. These years, the immortal sex requirements for disciples are really getting lower and lower. Fine, Let's follow the old rules. Take those with cultivation to have their powers dispersed. Feed the medicine to those without. After speaking, he turned to leave. Suddenly, the manager paused, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He made a gesture and said softly, "Later, send that foundation building cultivator to him for a look." The man nodded hurriedly, saying he understood and assured the manager not to worry. Once the manager left, the man immediately straightened up, took out a porcelain bottle, and handed it to someone behind him, telling them to have people feed the remaining medicine. Also, don't forget to bring out that foundation-building female cultivator and send her to brother you. Then, the scarred man called second brother directly passed through the barrier, heading towards the unconscious woman. As he walked, he muttered, "Being the boss is good, getting to taste the goods first." Hearing him say this, Yu knew that nothing good would come of that girl being taken there. He was about to stand up and give that person a punch in the back. Suddenly, he heard a seductive female voice. "Oh, what are you doing here?" The man who was about to grab someone was startled. He turned around and saw a woman walking in through the door. She was very beautiful, wearing layers of pink gauze, dressed in a very alluring way. Just one look at her would make anyone's blood boil. She walked in with small steps, swaying her slender waist. The man's face instantly lit up with a smile. His lecherous eyes kept roaming over her chest. He asked why Miss Shueyin wasn't serving upstairs and had come to such a dirty place. Hearing this, the woman smiled even more charmingly. With a slight complaint in her voice, she cooed, "It's all because Sister Qinglian has occupied the immortal, and I was sent away. I was bored, so I came to see these new sisters out of curiosity. Is that not allowed?" "Of course it's allowed. Miss Shueyin can do whatever she wants. Come, the path here is difficult. Let me support you, Mississippi." The man hurriedly stepped closer, speaking while not forgetting to grope the woman's body. The woman called Shueyin seemed to freeze for a moment. Seeing this, Yu angrily exclaimed, "Damn, I can't stand this pervert anymore." Unexpectedly, Shueyin cast a flirtatious glance at the scarred man, coyly saying, "You naughty boy," in a half-rejecting, half-inviting manner. Then, with the scarred man's support, she continued walking towards them. The scarred man eagerly introduced, "Most of the newcomers this time are ordinary women. They won't last long, but there are a few female cultivators, with the highest being at foundation building stage." Shueyin looked at the few women in the corner, a flash of something in her eyes. Then she smiled and said, "They don't look that great." The scarred man immediately flattered her. "Of course, they're not even 1/10,000 as beautiful as Miss Shueyin." Seeing Shueyin ask what was wrong with them and why they were all unconscious, the scarred man hurriedly explained, "They've just been affected by the bewitching incense. Since they're cultivators, we're afraid they might be troublesome to deal with. Once affected by this, without the antidote, even a nascent soul cultivator won't wake up for 3 days." After hearing this, Shueyin looked at him curiously and asked, "You're so capable, you must be keeping the antidote safe." The infatuated scarred man blurted out, "Of course." Shueyin's eyes instantly darkened. She said, "That's good." Before the scarred man could express his confusion, she smiled and struck his chest with her palm. The woman who was just enchanting everyone transformed into a ruthless killer the next second. Shuyin's seemingly delicate palm contained astonishing power. The scarred man, caught completely off guard, was sent flying by Shuyin's palm strike. His two subordinates, seeing this, hurriedly questioned Shueyin about what she was doing. Unexpectedly, the answer they received was 2 deadly flying daggers. Shueyin threw the daggers with a flick of her wrist. 2 white flashes flew out, passing through their necks. The 2 men fell down, with large amounts of blood gushing out, pooling on the ground. The woman called Shueyin, completely different from her previous seductive demeanor, moved with clean and efficient actions. Yu watched with stars of admiration shining in his eyes. The Shueyin in front of him was just like the female heroes in wuxia novels, charming on the surface, but killing bad guys without blinking. He was excited to see a real one in person. After killing them, Shueyin, with a serious face, came to the scarred man's side. She crouched down and carefully searched his body. Only after finding a bottle did her expression relax. She turned around, opened the barrier, and walked towards them. She first came to Yu, who was pretending to be unconscious, and was about to give him the antidote. Unexpectedly, her wrist was grabbed. Yu smiled and said, "Wait a moment, heroine." He had actually been awake the whole time. Seeing the confusion in the heroine's eyes, he didn't have time to explain now. He hurriedly said it was a long story, but saving people was urgent. He asked where they were and what they should do next. Shuiyin told him this was the Xianyue Tower in Mingyu Valley. Time was running out, and they had to leave immediately. Upon hearing the words Mingyu Valley, the faces of those who had just woken up turned pale. This was the evil domain of demonic cultivators. Shuiyin glanced at everyone in the cell and quickly explained. They didn't have much time. If they wanted to live, they should follow her immediately. They had to leave within a quarter of an hour. Hearing this, Yu was the first to come out, raising both hands in support of the heroine. Shuiyin opened the barriers of other cells, releasing dozens of imprisoned people. She led everyone out of the dungeon, but they were faced with a huge building complex. She brought them to a dark, inconspicuous corner and had everyone stop. They began to wait. It was already nighttime. She stared intently at the courtyard, which was brightly lit with lanterns and decorations, illuminating the night. Not far away, there was a burst of laughter, seemingly from a large gathering. A strange fragrance wafted through the air. It was so strong it was almost choking. She must have thought of something, as tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes. Just then a girl asked her, "Sister, why have we stopped? Will those people chase after us?" Shuiyin clenched her fist and told the girl to be quiet and wait for the signal. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Before they could ask further, there was a loud boom. The tall building in front of them suddenly burst into flames. The entire structure collapsed. Watching the towering flames, a flash of deep sorrow appeared in Shuyin's eyes. She instantly thought of Sister Qinglian, the woman who sacrificed herself so that others could have a chance at survival. Thinking of Sister Qinglian, her tears began to flow uncontrollably once again. Looking at the raging flames, she suppressed her inner sorrow and led everyone running wildly in another direction. She couldn't let Sister Qinglian's sacrifice be in vain. She seemed to have planned the route in advance, taking them through very secluded areas. With the fire upstairs, people were rushing to the front so they didn't encounter anyone. As the tall building grew more distant, the group was about to leave the Xianyue Tower's premises. They were almost at the back door when Yu suddenly stopped. He grabbed Shuiyin, who was at the front, and said, "Heroine, wait a moment. We can't go that way." Before she could react, Yu pulled her towards another direction. Shuiyin was about to object when they heard a large number of footsteps. Sure enough, a group of people entered from outside the next second, carrying weapons. It was clear they had discovered the escape and came to block them. They were just a moment away from colliding. Everyone's face turned pale. Shuiyin looked especially anxious and said through gritted teeth that the back exit must be guarded now. They couldn't get out. Yu, who had already checked the route on the map, told everyone not to panic and that they should take another path. There was a small road 50 meters ahead where they could turn off. Shuiyin asked him, puzzled, how he knew the layout of this place. He couldn't tell people it was because he had cheated. He could only cough lightly to hide his embarrassment. He said there was no time to explain and they should just follow him. The group took many twists and turns, following Yu in a big circle. They finally managed to leave the Xianyue Tower's premises. At first, Shuiyin was still a bit worried. After narrowly avoiding several waves of pursuers, she stopped speaking and just silently followed the group forward. It wasn't until they could no longer hear the commotion from Xianyue Tower behind them. She couldn't help but look back at the tall building being consumed by fierce flames. Her eyes instantly became sore again. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, a young girl asked fearfully in a soft voice where they would go next. Shuiyin, coming back to her senses, took a deep breath and said solemnly that they would go to the mountain on the east side of Xianyue Tower. There was a cave on the right side of the mountain foot. The people of Xianyue Tower had already discovered their disappearance and would surely close off Mingyu Valley. They could only temporarily hide in the mountains for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu found the cave on the map and asked which cave the heroine meant. Was it the empty one on the left, the one in the middle with the beast, or the one on the far right hidden by grass with 3 trees in front? Although Shuiyin looked at him with even more shock, she didn't forget to tell him it was the cave on the far right. Knowing the destination, Yu habitually took Shuyin's hand and started walking forward, not forgetting to call for everyone to quickly follow him. Sister Beiyin was afflicted with an incurable heart curse. Who would have thought? It would be miraculously cured by Yu's strange incantation of rejuvenation. Everyone followed Yu's lead without hesitation. Sure enough, They smoothly arrived at a cave. Although the entrance wasn't large, the inside was spacious and had many passages. Shuiyin first summoned a ball of fire to light up the surroundings. Then she closed her eyes and began to set up a formation. After a while, a flash of light passed under everyone's feet, seeming to be some kind of formation. She explained to everyone that this was a concealment formation. The terrain here was complex. Even if they were discovered, as long as they didn't go out, they wouldn't be found for a while. She then took out a box, opened it, and distributed its contents to everyone. She told them these were fasting pills, enough to sustain everyone here for 3 months. When their pursuers relaxed their guard, they might be able to escape. Someone immediately exclaimed in surprise, asking about the 3 months and what if their pursuers didn't relax their guard. Shuiyin looked back at everyone and said that the celestial sects would discover their disappearance and might send people to search. Hearing this, the women from the celestial sects spoke hopefully. The celestial sects wouldn't abandon them. With so many people missing, the sects must have received the news and would surely come to rescue them. Seeing everyone becoming more and more certain, as if encouraging each other, only Shuiyin lowered her eyes. She didn't hold much hope for the celestial sects finding this place. After all, if Manhwa Tower dared to kidnap noble ladies and female cultivators, they must have prepared to cover their tracks and not be discovered. Moreover, she had been tortured by Manhwa Tower for 5 years. During that time, so many sisters had died tragically, and no one came to rescue them. This meant the celestial sects knew nothing about this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked everything with such a plan. Thinking of Sister Qinglian smiling and telling her, Shuiyin, everything depends on you now. As long as they could escape, even if only one person made it, they could notify the celestial sects. Yu noticed her low spirits. He patted her shoulder and comforted her, saying not to worry, they would definitely escape safely. Shuiyin turned to look at him, remembering what had happened along the way. She couldn't help but ask if this young lady was also from the celestial sections. She wondered, given how familiar he was with the terrain here, if he might be someone sent by the celestial sects to rescue them. Yu scratched the back of his head, embarrassedly saying that he had seen a map of this place before, so he remembered some of it. What else could he say? He couldn't exactly tell them he relied on real-time map updates. After hearing this, Shuyin's eyes dimmed a little. She lowered her head in disappointment. She had originally thought he was sent by the celestial sects to rescue them, so he had studied the terrain in advance. It seemed she had thought too much. Yu took Shuyin's hand without hesitation. Then he began to introduce himself. He was Yu from the small sect True Eye, which had recently joined the Sword Sect. He told her not to worry. As long as the sisters worked together, there would surely be a way. Shuiyin was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She immediately gave him a somewhat forced smile and responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Then she stopped speaking. She began to meditate with closed eyes, wanting to conserve her energy to deal with unknown dangers. At this moment, Yu was also a bit conflicted, looking at the others sitting against the wall to rest, their faces full of worry and fear. His words just now sounded nice, but actually leading them to escape wouldn't be so easy. He could definitely escape alone, but now with so many people, and he hadn't even started learning any magic skills yet. The only skills he knew were those game skills, and he didn't know what consequences they might cause. It would be bad if he accidentally hurt his own people. He was at a loss for what to do. Just as he was wondering what to do, a familiar voice suddenly entered his ears. Xiaoyu, where are you? Yu instinctively looked around, but didn't see anyone. He clearly heard the voice. That was definitely the voice of his sugar daddy. He absolutely couldn't have misheard. At this moment, sugar daddy's voice sounded again in his ear, with a hint of urgency. Xiaoyu, it's Yuan Qi. I'm contacting you through the spirit imprint. If you can hear me, respond. Spirit imprint? He was stunned for a moment. Was it the follower's spirit imprint? He thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. He immediately closed his eyes and began to focus. Sure enough, in less than a moment, he felt an unusual connection in his consciousness, as if connected to something. He tried to respond in his mind. Yuan Qi, can you hear me? Soon, Yuan Qi's delighted voice came through. Xiaoyu, are you safe? Quickly tell everyone your current location. He hurriedly told Yuan Qi they were at a place called Manhwa Tower. He heard the people inside say it seemed to be in some Mingyu Valley. Yuan Qi's voice paused for a moment, as if inquiring about something. After a while, he He told him in an even more urgent voice, Xiaoyu, Mingyu Valley is a den of evil. It's a gathering place for evil cultivators. Stay in the cave and don't come out. They will come to pick you up soon. Before then, don't act rashly. Yu nodded in agreement. He didn't need to worry about himself. The important thing was this group of girls. He was about to share this news with Shui Yin to let the heroine be happy too. Unexpectedly, Shui Yin suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her body became unsteady, and she began to cough violently. Yu was startled. He quickly helped her up and asked with concern what was wrong with Sister Shui Yin. Could it be that she was practicing and he had interrupted her spiritual energy reflection? Shui Yin's expression became even more pained, as if enduring some kind of torture. Her whole body was convulsing in pain. One hand was pressed tightly against her chest. He instinctively looked and saw a red mark coiled on her chest, glowing brightly. He asked what that was. Shui Yin struggled to suppress the pain in her body and explained through gritted teeth that they had caught up and activated the poison curse on her body to force her out. As she finished speaking, Shui Yin coughed up another mouthful of blood. The mark on her chest glowed brighter and tightened towards her heart, as if trying to dig out the heart beneath. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but curse. He couldn't care about anything else now. He directly pressed on her chest, shouted SB, and cast a rejuvenation spell on Shui Yin. The next moment, a white light flashed, and a gentle glow instantly covered the mark. It was like a net, surrounding the poison curse and forcibly pushing back its bright light. The next moment, the mark became fainter and fainter, disappearing after a while. Shui Yin instantly felt the pain in her body disappear. After finally recovering, she turned to look at Yu in disbelief, asking if he knew how to break heart curses. He didn't know how to answer. Did this count as breaking it? Then he should be considered able to break it, right? A look of wild joy flashed across Shui Yin's face. But after a moment, her expression darkened again. She gritted her teeth and said that the heart curse on her body had activated, proving that the demon Zhangjin was nearby. He would find this place sooner or later. She told them to stay here and not go anywhere. She would go out to lure away that demon. As soon as she finished speaking, the others voiced their objections. It wasn't right to let her go alone. She was the one who had rescued everyone. They absolutely couldn't let her go risk her life alone. They would face it together. Even if they died, they would die together. Seeing that everyone, though afraid, was still willing to live and die with her, she smiled and said thank you, that smile carrying the resolution of one facing death. The demon had forcibly abducted them, making them supply evil cultivators daily, until their foundations were completely destroyed. They had been eagerly hoping for the immortal sex to come rescue them, but never imagined that the immortal sex would collude with evil cultivators. At this moment, a woman stepped forward, saying she was also a cultivator and wanted to go with Shui Yin to face the demon. Shui Yin shook her head after hearing this, refusing her. It wouldn't work. The power of Zhangjin, the master of Xinhua Tower, was not only vast, but he also had close ties with the master of Mingyu Valley. Most importantly, he was a Yuaning cultivator. More people going out would just be sending them to their deaths. Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, their eyes filled with despair. After Shui Yin finished speaking, without waiting for everyone's reaction, she directly stood up and walked towards the outside. Before leaving, she didn't forget to comfort everyone. She said she had her own way to stay alive and they shouldn't worry about her. Watching her resolute departing figure, how could everyone not understand her intentions? She was willingly choosing to face death for them. Hidden in the secret formation, they all cried heartbrokenly. To prevent the pursuers from discovering this place, Shui Yin deliberately took a big detour, exiting from another opening of the cave. She wanted to lure away the people chasing them, but she had barely gone far when a gloomy voice reached her ears. "Little Swallow, you've disappointed me greatly." Her face instantly changed. It was too late to retreat. She saw a middle-aged man slowly walking towards her, surrounded by black mist, his face covered in various terrifying black patterns. He looked at her with cold eyes. "Little Swallow, you've always been the most obedient. I never thought you could do such a thing." Shui Yin's hand at her side instantly clenched tightly. Overwhelming hatred surged in her eyes as she stared at him. She gritted her teeth and spat out the two words Zhangjin. Zhangjin seemed to pay no attention to her hatred at all. After revealing a contemptuous smile, he continued speaking. "I've always favored you and Qinglian the most. Who would have thought that despite your apparent disharmony, you were secretly plotting such a thing? You almost destroyed my Xinhua Tower. I've treated you well, and this is how you repay me?" Shui Yin, full of grief and indignation, could no longer suppress her anger. She retorted, asking if humiliating them to this extent, destroying their cultivation, forcing them to take pills that damage their spiritual roots, was what he called treating them well. Or was it making them nourish evil cultivators daily until their foundations were completely destroyed that he called not mistreating them? Zhangjin, how many people have you forced to death? Can you even count them? Then she heard Zhangjin coldly snort and say, "It's only because you women are born with spiritual roots. Since heaven has arranged it so, naturally, you should be put to some use. Your own cultivation is insufficient, so why shouldn't you become materials for their advancement?" Hearing this, Shuyan's eyes turned red with anger. She shouted, "Nonsense! Evil ways should be eradicated by all. Your actions will one day be reckoned with by the righteous immortal sex." Hearing the hope for immortal sex in her words, Zhangjin suddenly burst into wild laughter, as if he had heard some joke. "Little Yan, you're still too naive. Do you really think the immortal sex aren't coming to rescue you? Don't you know what's happening here? Do you know how the female cultivators from immortal sex in this tower got here?" Shuyan's face turned pale, as if realizing something. She asked, "What do you mean? Give up hope. The immortal sex don't care about your lives at all. Even if they got some news, my Mingyu Valley has a nascent soul elder in charge. Who would dare to rashly intrude?" Shuyan shook her head vigorously, refuting, "Impossible. Forcibly abducting noble ladies violates the heavenly Tao. The immortal sex won't ignore it." But only she knew the trembling in her voice. Zhangjin laughed even more arrogantly, seemingly intentionally trying to crush her. He told her to think back carefully about how many of those guests who came to Xinhua Tower for nourishment and pleasure were disciples from their so-called immortal sex. Shuyan's entire being was shaken. She stepped back several paces, feeling as if something had collapsed. Seeing her like this, Zhangjin laughed even more wildly. He told her to be sensible and quickly hand over the batch of goods she had taken away. For the sake of their past relationship, he could still leave her a complete corpse. Otherwise, her fate would be the same as Qinglian's. As he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Something was thrown out, and a splash of red appeared on the ground. Shuyan's eyes widened suddenly. Her eyes instantly turned red. Intense grief swept over her, and her whole body began to tremble. That was her sister Qinglian, her only light in that darkness. She tightly hugged Qinglian's bloodstained clothes, refusing to let go. Zhangjin, looking at her on the verge of collapse, continued to mock coldly. "Presumptuous thing, daring to use a formation to blow up my Xinhua Tower. Not just Qinglian, but including those in the tower. Those who didn't obey, I will settle accounts with them one by one." Shuyan glared angrily at the demon before her, shouting, "Zhangjin, you've lost your humanity. Your hands are stained with blood. Heaven and earth won't tolerate you. Besides the immortal sex, there are still the heavenly maidens. The heavenly maidens surely won't let you off." Zhangjin's eyes flashed fiercely. Seeming to have lost patience, he retorted, asking if these matters could even reach the heavenly maiden's ears. Then he released his yuan in stage pressure, snarling with a twisted face. "Enough talk. Quickly hand over the people. I want to see where those heavenly maidens who won't let me off are." He waved his hand, summoning a wind spell. It rushed toward Shuyan. She tried to resist but couldn't dodge at all. She was sent flying backwards, about to crash into the stone wall. At this critical moment between life and death, Yu Yu appeared. He used the momentum to rush upwards. To Zhangjin's disbelief, he grabbed Shuyan in one swift motion. Shuyan, who had been in despair, suddenly felt her waist tighten as she was pulled back. Her entire body was pulled back. The next moment, a face of unparalleled beauty appeared before her eyes. Yu Yu turned his head and gave her a radiant smile. He gently set her down first, then softly comforted her, saying everything was all right now. Zhangjin, with narrowed eyes, scanned Yu Yu up and down several times. Discovering that he had little spiritual energy and showed no signs of cultivation, he immediately relaxed. Finally, his gaze settled on Yu Yu's face, the lecherous intent in his eyes growing stronger. He asked who he was. Yu Yu looked up, regarding the other party with displeasure. His brows furrowed tightly as he spoke word by word. "Zenyanzong, heavenly maiden Yu Yu is here. What business do you have?" Hearing him claim to be a heavenly maiden, Zhangjin was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter, as if he had heard some great joke. He asked Shuyan if this was their new escape trick, actually claiming to be a heavenly maiden. He remarked that this heavenly maiden was quite pretty and asked if she needed any followers. Yu Yu's face darkened, the violent tendencies in his heart bubbling up uncontrollably. He directly told Jianjun that he wasn't qualified to be his follower. Hearing this, Jianjun laughed even louder. He didn't take Yu seriously at all and spoke with malicious intent. It seemed this heavenly maiden had quite discerning taste, not even considering him worthy. But Shinhua Tower loved doing things against people's will. He hadn't tasted a heavenly maiden before, so today would be a good opportunity to try. As he finished speaking, his spiritual energy surged. He directly raised his hand and formed a seal, seemingly about to attack. Seeing this, Shuyan's face instantly paled. She didn't have time to wonder how Yu Yu had appeared here. She raised her sword to shield him, loudly warning him to run. Yu Yu had just vanquished the demon with divine might. But an angry shout was heard. It was the nascent Soul Stage Valley Master appearing. The situation instantly reversed, danger rising again. Yu Yu saw a massive surge of spiritual energy rushing towards them, as if trying to grab him directly. He quickly pulled back the female warrior who was trying to block the attack with her sword. Shuyan looked at the young woman beside her in disbelief, not expecting him to block the demon Jianjun's attack barehanded. When she looked closely, she realized that at some point, Yu Yu's entire body was surrounded by an astonishing aura. A soft light emanated from him, as if something had suddenly been activated, continuously emerging. Before she could examine further, the hand gripping her wrist suddenly moved to her palm, grasping the sword in her hand. Yu Yu smiled at her again, reassuringly saying that she had done enough, and he would take care of the rest. Dazzled by that gentle smile, she unconsciously loosened her grip in a moment of confusion. The next second, she was pushed back by a gentle force. She was carefully placed dozens of feet away. Then she saw Yu Yu holding the sword, facing the large crowd alone. Seeing his first attack fail, Jianjun hurriedly launched 5 or 6 more attacks towards Yu Yu, while shouting that he wanted to see just how capable Yu Yu really was. But around Yu Yu's body, there seemed to be an invisible barrier. Jianjun's spells dissipated before even touching him. Jianjun's expression changed from arrogance to wariness. He finally asked with some caution who Yu Yu really was. Yu Yu didn't answer. Instead, he looked down at the sword in his hand, running his hand along the blade. He spoke softly, saying that for a long time, he had been afraid to touch weapons. Did they know why? Then he answered his own question. It was because he feared his skills were too strong, that he might use too much force and cause unintended consequences. His voice suddenly paused as he gripped the sword tightly. He slowly raised it, pointing it directly at Jianjun. Congratulations on being the first scum to make this young lady want to pick up a sword so far. At this moment, the long-absent system prompt appeared again, telling him that the weapon was fully equipped. The next moment, all the grayed-out attack skills in his mind lit up. Jianjun's face instantly darkened. His previous contempt vanished, replaced by murderous intent. While mobilizing all his spiritual energy, he ordered those behind him to kill that woman. In an instant, everyone raised their weapons and charged towards him, all using lethal moves. Yu Yu ignored the overwhelming attacks coming at him. He stepped forward with the sword in his hand, unleashing his first true attack since coming to this world. Skill, Sword God. Wu Qian heard a clear skill announcement echoing throughout the valley. No man in heart, drawing sword becomes divine. The next moment, countless sword shadows erupted from his sword tip. The dense sword light instantly shattered all attacks. It counterattacked irresistibly. Those people couldn't react at all before being pierced through by the sky full of sword light. Even Jianjun, with the highest cultivation, couldn't form a seal in time before countless sword lights were upon him. Before he could speak, he was completely submerged in the overwhelming sword light. After Yu Yu finished using his attack skill, he held the sword in one hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the other. Looking at the blood-covered bodies lying on the ground, riddled with holes, he was very satisfied with the ultimate move he had just used. At this moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned to see Yuanqi rushing over to rescue them. Seeing that his own people had arrived, the murderous aura around him instantly vanished without a trace. Feng Rong was the first to rush over, ignoring the mess on the ground. He grabbed Yu Yu and repeatedly checked him over. His scolding words came out like rapid gunfire. Really, if you can't handle it, don't just fly off. Even if you do fly off, would it kill you to contact everyone? I've nearly worn my legs out looking for you. Yu Yu felt a bit embarrassed and replied that he had forgotten to bring his communication talisman. Looking at the large crevice split open before them, Lingxi timidly asked if the master had done all this. Although Yu Yu knew that no matter how he put it, it was a bit exaggerated, he couldn't lie outright. He could only reluctantly admit it. Feng Rong continued to ask with concern, "Are you hurt? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Yuanqi also hurriedly stepped forward to ask if he was injured and if his body needed medicine. After speaking, he anxiously took Yu Yu's wrist to check his pulse. Seeing Yuanqi directly take Yu Yu's pulse, Feng Rong instantly became displeased. Seeing Yu Yu smile and tell Yuanqi he was fine and not to worry, Feng Rong's displeasure instantly doubled. Lin Shi looked around and couldn't help asking what exactly had happened. Yu Yu said it was just a small matter. He had just casually destroyed a criminal gang, that's all. Alright, I don't know how Sister Shui Yin is doing. My skill was unleashed uncontrollably. I hope it didn't affect her. He quickly went to Shui Yin and asked with concern if she had been hurt by his skill. Shui Yin seemed to suddenly come to her senses. She immediately stepped back, knelt down and bowed to him, saying, "I pay my respects to the heavenly maiden. Thank you for saving my life." Yu Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Pulling her up, he seriously corrected her. "The one who really saved you was yourself. You've already done very well." Hearing this, Shui Yin was stunned at first. Then tears began to flow uncontrollably, more and more, unable to stop. For a moment, she couldn't tell if it was sorrow or joy. Anyway, she just wanted to cry her heart out. When her emotions had calmed down a bit, Yu Yu had to remind her that everything was fine now. They should return to the cave and bring out the other sisters. Shui Yin looked at his radiant smile. She felt that in this moment, she had been reborn. She wiped away her tears forcefully and nodded, saying that's right. The other sisters were still waiting for them. Who dares to destroy my Mingyu Valley? Just then, they all heard this angry voice coming from the sky. Shui Yin's hand, which was wiping her tears, froze. She was the first to recognize the newcomer. Her face instantly turned pale, despair rising in her eyes again. The arrival was none other than the master of Mingyu Valley. Suddenly, the wind began to stir all around. Large patches of black mist gathered in the sky above. A figure dressed in all black instantly appeared in the sky, looking down with a face full of anger. That person was the master of Mingyu Valley, whose power had already reached the nascent soul stage. Who could have imagined the mighty nascent soul cultivator of the famous Mingyu Devil's Cave would be instantly killed by a casually thrown sword? Indeed, villains always die from talking too much. Shui Yin hurriedly told Yu Yu to run. After all, the Mingyu Valley Master was a nascent soul cultivator. There was no way they could defeat him. The Mingyu Valley Master scanned the crowd with his eyes. His gaze settled on Feng Rong, who had the highest cultivation. After discovering he was only at the core formation stage, he snorted coldly and spoke disdainfully. Mere core formation disciples from celestial sects dare to intrude on my Mingyu Valley? Tell me, how do you want to die? Hearing this, Feng Rong frowned. He looked at the boastful Mingyu Valley Master in the sky, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Seeing no one responding to him, the Mingyu Valley Master became furious. He began mobilizing all his spiritual energy, preparing to attack while threatening. Is that so? Then none of you will leave here alive today. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sword flashed by, effortlessly piercing through his chest, penetrating his body, and directly striking his dantian. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in his body was scattered completely. The Mingyu Valley Master's eyes bulged, his face full of shock and disbelief. He couldn't even react to why there was suddenly a sword in his chest. He struggled to squeeze out his last few words. How is this possible? Then he fell head first from the sky, plummeting straight into the chasm that had just been split open below. Needless to say, the evil cultivators who came with the Mingyu Valley Master were shocked. Even Feng Rong and Yuanqi, who were about to make a move, were completely dumbfounded. What just happened? So all eyes in the scene focused on Yu Yu, who was still maintaining his sword-throwing posture. Yu Yu weakly lowered his hand and instinctively began to explain. He thought the fight was over, but didn't expect the Mingyu Valley Master to come out and add drama. It was quite annoying, so he just casually threw the sword. Who knew that the mighty nascent soul cultivator of Mingyu Devil's Cave would be killed instantly like that? The master is dead. Run! someone shouted. The evil cultivators, their faces full of fear, no longer cared about the people below and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Feng Rong immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a sky full of flames. He directly formed a ring of fire in the sky, engulfing the fleeing evil cultivators. He spoke coolly. "Want to run? No way. Not a single one of you will escape from this great one's hands." Seeing this, Yu didn't forget to cheer him on, telling him to round up all the evil cultivators. At this time, Lin Shi stepped forward and pointed to a half-destroyed tall building in the distance to the right rear. He reported to Yu that disciples had detected many evil cultivators gathered in that building and didn't know how to handle it. Yu instantly remembered the Manhwa Tower incident. His palm clenched tight as he realized there were far more than just one scum here. For their own selfish desires, who knows how many women they had harmed. These scum absolutely could not be let off. The violent tendencies he had just suppressed instantly flared up again. He turned back and instructed through gritted teeth, "Drown everyone in Manhwa Tower. Don't leave a single one alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuyan's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately expressed loudly that she wanted to go too, pleading to be taken along. With Yuan Qi and Feng Rong there, the True Eye sect didn't take much time to clear out the entire evil den. Yu returned to the True Eye sect and listened to Lin Qi's report in the study. Besides the women rescued earlier, they had also saved 45 women from Manhwa Tower. They were all cultivators. Yu thought they should have had sex before, so he suggested notifying their sex to come pick them up. Lin Qi's expression darkened, and he spoke with a tone of pity. "Master, their foundations have been destroyed, and they're still under a poison curse. Even if the curse can be lifted, I'm afraid they won't be able to cultivate anymore. Not only that, according to what they said, most of their entrapment in Manhwa Tower might be related to disciples from their own sections. Many even knew clearly who had harmed them." Yu was shocked upon hearing this. He asked in disbelief, "It was people from their own sects who trafficked them there?" Lin Qi's brow furrowed deeper, with a hint of anger in his reply. "Indeed, we also found this in Manhwa Tower." Yu took the booklet handed to him by Lin Qi. Opening it, he saw a long list of unfamiliar names recorded inside. He asked Lin Qi what it was. Lin Qi pointed at the names and explained, "It's a register of those who frequented Manhwa Tower. In this register, besides some notorious evil cultivators, there's also a portion of disciples from various sections." Yu finally understood. No wonder those girls didn't want to go back. With such scum in their own sects, what awaited them might be another Manhwa Tower. It seemed he had been too naive, thinking everyone in this world was like Lin Feng and the others, with no concept of harming women. He decided to notify the Tiannu of their sects about this matter. Being women themselves, surely the Tiannu wouldn't stand idly by. They must deal with such bad apples, right? Now it seemed that even the heavenly Tao couldn't restrain everyone. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Rong, who had been sitting nearby, directly poured cold water on his idea. "That won't work. If those Tiannu really cared about such things, these people wouldn't have been trafficked in the first place. Want to bet? Even if some sects want to uphold justice, those bastards will find excuses to absolve themselves. They might even turn around and slander the True Eye sect." Yu frowned and asked, "Then what should we do?" "We can't do nothing. This way, there will surely be a second Manhwa Tower sooner or later." Feng Rong's eyes brightened, and he gave Yu a slightly smug look. He started showing off again, as if saying, "Beg me, come on, beg me. If you beg, I'll immediately come up with an idea." Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He directly turned to ask Lin Qi for his opinion. Feng Rong, recalling past experiences, hurriedly stood up and said he had an idea. Sure enough, the next moment, Yu's gaze fell on him, asking expectantly what the idea was. Feng Rong instantly felt better. He cleared his throat and pointed at the register, speaking solemnly. Whether those sects believe in the authenticity of this register doesn't matter. What's important is whether others believe it. We should not only send the register, but send it widely. Best if everyone has a copy, so the whole world knows. Only then will they thoroughly investigate the people on the register. Indeed, regardless of the internal situations of these sects, their common point is caring about their image. If the whole world knows that the people on the register did bad things, even if those sects don't want to deal with it, external pressure will force them to. Otherwise, the sect's reputation will plummet. Lin Qi voiced some concern, but if we do this, the True Eye sect might become a target, ostracized by other sections. Hearing this, Yu patted his shoulder and comforted him. don't worry. Given our sex situation, are we afraid of others targeting us? We have nothing to lose. As for the future, when we become strong ourselves, we won't need to care anymore. It made so much sense that he couldn't refute. Yu suddenly looked around and, not seeing Yuan Shi, asked where he had gone. That was their sugar daddy, after all. Lin Chi seemed to recall something and hurriedly explained that Venerable Yuan had discovered something in Mingyu Valley and was delayed, not having returned yet. Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He curiously asked what was discovered. He suddenly felt very excited about Sugar Daddy's discovery. Lin Chi, while flipping through the records in his hand, reported that while chasing after the escaped evil cultivators, Venerable Yuan accidentally discovered the Mingyu Valley Master's treasure vault. It contained pill storages, spiritual energy storages, magical clothing storages, as well as various high-grade spirit stones and numerous rare lingji and crafting materials. Yu and Fengrong were both speechless upon hearing this. Could the divine race's auspiciousness strike at any time? Why did it feel like they weren't there to do good deeds, but rather to raid the place? After the Tianmin disciples' collaboration with Mingyu Valley's evil cultivators, and their involvement in harming noble ladies and female cultivators was exposed, the entire Immortal Marsh continent was shocked. Suddenly, all the immortal sects across Immortal Marsh sprang into action, busy proving their innocence. Probably only the True Eye sect remained as usual. Yu, who had originally planned to rest in the courtyard for a while, had just received a package of snacks from Fengrong and hadn't had a chance to taste them yet. When he saw Sugar Daddy and his group returning, he quickly got up to welcome them. He heard Yuan Chi tell him with a smile that the Mingyu Valley matter had been fully resolved. The situation could be considered perfectly settled. At this time, Lin Chi, grinning from ear to ear, stepped forward to report that due to the matter of Xianyue Tower's visitor list these past few days, it had caused quite a stir. All major sects took it very seriously and severely punished the involved disciples. Yu was very satisfied with the development of this matter and quickly praised him for doing a great job. He then opened the package of snacks in his hand and invited the three of them to eat together. Then, to Fengrong's disbelief, the four of them chatted while eating. Heavens! In the pleasant atmosphere, they finished the entire package of snacks. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Chi turned to Yu for instructions, saying there were still some matters that needed the master's decision. He first glanced at Shui Yan beside him before speaking. The rescued noble ladies no longer trusted their own sex and were unwilling to return. Moreover, Venerable Yuan had examined their meridians, and their foundations were completely destroyed, impossible to repair by external means. Yu understood their mental block. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't want to go back either. As for the foundation, he could plant spiritual roots anyway, so he could just plant one for each of them. Yuan Chi shook his head upon hearing this and explained the common knowledge to him. Little you don't know, foundation and spiritual roots are different. Spiritual roots are the primary condition for introducing spiritual energy, while the foundation involves specific aspects of cultivation, such as the dantian, meridians, and spiritual energy pathways. If cultivation is a passage, the spiritual root is just a door to that passage. Even if the door is open, if the interior of the passage is damaged or blocked, cultivation is still impossible. Then he heard him anxiously ask Yuan Chi if the foundation really couldn't be repaired. Was there no other way? Yuan Chi thought for a moment before speaking. Unless there were some potent pills or techniques that could help them transform their bodies and rebuild their foundations. Unfortunately, pills weren't his specialty. As for techniques, it seemed he needed to study those skills thoroughly. Fengrong suddenly squeezed in, intentionally or unintentionally separating Yuan Chi. Wouldn't a 7th grade bone-breaking pill work? Didn't we bring back a 7-star spirit liquid earlier? That thing, besides refining 9th grade barrier-breaking pills, can also be used to refine bone-breaking pills. Yu was delighted upon hearing this. He immediately ordered Ling Chi to quickly bring out that 7-star spirit liquid and start refining the pills. Before Ling Chi could react, Shui Yin beside them had already spoken up excitedly. Master, you absolutely cannot. The Lingji for refining 9th grade pills is incredibly precious. How can it be used on us useless people? The Master has already shown great kindness by rescuing us from the demon's lair and allowing us to stay in the sect. This great favor is something we can never repay in our lifetime. As for cultivation, we have long since given up hope of walking the great path again. Please, Master, don't trouble yourself further for us. Yu sighed after hearing this. He gently lifted her lowered head with his hand. He asked Shuiyin, "Do you know which sect you belong to now?" Although she didn't understand why he asked this, Shuiyin still honestly answered that they had joined the True I sect, so naturally they were disciples of this sect. Then Yu continued with a smile, "Since you've joined the True I sect, we're all sisters now. As the sect leader, isn't it my duty to take care of the disciples? No matter how precious the 7-star spirit liquid is, it's just a plan after all. How can it be more important than living people?" Shuiyin's nose suddenly felt a bit sour. For a moment, she couldn't say anything else. She felt a warm current slowly flowing in her heart. At that moment, it seemed as if even the scars from her time in the demon's lair were being soothed. Just then, Lingqi spoke up with a troubled expression. "Master, the 7-star spirit liquid is in the storehouse. However, the bone-breaking pill is a 7th grade pill. It requires a 6th or 7th grade alchemist to refine it. But the highest level alchemist in our sect is only a 3rd grade alchemist. In other words, even with the 7-star spirit liquid, we can't refine the 7th grade bone-breaking pill now." Yu thought to himself, this was about to go south. He had just put on airs, and now he was about to be slapped in the face so quickly. So he hurriedly asked if they could find a 7th grade alchemist from another sect to help refine the pill. Lin Shi shook his head, explaining that alchemists have always been scarce, and top-tier alchemists are even harder to find. Only low-level alchemists would accept commissions from others. Nowadays, 7th grade and above alchemists all belong to the 3 gates and 6 sects. These first-class immortal sects people wouldn't easily refine pills for disciples of other sects. He pondered for a while before speaking hesitantly. "There is one person we could try." Yu's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this and quickly asked who it was. Lin Shi answered that it was Taoist Kibi from Qingjing Valley. Although he's only at the Golden Core realm, he's already a 6th grade alchemist with extremely high talent. 50 years ago, after the heavenly maiden of his Purple Cloud sect passed away, he refused recruitment from various great families and voluntarily became a rogue cultivator. Yu thought Taoist Kibi was a person with character. He suggested they go find him now. Seeing him about to rush out to find someone, Feng Rong, who couldn't stand it anymore, directly pulled him back. Feng Rong criticized him for being too hasty and impulsive. When asking an alchemist to refine pills, it's customary to prepare an extra set of materials as payment. Now they only have one 7-star spirit liquid. How can they ask someone to help refine pills? Yu couldn't help but complain. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? When his eyes turned to Sugar Daddy, he wondered if letting Yuan Shi, this auspicious creature, inventory the material storage would accidentally reveal an extra 7-star spirit liquid that was miscounted. Seeing him frowning with worry, Yuan Shi quickly comforted him. "Little Yu, don't worry so much. The materials are for advancing cultivation levels. It doesn't have to be 7-star spirit liquid." He mentioned seeing some decent grade Lingji among the confiscated items from Mingyu Valley. He suggested Yu write a letter now and send a disciple to Qingjing Valley. The letter should state that they're asking Taoist Kibi to refine 7th grade barrier-breaking pills, and ask if he would accept Tianyin Dragon Bamboo, Icefire Golden Flower, and Xian Fish Grass as payment instead of 7-star spirit liquid. On a quiet night, the duty disciples were diligently guarding the sect. Suddenly, one disciple felt something was off above. He looked up and saw a flying boat speeding towards them. His first reaction was that enemies were invading, so he quickly told his partner to notify Elder Lin. The next second, the boat crashed directly at the sect's entrance. The 2 disciples didn't have time to report. They cautiously approached to check the boat's condition. Looking at the shattered planks, they saw a large hand struggling to crawl out from the pile of wood. The disheveled person shouted, "Where is the sect master? I want to refine pills." Just as the furnace was about to explode and everyone was in despair, they saw Auspicious Daddy wave his big hand. Instantly, the situation was reversed. Yu, who had just entered a sweet dream, was awakened by Lin Chi coming to report an urgent matter. Still groggy, he immediately became alert when he heard the news that Taoist Kibi had rushed to the sect overnight. When he opened the door, Lin Shi immediately explained the situation. The Night Watch disciples saw Taoist Kibi pass directly through the mountain-protecting formation and rush in. At first, they thought he was an intruder who knew his spirit boat was severely damaged and crashed. The first thing he said after crawling out was that he wanted to refine pills. Yu was also speechless about this. He truly didn't understand why Kibi was so urgent. However, he was concerned about another matter. You see, their mountain-protecting formation was personally set up by Yuan Shi. How did Taoist Kibi manage to break through? Lin Shi first laughed awkwardly before answering that Brother Fengrong said he wanted to test if the mountain-protecting formation was stable enough. He had just used a spell to burn the formation yesterday. Yu immediately understood. The root of the problem lay with that little fire chicken who never did anything useful and only caused trouble all day. If it had been a real intruder, wouldn't it have been very troublesome? He would deal with the little fire chicken later. After calming down, he quickly asked about Taoist Kibi's condition. Learning that he was fine and resting in the guest room, Yu felt relieved. Seeing that he was about to go back to sleep, Lin Shi hesitantly said, "Master, although the bone-breaking pill can break tendons and bones, it's only effective for those at the qi condensation stage or mortals without cultivation. Using 7-star spirit liquid to refine bone-breaking pills is already excessive, let alone being willing to offer top-grade Lingji." Before he could finish, Yu interrupted, "Taoist Kibi thinks we're being wasteful, right?" He instantly understood. The other party thought they didn't know the value of things and was worried they would squander those top-grade spirit plants. So he rushed over overnight in a hurry. Then he calmly stated, "If things can be put to good use, how can it be considered a waste?" Then he asked Lin Shi to send someone to tidy up the pill room. Tomorrow morning, they would invite Taoist Kibi to refine pills there. Early the next morning, Lin Shi was already waiting for Taoist Kibi at the door of the pill room. Seeing him arrive, he quickly smiled, cupped his hands in greeting, and began introducing himself. "Taoist Kibi, I am Lin Shi, the steward of the True Eye sect. You must be tired from your journey. The pill refining preparations are all ready. We'll have to trouble you from here on." One look at Taoist Kibi, and you could tell he wasn't used to such formalities. Sure enough, he nodded and then asked Steward Lin if those spirit plants had been properly stored. When Taoist Kibi learned that the spirit plants were safe, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Those were rare and precious Lingji. After all, they couldn't be wasted by people who didn't know their value. He circled the pill furnace once, saw it was a top-grade Shintai furnace most suitable for pill refining, and nodded in satisfaction. He directly said, "Let's start refining pills. The bone-breaking pill is a 7th-grade pill. I only have a 70% chance of success. I'll do my best to refine it, but whether the pill forms or not is also a matter of luck." Lin Shi nodded beside him and said, "Pill refining always has a certain failure rate. 70% is already very high. We understand the rules, so we've also thought of some methods. We believe Taoist Kibi will succeed on the first try." Taoist Kibi was stunned upon hearing this. He wasn't even sure if he could succeed, so why did the other party look more confident than him? Could it be that they actually had a foolproof pill refining method? Just as he was puzzled, he heard Lin Shi respectfully say, "Venerable Yuan." He looked towards the door and saw a man in white robes, with an extremely beautiful face, walk in. Just by looking at his expression, you could tell he was stunned by the newcomer's appearance. Seeing this, Lin Shi hurriedly introduced the newcomer. "This is Venerable Yuan Shi, the only follower of our sect master." Then he explained to Yuan Shi, "Venerable, the sect master instructed that you must take the trouble to stay in the pill room until the pill is formed." Yuan Shi nodded good-naturedly and found a chair to sit down. He looked up at the still dazed Kibi, smiled gently at him, and said he needn't mind him. He would just sit here for a while, and Kibi should go ahead and refine the pill. Kibi thought to himself, what the hell? Having a venerable personally watching him refine pills, how could he not be concerned? But he only dared to complain inwardly, not daring to confront the venerable directly. Although the top-grade Xianai pill furnace felt truly excellent for pill refining required intense focus and concentration. The Heavenly Eye sect had sent someone to watch from the side, and that person happened to be at the nascent soul realm. He couldn't even ask them to leave. Even though he was irritated, he had no choice but to endure it. He began to concentrate on refining the pill, thinking to himself that as long as it didn't interfere with his pill refining, he could tolerate being observed. When he inadvertently glanced back, he noticed that the venerable called Yuan Qi had taken out a white jade-like object, manipulating spiritual energy and seemingly engraving something. He saw the other party moving at an extremely fast speed, fingers flying, as one formation after another flashed from his palm. Though it was just an object no longer than a palm, it was densely carved with formations. He had never known that such a small item could contain so many formations. Hearing him voice his confusion, Yuan Qi casually replied, "The sect master's sword-flying technique is not yet mature, so I'm just carving some small ornaments for him to carry. They can also be used temporarily for communication, defense, attack, and storage, just in case." Communication, defense, attack, and storage all in one, spoken of so casually. Even top-grade magical tools don't have so many functions. Yuan Qi was pondering what kind of accessory to make. Then the object in his hand transformed into a white jade hairpin, emitting a faint white light. The pin had blossomed into a lifelike flower, looking extremely elegant and refined. Even Kibi, a rough man, found it beautiful. Unexpectedly, Yuan Qi contradicted himself, saying, Xiaoyu has never been good at styling his hair. He needs help every day. It seems a hairpin is not suitable for him to carry. Then his hands moved again, dismantling one by one the layers of formations he had just engraved. Kibi watched in astonishment. Even he, who only focused on the Tao of pills, could barely suppress the cry in his heart. He felt his heart bleeding with pain. Don't dismantle it. Why dismantle it? If your sect master doesn't need such a powerful magical tool with so many formations, give it to me. Because of his sudden anxiety, the spiritual energy he had been steadily injecting into the pill furnace suddenly fluctuated. The flames in the entire furnace surged. Even the surrounding pill-refining formations were triggered in a chain reaction, all lighting up. The entire furnace body began to shake. His face changed color as he hurriedly withdrew the spiritual energy, using techniques to try to suppress the chaotic energy in the furnace. He turned to remind the two disciples assigned to assist him in pill refining. Focus your minds, gather spiritual energy inward, and speed up the pill formation process. He immediately regretted his earlier distraction. Such precious Lingji should have been carefully refined to extract its essence before forming the pill. But his mistake now forced him to form the pill and close the furnace prematurely. Otherwise, not only would the pill be ruined, but the furnace might even explode. Just as he was filled with despair and self-reproach, a group of disciples pushed open the door and entered. They came to ask Venerable Yuan for advice, but oddly enough, not about cultivation or guidance, but about some strange questions. Someone at the 9th level of Qi condensation who couldn't break through to the 10th level asked the Venerable if he could make it. Someone about to build their foundation asked the Venerable if they could withstand the lightning tribulation. There was even someone asking if the sect master would like the flowers blooming beautifully on the back mountain if they were sent to him. What bizarre questions these were. A sect venerable dealing with such trivial matters. Kibi once again felt that the disciples of this sect were all peculiar. His inner anger rose layer by layer. This was a pill room, not a place for miscellaneous affairs. He only hoped that by forming the pill early he could save 1 or 2 pills, not losing everything. As for the quality of this bone-breaking pill, he dared not even think about it. At this moment, the pill furnace lost control. He sighed inwardly. This is bad. Not a single pill will be saved now. It's over. It's over. This is going to be a complete waste. Yuan Qi looked at the nearly exploding pill furnace with a calm expression. He casually raised his hand. A stream of spiritual energy entered the pill furnace. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The turmoil inside the furnace visibly subsided. Not only did the pills not explode, but they actually began to form at an extremely fast speed, utilizing the remaining energy from earlier. It was happening faster than their hand gestures, and the pills were becoming more and more solid. It seemed they were successfully forming. The next moment, there was a loud boom, and a dense purple mist erupted from the pill furnace, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Kibi stared at the pill pill haze soaring into the sky, completely dumbfounded with excitement. It's worth noting that such pill haze only appears when top-grade pills are successfully refined. This was an event significant enough to shock the entire sect. Unexpectedly, the two disciples assigned to assist him in pill refining merely glanced up with indifferent expressions, as if it were a common occurrence. One said, "Pill haze? Seen it too many times. It's almost boring now." The other remarked, with the venerable here, "It would be strange if there wasn't any pill haze." After hearing this, Kibi really wanted to shout and wake them up. This was pill haze, a one-in-a-million spectacle. What did it have to do with that slacking venerable? It seemed that everyone in the True Eye sect was a bit odd. Their thoughts were truly too far-fetched. Due to the rare sight of the pill haze, he suppressed the urge to roar. He advised himself to stay calm and focus on examining the pills first. He immediately extended his spiritual sense into the pill furnace to inspect the newly formed top-grade pills. As soon as his spiritual sense touched the pills, he felt a strange sensation. These pills were refined too perfectly. Not only did they fully retain their medicinal properties, but the pill bodies also seemed to have faint traces of silvery white spiritual markings. Kibi's eyes widened suddenly, even pausing in his absorption of the pill haze. It's important to note that top-grade pills shouldn't have spiritual markings. Could these pills in the furnace actually be pill treasures? He instinctively looked up, seeing the purple mist accumulating more and more on the ceiling, showing no signs of dissipating. He finally realized and shouted, "This isn't pill haze, it's pill tribulation." Sure enough, the next moment, a white flash of light suddenly struck down from the ceiling, instantly blasting open the entire roof. It revealed layers upon layers of tribulation clouds in the sky above. This time, it wasn't just Kibi who was shocked. The three people refining pills were all stunned, staring blankly at the suddenly destroyed roof and the pills flying out of the furnace towards the lightning tribulation. They couldn't react for a long time. As the next bolt of pill tribulation was about to strike, Yuan Chi, who was watching from the side, finally reacted. He grabbed everyone and flew out of the building, away from the range of the pill tribulation. Unlike a cultivator's lightning tribulation, pill tribulation typically only has one bolt. But perhaps due to the large number of pills refined this time, the pill tribulation struck 50 times before stopping. Yuan Chi calmly explained, "There's one tribulation bolt for each pill treasure. This is normal." Hearing this, Kibi was once again dumbfounded. He thought to himself that the vast majority of pill refiners might not produce a single pill treasure in their entire lives. Even those favored by heaven and blessed by fate might only refine one or two at most. He never imagined he would refine dozens of pill treasures this time. This was truly a miracle. The entire pill room had been reduced to a charred, flat ground. Except for the pill furnace in the center, which remained undamaged, the room had become a complete ruin. Above the furnace, several pills emitting a faint golden light were floating. As soon as the pill tribulation dispersed, these pills began to wobble, as if about to scatter with the spiritual energy. Seeing this, Kibi hurriedly took out a pill bottle to collect them. He also loudly reminded everyone, "The pill tribulation is over. If we don't collect them quickly, the pill treasures will return to nature. Quick, catch them. Catch those pill treasures." Just then, Yuan Chi lightly waved his hand. Those restless pills were instantly caught by an invisible force and flew towards them. Kibi quickly opened the lid of the pill bottle and collected all the pills inside. After collecting all the pill treasures into the bottle, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Pill treasures. These were several bottles full of pill treasures. Although they were only 7th grade bone-mending pills, the sheer quantity made up for it. He felt his heart trembling and his hands shaking. He even wanted to go back and refine another batch. At the same time, he felt the barrier of his cultivation level becoming thinner and thinner. He had a premonition that soon he would be able to break through to the core formation stage. In an instant, all his doubts and dissatisfaction with the True Eye sect vanished. At this moment, Yuan Chi reminded him from the side that since the pills were refined, they should return to the main hall to see the sect master. Kibi instinctively hugged the pill bottle tightly. He was certainly reluctant to part with it. After all, those were pill treasures. But this was agreed upon beforehand, and besides, being able to refine a batch of pill treasures and gaining the opportunity for core formation was already a great fortune. So he didn't hesitate. He directly followed Yuan Chi towards the main hall. He was truly curious about the sect master of this true I sect. After all, the entire sect seemed rather abnormal, so the sect master probably wasn't much better. Thus, he came to the main hall with such doubts. To his surprise, he saw a woman of extraordinary beauty, and beside her stood a man whose beauty was even more astonishing. He was once again stunned by their heavenly appearances and couldn't help but wonder if this sect selected disciples based on looks. Yu quickly walked over. With a happy smile, she asked, "The pills are refined so quickly? You've worked hard. How many did you make? Is the quantity enough?" Kibi politely bowed, handed over the pill bottle, and respectfully replied, "Respected Tianu, there are 50 bone-mending pills in total. They're all here." Yu took it and casually thanked him. He was stunned for a moment, not expecting such politeness from a sect master. Indeed, this sect must all be sick. He had never seen such a polite Tianu before. Yu asked Yuan Qi beside her to notify Lin Qi, telling him to bring Shui Yin to get the medicine, and also to bring the Lingji that Lord Kuei wanted. Then, Yu smiled and said to Kibi, "Lord Kuei has come from afar. Why not stay at True I Sect for a few days to rest?" She thought this would also make it convenient to discuss hiring him, as the sect really needed a mature alchemist. However, Kibi directly refused her suggestion, stating that he was used to living in Qingjing Valley and it wasn't convenient to stay away for long. Yu couldn't force him to stay, so she politely said a few more words. But he showed no intention of staying, so she couldn't continue to persuade him. Just as both sides were about to enter an awkward situation, Lin Qi arrived in time to save the day. He handed the jade box containing the Lingji to Kibi. Kibi turned around about to take the jade box, but he caught sight of Shui Yin behind him. Suddenly, he jolted violently, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His whole body froze, and his hand trembled so much that he almost dropped the box. Fortunately, Lin Qi was quick enough to catch it. He quickly caught it. The next moment, he heard Kibi exclaim in a trembling voice, "Fairy Mingyan, please avoid." He was clearly excited. His face, which had been indifferent just moments ago, instantly turned bright red. He suddenly turned to Yu and asked with determination, "Sect Master Yu, does your previous offer still stand? I actually quite want to be sick too." Yu thought he was indeed already sick, and quite seriously at that. Lord Kibi joins the sect for love, Fengrong, but causes trouble by burning the formation, leading to a heart method problem. Yet the ruins become a sight of hope. Lord Kibi, who was originally eager to leave, immediately changed his attitude and wanted to join the True I sect after seeing Shui Yin. Yu then leaned close to Shui Yin and curiously asked if they were old acquaintances. Shui Yin looked bewildered and said she didn't know him, though her previous name was indeed Ming Yin. Lord Kuei seemed to want to say something, but didn't know how to start. He hesitated for quite a while before finally making up his mind. Just as he was about to say something to Shui Yin, he was interrupted by Lingqi, who had something to report. Lingqi was seen flipping through the records in his hand while reporting. The sect master had received requests for help from 3 nearby countries. Most of them were about beast troubles, hoping they could send disciples to suppress them. Yu was stunned for a moment and asked if the 3 countries weren't Fengtian. Why did they need to suppress beasts? Seeing this, Lin Qi hurriedly explained. Although the True I sect was located within Fengtian's borders, there were no other immortal sects nearby. So it wasn't just Fengtian, but neighboring countries would also seek their help. Moreover, immortal sects naturally had the responsibility to protect nearby mortals. It was normal to receive such requests for help. After hearing this, he immediately expressed that they indeed couldn't refuse. He just wondered how many such requests there were in total. Lin Qi looked at the records and replied that there were about 13 urgent cases that needed to be dealt with. Some other places needed further investigation to know the specific situation. Upon hearing this, Yu instantly became uneasy. 13 places. Could their sect send out so many people? It's worth noting that their sect members were all inexperienced youngsters. However, Lin Qi calmly reassured him. "Sect Master, don't worry. Now we have many disciples who have reached foundation establishment. According to the rules of immortal sects, disciples should generally go out for trials after reaching foundation establishment. Firstly, it's to solve local problems, and secondly, it can also train the disciples' combat skills." Yu asked worriedly, "But they've just reached foundation establishment. Is it really okay? Foundation establishment is so fragile. Is it really all right? Lin Shi explained while flipping through the records. The sect master can rest assured about this. Those troublemaking beasts are mostly around 3rd or 4th rank. Although these are difficult for ordinary people to deal with, Foundation Establishment disciples are capable of handling them. Yu Yu suddenly felt like a mother about to send her son off to college. He kept instructing Lin Shi to make sure they carry communication talismans, to retreat if they encounter situations they can't handle, and that survival is the priority. He also mentioned giving them life-saving magical tools from the treasury. After all, safety comes first. Yuan Chi nodded, already used to their sect master treating the disciples like children. He flipped through the booklet again and spoke. There are 2 more matters that need the sect master's decision. Yu Yu thought to himself that running a company indeed wasn't easy, but he smiled and asked what else there was. The first matter is that various countries have inquired when the True Eye sect will open its doors to accept disciples. Yu Yu was surprised to hear this, knowing that the current hundreds of disciples in the sect were already hard to support. Accepting more would surely exhaust him. So he quickly stated that this matter wasn't urgent and could be discussed later. The second matter is that another dozen or so disciples in the sect have reached the peak of chi refining and may reach Foundation Establishment soon. We need to refine Foundation Establishment pills quickly. This was the drawback of lacking alchemists. The formula for Foundation Establishment pills wasn't hard to find, and the alchemy disciples in the sect could refine this pill. But the problem was that it was used so frequently. The sect often had people needing to reach Foundation Establishment, and the disciples' refining speed simply couldn't keep up with the consumption rate. When Lord Kibi heard that they needed to refine Foundation Establishment pills, he instantly knew it was his time to shine. He quickly offered to help refine Foundation Establishment pills and guaranteed to have them ready before the disciples needed to reach Foundation Establishment. Seeing how cooperative he was, Yu Yu felt it was indeed a great help and quickly promised to reward him handsomely later. Unexpectedly, Lord Kibi not only returned the payment for refining the bone-mending pills earlier, but also stated that besides Foundation Establishment pills, he could also refine spirit-replenishing pills for replenishing spiritual energy, body-strengthening pills for strengthening the physical body, mind-calming pills for maintaining clear consciousness, and beauty-preserving pills for maintaining beauty and youth. Seeing Lord Kibi's enthusiasm toward Shuiyan, Yu Yu understood. This person seemed to have feelings for Sister Shuiyan and was willing to sacrifice himself for love. Then he heard Lord Kibi respectfully say to him, "Your Eminence, I have been a rogue cultivator for many years and find solitary cultivation rather dull. I wonder if Your Eminence could accept me into your esteemed sect." Yu Yu could only marvel at the power of love. Didn't he say he liked peace and quiet before? Now he suddenly found it dull. After dealing with the sex affairs, Yu Yu was reviewing documents in the study. At this moment, a certain little fire turkey strutted in proudly, accompanied by the pet-obsessed Phoenix girl. He was heard boasting, "Hey you, that Yuan Chi's formations are really no good. The formation he just set up couldn't even withstand fire. It burned down with just a light touch. Maybe we should change to a different follower." After hearing this, he suddenly felt a bit of a headache. For some reason, Feng Rong just didn't get along with Yuan Chi, even though Yuan Chi was such a good-tempered person. He asked exasperatedly why they went to burn the formation again. People work hard to set up formations. Why keep finding fault with them? Feng Rong absolutely refused to admit he was finding fault. He just felt he was doing quality control. Besides, if the formation couldn't even withstand a little fire, how could it protect the sect? Not wanting to hear his excuses, Yu Yu could only patiently advise him that enough was enough. How many times had he burned them already? His words of dissuasion suddenly stopped. He immediately thought of Ink Fan and others who also had fire spirit roots. He eagerly looked at the little fire turkey and asked, "That's right, Feng Rong, you're skilled in fire magic. You have a fire spirit root, right? So, is your cultivation method fire-based?" Feng Rong was confused. He asked why he was asking this question. Yu Yu explained to him. Lin Feng and Ink Fan had gone out for trials, right? Lin Chi reminded him that when they return, they should be ready for core formation. At that time, they would need to choose different cultivation methods based on their different spirit roots. Lin Feng has a thunder spirit root. Ink Fan has a fire spirit root. So one needs a thunder-based method, the other needs a fire-based method. But they don't have any study materials for after the golden core stage in their sect. Feng Rong immediately understood his idea. He wanted him to teach Ink Fan the fire-based method. Teaching one is better than none. His idea was nice, but unfortunately his method couldn't be practiced by ordinary people. Because without Phoenix bloodline, no one could learn his method. He remembered mentioning this before. Yu originally thought only the magic was like this. What should they do now? There would be many more disciples needing to learn methods in the future. Just as he was frowning, Yu spoke up and offered a suggestion. There was still one way. They could go to ruins to search for cultivation methods. They might find something. The Xianzha continent is full of various ruins. The more ancient they are, the more complete the methods and secret techniques inside. Yu was about to continue explaining about the ruins, but when he received a displeased look from his master, he quickly stopped and lowered his head. Yu was eager to explore new ruins, but he was in a dilemma about who to bring along. The aloof Fengrong instantly turned into a jealous pot. Upon hearing the word ruins, Yu humbly asked them, "Are ruins like the one under our sect?" Yu bowed respectfully before explaining. The Xianzha continent once had many sections, but they disappeared due to the fall of the Heavenly Maiden. Although some scattered disciples became noble families, more chose to cultivate in seclusion. Eventually, their whereabouts became unknown. They often left behind some inheritance sites, which later became ruins. So in the ruins, there are often lifelong cultivations left by cultivators, of course, including many cultivation methods. Hearing this, Yu instantly got excited, so they could still go pick up leftovers. He didn't know there were such good things. That would be great. Besides, didn't they have one right under their feet? They could go look anytime. There should be cultivation methods inside, right? Unexpectedly, Fengrong pointed out bluntly. There definitely were, but when someone tamed the little monsters, everything was destroyed except for the spirit veins. This was truly a stab to the heart. He had been so close to a treasure trove of cultivation methods, but he destroyed it all in one move. That trash game skill really screwed things up. He smiled awkwardly and turned to ask Yu, "Do you know the locations of any other ruins?" "I'm not greedy. I'm not asking for any treasure troves. Just one or two cultivation methods would be enough." Fengrong's sharp tongue came online again as he retorted. "Do you think finding ruins is as easy as pulling carrots? The locations of ruins are always hidden and hard to find." Yu, feeling hurt repeatedly, became upset and asked the little fire turkey displeased, "Can you stop with the sarcastic remarks?" At this moment, Yu's eyes lit up and he spoke with some urgency. "Sect Master, this subordinate knows of a place." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received two gazes. Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and delight. However, Fengrong's gaze towards him contained displeasure. In the end, he still pressed on under the pressure and reluctantly revealed the destination. There was a ruin beneath the northern ridge of Xianzha. Seeing that he still stubbornly mentioned that place, Fengrong's gaze towards him was filled with sharpness. Yu's eyes darted around, not daring to look at his master at all. He continued to introduce, saying that the Feng family had discovered it several years ago. Due to its remote location, they had never explored it. But the ruin looked ancient, so it should contain what the sect master needed, such as cultivation methods and other items. Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what was in that ruin, he wanted to go in and take a look. Seeing him run off with joyful steps to find Lin Shi and discuss the specifics, Fengrong's face instantly darkened, emanating an unmistakable low pressure. He shot a sharp glance at the visibly excited Yu and said, "You shouldn't have acted on your own." Upon hearing this, Yu's face immediately stiffened. He quickly knelt down and pleaded, "Please forgive this subordinate, Master. I just thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master discovered that ruin long ago. Wasn't it for this moment? Don't you want to go in, Master?" Fengrong's tone became even more stern. There was even a hint of anger as he said, "Of course we'll go. But when and how to go, I have my own plans. Yu, you shouldn't interfere arbitrarily. You're making things worse." Yu immediately apologized. After a pause, he couldn't help but speak his mind. "Master, although this subordinate has overstepped, your recent behavior has been confusing to us. So in a moment of anxiety, I acted presumptuously. Please punish me, Master." When images of Yu's sweet face appeared in Fengrong's mind, the anger in his eyes intensified, mixed with some irritation as he spoke. He knows what he's doing. There's no need for Yu to keep reminding him. Remember, don't act on your own in the future. Due to the urgency of the cultivation method matter, Yu planned to set out immediately to find that ruin. He even specially invited Yuan Qi, the auspicious one, to go to the secret realm together. He believed they would surely discover great treasures this way. Just as he was about to set off, Yuan Qi called out to him. He handed him a personally carved jade pendant and told him to wear it. Because the ruins were dangerous, he had specially carved some formations on the jade pendant that could protect him completely. It turned out to be a defensive magical item he wanted to give him. Who knew that just as he was about to take the magical item, the other party suddenly withdrew his outstretched palm. Then Yuan Qi leaned in close to him. He directly opened the thin cord of the pendant, reached around his neck, and gently brushed aside his hair. So it was to personally put the jade pendant on him. Yuan Qi told Yu that the jade pendant could also be used for communication. If he encountered any danger, he should just notify him, and he would come immediately. The jade pendant had just been put on, and Yu hadn't even had time to thank him when the little fire turkey's furious questioning voice came from beside his ear. Surname Yu, why are you taking her to the ruins? Why aren't you taking me? Yu looked at him exasperatedly and asked back, why should I take you? You're not an auspicious one. Feng Rong angrily shouted that he didn't agree. You surname Yu? Last time you went to a secret realm, you brought back a strange man. Who knows what you'll bring back this time? What nonsense was he saying? This was getting more and more ridiculous. He angrily asked the little fire turkey back, what strange man? Are you some kind of domesticated man then? So Feng Rong threw a tantrum, insisting that he didn't care. He was going no matter what. It was a ruin discovered by his family. Why shouldn't he be allowed to go? Seeing this, Yuan Qi smiled and said, Shall you just let Feng Rong go? I'll stay behind to look after the sect. Yu looked at both of them in turn, thinking this was clearly a contrast. One was being unreasonable, while the other was understanding. He put his hand to his forehead, groaning in pain. All right then, thank you for staying behind to protect everyone. Yuan Qi approached her again, speaking gently. Xiao Yu, there's no need for such formalities between us. Feng Rong's brows immediately furrowed into a tight knot, finding the scene before him unbearably irritating. He stepped forward and grabbed Yu's hand, pulling him back. He abruptly interrupted. Why are we still dawdling? Let's go, it's almost dark. Without waiting for Yu's response, he wrapped an arm around him and flew off on his sword. Yuan Qi instinctively took a few steps to follow, but the two had already disappeared from sight. Feng Rong had already flown out of the Truai sect. Only when he could no longer see that certain someone's figure did his pent-up emotions slowly start to unravel. Finally, he didn't have to see that annoying person anymore. Yu expressed his displeasure, saying he hadn't finished speaking yet. Unexpectedly, the usually quick-tempered little fire turkey didn't retort this time. Instead, he looked at him with deep affection. The gaze made him quite uncomfortable, so he awkwardly changed the subject, asking, When did you develop the habit of hugging people as soon as you see them? I'm standing steady now. You can let go. This is my sword. I'll let go when I feel like it. I won't now. The two started to playfully wrestle on the flying sword. Yu, whose body was being controlled, suddenly felt angry too, so he directly bit the annoying Feng Rong. Yu and Feng Rong were trapped in the snowy wilderness. The illusion and the snow spirit's courtship. How dare they target the woman he held dear in his heart, and even dream of having children with her. They would have to face his overwhelming fury. Looking at that unyielding large hand on his waist, Yu was speechless. Since he couldn't struggle free, he might as well just let it be. The two continued flying on the sword, maintaining that posture. After a while, he suddenly felt a chill. He abruptly looked up ahead. Wow, it's so beautiful. He had never seen such snowmen before, so he eagerly shared his joy with Feng Rong. Unexpectedly, Feng Rong directly embraced him, claiming that the icy air in this snowy wilderness would erode a cultivator's body, and even spiritual energy couldn't resist it. If they stayed close, they wouldn't be cold, but he really didn't feel cold at all. He was just expressing his genuine feelings. To his surprise, the little fire turkey started to bristle again. Not only did he tell him to shut up, but he also arrogantly declared that if he said he was cold, then he was cold. Not wanting to argue over such a trivial matter, Yu once again chose to compromise. After flying for half an hour, he turned his head and voiced his confusion. Feng Rong had been flying for so long. Why was the scenery still the same? Reminded by this, Feng Rong, who had been lost in thought, finally came to his senses. Looking at the unchanged scenery before them, he began to use magic to sense their surroundings. Soon he discovered that someone had set up an illusion in this snowy wilderness beforehand. They must have accidentally stumbled into it. Seeing that he didn't understand what an illusion was, Feng Rong patiently explained. An illusion makes people lose their sense of direction, causing them to go in circles in the same place without realizing it. At the same time, he reassured him the illusion had no offensive effects. They just needed to find and destroy the formations to break it. So the two dismounted from the flying sword, deciding to break the illusion first before proceeding. Yu asked Feng Rong, who was walking ahead, "How do we find that formation eye?" Feng Rong just glanced around and pointed to the right, saying, "The spiritual energy over there is off. The formation I should be in that direction." As he spoke, he turned and walked toward the tree on the right. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept up a large amount of snow and rushed towards them. In an instant, they were surrounded by swirling snow. His brow furrowed slightly. Such a harmless attack was nothing but a trivial trick to him. He didn't even take it seriously. Then he instructed, "Yu, stay here and don't move. I'll go take care of it." He continued walking towards the formation eye. The wildly dancing snow around him couldn't even get close to his body. Just as he was about to reach the formation eye, his body suddenly sank. His foot stepped into empty air, and he fell straight down. Seeing this, Yu was startled and was about to rush forward to save him. Unexpectedly, the snowflakes swirling around grew larger. A fierce wind arose, and the snow on the ground flew madly towards where Feng Rong had fallen, instantly burying him. At the same time, a burst of wild laughter echoed in the air. "I didn't expect to catch another foolish cultivator." Yu heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure suddenly emerge from the snow, looking at him with glowing eyes. Before he could react, the person, with a bloodied head, spoke to him tenderly. "Beautiful lady, from today on, you are mine." He grabbed Yu's hand, his face full of excitement. His eyes grew brighter as he began to confess, "I will treat you well. I've had my eye on you since you entered the snowy wilderness. I want to have a bunch of little snowmen with you. Come, let's go make little snowmen." The speechless Yu thought, "What the hell is this?" He hadn't even had a chance to say anything, and this guy was already making plans on his own. Just as someone was about to crawl out of the blood pile, he heard this sentence. Something instantly snapped in his mind, and boundless fury surged forth. Then, a fireball was seen hurtling towards that guy's back. The winter flames ignited on the snow, spreading to the surroundings. The ice and snow on the ground didn't even have time to melt into water. The beloved was burned into gas. The dazzling fire red swept across the entire snowy plain in an instant. Feng Rong asked in an unfriendly tone, "What did you just say? Say it again." The other party couldn't respond at all. Under the influence of his flames, even its form became somewhat transparent, dripping water with a splattering sound. Seeing that the other dared to ignore him, Feng Rong was furious. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. He raised his hand and hammered the snow spirit's head, cursing angrily. "Ambushing me is one thing, but you dare to talk about making little snowmen? I'll show you make." How could a snow spirit withstand such burning? Yu had to step forward and persuade him. Enough, enough. If Feng Rong burns any more, there won't be anything left of him. He only set up an illusion. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. Only then did Feng Rong snort coldly and throw away the snowman who had instantly lost 2 sizes. Then, as if remembering something, he grabbed Yu's hand. With some nervousness, he admonished, "You, surnamed Yu, are not allowed to make any little snowmen with him. Not with anyone else either. Do you hear me?" Hearing this, Yu's first reaction was to wonder what new problem this person was having. Never mind what problem it was, better to humor him first. So he smiled and agreed. The snow spirit, who had intended to sneak away while the two weren't paying attention, had only crawled a few steps when he was unfortunately discovered by Yu. Watching the noble lady approaching closer and closer, the snow spirit pleaded pitifully on the surface, begging the noble lady not to kill him. In his heart, however, he wondered if this time he was truly doomed. However, Yu asked the snow spirit in a gentle tone, "Did you set up this illusion?" It seemed this kind-hearted noble lady had no intention of killing him. The snow spirit repeatedly begged for mercy, explaining that he never intended to trap them in the illusion. They had flown in themselves. He had just escaped from the northern ridge and set up the illusion only to build a snow house to live in long term. He didn't mean to harm anyone. Yu was stunned after hearing this and quickly asked, "You escaped from the northern ridge? Why did you have to escape?" The snow spirit seemed to recall something, his whole body suddenly trembling. He didn't know what had happened either. It's just that suddenly the entire mountain range of the northern ridge was enveloped in a fierce, murderous aura. Spirits are most sensitive to this kind of aura, so almost all spirits who could move away did so. The murderous aura was right in the northern ridge. Could it have something to do with the ruins they were heading to? Yu and Fengrong bravely venture into the ruins. They thought it would be easy to open, but they encounter crisis after crisis. Fengrong acts strangely. Yu gets injured. Can they turn danger into safety? Yu turned his head and exchanged a glance with Fengrong, asking, "Murderous aura? Could it have something to do with those ruins?" Fengrong's expression visibly darkened at a noticeable speed. Yu turned around and found that Fengrong hadn't moved, so he went forward to urge him, "Whatever the situation, we should hurry over and take a look. Come on, don't space out. What if someone else takes the textbooks if we're late?" Without the illusion blocking their way, the two flew for less than half an hour before reaching their destination. This was a giant mountain range, even broader than the snow plain they had just left. The snow had completely covered what was originally a vast green forest. It was wrapped up so tightly that not a hint of green could be seen. Between heaven and earth, there was only a sea of white. Then Yu turned to Fengrong and said, "Your father said the entrance to the ruins is in the middle of this rock face, in a place with a triangular mark. Let's go find it quickly." He didn't see the fleeting struggle in Fengrong's eyes. His hand was suddenly grasped by the other. Fengrong didn't look at the rock face at all. He was staring intently at the person beside him, his brow furrowed with some anxiety. He suggested again, "Why don't we come back tomorrow? It's too late to search now. We might as well go to an inn in town and rest for the night." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to fly up, but unexpectedly, he was grabbed by the person beside him. Then Yu told him the reason for refusing. "Besides, we've come all this way. Of course, the sooner we find what we're looking for, the better. After all, there are so many disciples waiting for us. Come on, don't dawdle. Let's search together." Compared to his active searching, Fengrong, who had an unspeakable concern, was still in a dilemma. Just then, he heard the woman's excited voice. "Found it! Come over here!" Hearing this, his body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. Flying closer to look, sure enough, there was a triangular notch in the rock face. It wasn't very noticeable originally, but because the rock face was uneven, the fallen snow had filled in the recessed part, making it instantly very obvious. Yu was seen brushing away the snow on the rock face, leaning in for a closer look. Only then did he discover that in the middle of the triangular notch, there were faintly carved strange patterns. If not for the close inspection, one would have thought they were just cracks in the rock face. Only after carefully looking could one see that these patterns had a certain regularity. Unexpectedly, Fengrong's face grew increasingly grim. After clenching his palm several times, he spoke again. "This kind of ruin is inherently complex. The entrance should have some kind of restrictive formation. We don't understand formations, so we definitely can't open it in a short time. Why don't we dash?" His words were cut off before he could finish. Somehow Yu touched something, and suddenly the entire rock face emitted a dazzling white light. Then he excitedly announced that he had opened the entrance. Immediately after, a complex magic formation suddenly appeared. The space within the formation twisted, contracting inward and seemingly stretching open something. So Yu turned back to look at the stunned Fengrong. He excitedly pointed inside and said, "It's quite easy to open after all. Let's go in together." Fengrong looked at him with a complex expression. He grabbed him again and asked, "Do you really want to go in?" Seeing his unusually serious face, Yu asked back, "Why not go in? Aren't we here specifically to look for textbooks? You're acting strange today." Thinking he was worried about safety, Yu comforted him. "Are you afraid there might be danger inside? Don't worry. If there's any real danger, I'll protect you." As soon as he said it, he regretted it. He knew he had said too much. Now the little fire turkey would surely explode again. He expected the little fire turkey to say to him, "I don't need your protection. I'm strong enough. You better take care of yourself first. Don't cry if you get scared." He thought he would explode and argue with him right away. He had even prepared what to say. Unexpectedly, Feng Rong just glanced at him and then silently led him, slowly flying into the middle of the formation. They passed directly through the formation. In an instant, everything around them became pitch black. They seemed to have entered another space. The cold of the northern ridge disappeared, but a more violent aura surrounded them. They also heard a whooshing sound, as if something was attacking in their direction. Feng Rong raised his hand and instantly formed a golden defensive formation. He protected both of them in the middle. The next moment, they heard a loud bang beside them. It sounded like something had violently crashed into the rock wall. Feng Rong looked at the crack and said, "This looks like it was caused by sword energy." Yu Yu was shocked to hear this and quickly asked if someone was attacking them, as he hadn't sensed anyone else here. At this moment, a ball of fire shot out from Feng Rong's hand. He controlled the flame to fly upwards, looking at the sword marks on the ground and walls. His first reaction was that this place wasn't safe, so he hurriedly reminded the person beside him not to stray too far from him. They had only walked a few steps when another loud, rumbling sound came from the distance, mixed with the sound of something collapsing. Yu Yu became even more nervous, wondering what that was and what exactly was happening over there. So, the two of them followed the only path leading inside. After many twists and turns, they finally saw a palace-like building appear ahead. He exclaimed, "What a strong, murderous aura! This must be the center of the ruins." Looking at the palace-like building, he wondered if they could still find the textbooks. Just as he was about to walk towards it, suddenly, several familiar whooshing sounds came again. This time he saw clearly. It was several purple sword lights flying out from deep within the palace, slashing towards them. Seeing this, Feng Rong quickly stood in front of him. First, he made a flip, and the defensive formation around him lit up again. The next moment, there was a loud clang as the sword energy crashed into the defense. The impact shook the entire formation, and spider web-like cracks immediately appeared. Feng Rong was also shocked, seemingly not expecting the sword energy to be so strong. Before he could think of a good countermeasure, the next wave of sword energy had already fallen. Whooshing sounds echoed all around. A large number of sword energies appeared out of nowhere, falling like rain and frantically attacking them. With a crisp sound, Feng Rong's defensive formation shattered instantly. Just as a sword energy was about to land on Feng Rong, the startled Yu Yu reflexively pulled him towards himself, trying to dodge that sword energy. The next moment, he felt a chill on his arm, followed by a stinging pain. Warm liquid slid down his arm. Inside the mysterious palace, danger lurks everywhere. Sword energies crisscross. Feng Rong's defensive formation shattered instantly. Yu Yu instinctively pulled him. Then his arm felt cold. A stinging pain came. Warm liquid slid down. Feng Rong stared intently at Yu Yu's arm. The sword energy had indeed cut him, leaving a gash as long as a fingertip. Bright blood was flowing from the wound. Feng Rong asked with concern, "How are you?" Hearing this, he reflexively explained, "I'm fine, the wound isn't deep. I don't feel much pain, but I don't know what kind of sword energy that was. It actually managed to wound me. This is the first time I've been injured since coming to this world." He felt strangely curious about it. Feng Rong's eyes seemed to be dyed red by the blood on his arm. An unprecedented rage suddenly erupted from him. It was completely different from his usual outbursts. His crimson eyes were even tinged with killing intent. The next moment, something burst out from his body. Blood-red flames suddenly appeared, frantically counterattacking those sword energies. It directly devoured the sword energies clean. As the raging flames were about to rush towards the palace ahead, Yu Yu was shocked at the sight and hurriedly grabbed the berserk little fire turkey beside him to stop him. "Wait, Feng Rong! You can't burn that. The textbooks are in there." Feng Rong, who was immersed in anger, finally came to his senses at his tugging. He first took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, trying hard to calm himself down. Those flames slowly retreated back into his body. His gaze fell on Yu Yu's injured arm again. His hand hovered around the wound, looking like he wanted to touch it but didn't dare. His whole demeanor deflated, as if he had suffered a great blow. After a long while, he squeezed out 2 words, "Does it hurt?" Yu Yu sensed his concern. His eyes immediately curved into a smile. After all, Knowing someone cared for him made him feel very happy. So he quickly raised his arm to show him. It's fine, just a small wound. The bleeding has stopped. Feng Rong's eyes darkened, as if he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded behind them. You two little ones over there, if you don't want to be sliced to pieces by sword energy, quickly come over here and hide. They looked back and saw a small stone door open not far ahead. An old man behind the door was waving at them, with an urgent expression on his face. Seeing them stunned, he continued to urge, "Come quickly. Do you want to be cut to pieces?" The next wave of sword energy is about to arrive. Yu heard the whistling sound in the air again. He gritted his teeth and pulled Feng Rong, flying towards the old man. As soon as the two entered the stone door, the old man immediately closed it. In less than a moment, a series of thunderous booms sounded outside. It must be the sound of those sword energies hitting the door. Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "That was really close." Then he quickly thanked the old man. "Thank you, Grandpa Dash." His words were cut short. Looking closely, he found that the old man had no lower body. Below the waist was transparent, floating emptily. In fact, even his upper body was somewhat transparent. Could this be the legendary ghost? He reflexively grabbed Feng Rong. Influenced by horror movies, although he knew this was a fantasy world, he still felt a deep-seated fear towards ghost-like creatures. Feng Rong, on the other hand, looked completely calm. After glancing at the old man, he explained, "That's a remnant soul, not a ghost." Then the old man stroked his snow-white beard and spoke, "The little one is correct. I am indeed a remnant soul. My name is Qiu Zhang. In life, I was the Danshin patriarch and a master of this cave dwelling." After hearing his self-introduction, Yu became even more afraid, thinking, "Isn't that still a ghost?" Qiu Zhang stated, "You can't compare ghosts to me. This cave dwelling was my cultivation ground when I was alive. I used a secret technique to leave behind a trace of my soul, waiting for someone with the right destiny to enter this place. Then, after passing the tests, they would inherit my legacy." Yu heard this and skeptically scanned him, asking if this ruin, including the palace outside, was all built when he was alive. The old man proudly nodded in confirmation. Then Yu pointed at the less than 4 square meter stone cave and asked again, "If this is your territory, why are you hiding in this small cave?" Qiu Zhang froze on the spot. The little girl's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. He took a long while to recover, then sighed deeply and said, "It's a long story." He explained that when he was alive, he had accidentally found a famous sword in a secret realm. The sword didn't look special at first glance, so he never paid much attention to it. He casually placed it in his treasure vault and hadn't used it for many years. But just a few months ago, this sword suddenly awakened, unleashing an unprecedented aura of ferocity. Soon after, it began to emit sword energy. This sword energy was uncontrollable, wandering and attacking randomly within the cave dwelling. As I'm only a remnant soul, I couldn't suppress this sword energy. I had no choice but to leave the main hall and come here to hide. After hearing this, Yu began to summarize. "So you're saying the fierce energy all over the northern ridge is because of that sword? And that sword can emit such strong sword energy on its own?" Then they saw Qiu Zhang lower his head and start apologizing. "It's all because of my carelessness." He turned his head to look in the direction of the door, seemingly thinking about the mess outside. With a heartbroken expression, he knew that if this continued, the cave dwelling would eventually be destroyed by this sword. He looked at the 2 young ones before him with hope. "Actually, I consider myself fated to meet you too. The fact that you could enter this place and pass through numerous trials to reach me proves that your aptitude and comprehension are excellent. You've met my requirements." Yu was confused after hearing this and immediately asked, "What numerous trials? I don't remember any of that." Then they heard Qiu Zhang ask in disbelief, "Didn't you encounter the trials I set up? The heart-questioning array, the spirit array, and the sword intent test?" Yu honestly replied, "Not a single one. We only saw sword marks all the way." Hearing this, Qiu Zhang thought to himself, "This is the inheritance cave dwelling I painstakingly established, and it's been ruined so quickly by a single sword." In the story, the mysterious old man wanted to pass on the supreme technique of dual cultivation of sword and vessel. But he was being picky, still wanting to practice single cultivation, fortune cultivation, beast taming, and and spell cultivation. Qiu Zhang gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to spit blood. With a forced smile, he said, "Those aren't important. The fact that you two could come here proves you're fated to meet me. Today, I shall pass on all my life's learnings and techniques to you." He was also very worried secretly, thinking that if he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to wait for anyone else. "You two children, as long as you accept my inheritance, everything in this cave dwelling will be yours. Quickly kneel and accept me as your master." Yu thought, "Is it this easy? I thought when the owner of this season's ruin appeared, he would charge some fees or something." Unexpectedly, not only is he not stopping us, but he's also actively offering benefits. He immediately expressed that accepting him as a master wasn't a problem, but he needed to ask what kind of techniques the other party practiced. Then they saw Qiu Zhang stroke his beard. After clearing his throat, he proudly began to speak. "My cultivation is the way of dual cultivation of sword and qi. Gathering qi and concentrating spirit, using sword qi to cultivate the mind. In my prime, I reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, just one step away from the great Tao." Yu Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It meant the other person was dual specialized in both qi cultivation and sword cultivation. Seeing the little girl's reaction, Qiu Zhang became even more pleased. It's worth noting that cultivators typically can only focus on cultivating one path, but he was the first person in history to dual cultivate both sword and qi. He was a legendary top-tier genius. What about alchemy, talisman crafting, beast taming, and spell casting? Do you know much about these? Can you pass those on too? Originally thinking the little girl would be excited and worship him, who knew this child would demand he be proficient in everything. What a joke. He was already a rare existence. He looked at the little girl in front of him with some dissatisfaction, then explained with displeasure, "This old man's main cultivation is in the two paths of sword and qi. Naturally, I have the deepest insights into these two paths. As for other cultivation methods, this old man has not delved deeply into them." Yu Yu, with a disappointed look, continued to ask, "What about textbooks? I mean manuals in those areas. Do you have any here? Especially those related to heart methods for various spirit roots." Feng Rong really couldn't hold back his temper anymore. He reminded the little girl in an unfriendly tone, "Biting off more than you can chew. It's enough to cultivate one path in a lifetime. Don't be greedy. Besides, even if this old man had all of these, you couldn't possibly learn them all." When he heard the little girl say that even if she didn't learn, she could let others in her sect learn, Qiu Zhang looked at her in disbelief. She actually wanted to give this inheritance to others? This was an enormous opportunity. Moreover, his life's learnings weren't something just anyone could study. Yu Yu looked at the angry old man, sighed deeply, and decided to reason with him properly. "Old sir, please don't be hasty. We can discuss any issues slowly. By the way, old sir, how long have you been waiting in this ruin?" Still angry, Qiu Zhang snorted coldly and replied, "Time flows like water. This old man has long forgotten the years, but it's been at least 10,000 years." Then Yu Yu, tilting her little face up, continued to ask, "In all this time, how many inheritors have you encountered who entered this place?" Hearing this, Feng Rong's expression changed. After a while, he answered, "You two little ones are the first to see this old man's remnant soul." Hearing this, Yu Yu couldn't help but smile. Then, with a serious expression, she began to analyze for the old man. "Old sir, you waited 10,000 years for just two people. If we hadn't appeared today, how likely do you think it would be to pass on your techniques? And how can you be sure that those you find are suitable for your techniques?" Qiu Zhang was stunned at first, but still honestly replied, "This old man initially set up many tests." Yu Yu immediately interrupted him bluntly, "But those tests were all destroyed by the sword qi, weren't they? How can you ensure you can avoid such accidents? Alright, even if you manage to wait for a talented person, you still require this person to be as cautious in choosing as you. Are you sure they'll have the same good luck as you in the future? Also, able to leave a remnant soul to wait for an inheritor? Moreover, the outside world is constantly evolving. New and better techniques are constantly emerging. With your inheritance method that takes at least 10,000 years, are you sure your techniques won't become obsolete?" Hearing this, Qiu Zhang fell silent. He really wasn't sure about this. After coming to his senses, he instinctively argued, "This old man cultivated to the nascent soul realm back then. My techniques are for reaching nascent soul. But it's just nascent soul." You emphasized the last two words. Isn't cultivation meant for ascension? If someone outside has a cultivation method that's more convenient than yours and can quickly lead to ascension, who would still want to learn yours? Confused by her words, Qiu Zhang crouched in the corner, dejected, pondering the issue. If that were true, who would still come to learn his techniques? Wouldn't his life's work be in vain? Yu Yu walked up and patted his shoulder comfortingly. You should know that the inheritance of techniques has always been like this. Times are always developing step by step. No one stays in the same place forever. But as long as you're willing to innovate, you won't be eliminated. If you pass on the techniques to more people, wouldn't they be able to develop and glorify them, making them famous for thousands of years? Although Feng Rong felt he didn't quite understand some terms, he inexplicably felt that the little girl's words made a lot of sense. Could he really have been wrong? But if it's passed on to many people, would it still be his technique? Even if their inheritance all originated from him, after a long time, who would still remember him? Seeing signs that he was being swayed by her words, Yu Yu immediately increased her efforts to persuade him. This is simple. It's all small matters, easy to solve. Just name all your best techniques after yourself. That way, no one will forget. Qiu Zhang's eyes lit up in an instant. He felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. His entire remnant soul became refreshed and invigorated. His expression showed he had discovered a whole new world. It seemed he had been too narrow-minded. He had never thought of it this way before. He found that the more he looked at the little girl in front of him, the more agreeable she seemed. He immediately expressed his willingness to pass on all his techniques to her now, wanting her to help spread his methods. He said it didn't matter who received the teachings, as long as they were devoted to the Tao. Hearing this, Yu Yu couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he was someone who could be reasoned with. So he smiled and said, "Since you've agreed, old sir, let's go get the inheritance now. After all, getting the teaching materials is urgent." Qiu Zhang nodded vigorously. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand to form a seal. A light appeared between his fingers, seemingly about to touch his forehead. Seeing this, Yu Yu was startled and instinctively dodged to the side, loudly asking, "Old sir, what are you doing?" Seeing that the little girl had misunderstood, Qiu Zhang hurriedly explained, "Don't be afraid, young friend. This old man will directly use a technique to transfer the Sword-Chi dual cultivation method into your consciousness." So this was how inheritance worked? Direct, unlimited transfer, without needing to give him any secret manuals or sword-flying techniques. Was inheritance in this world all about copy and paste? He had thought he would have to read it himself. It seemed the scenes from TV dramas were all lies. Then Qiu Zhang frowned and explained that there were actually secret manuals and sword-flying techniques. Those, along with other heart method secret books he had collected, were all stored in the treasury of the main hall. Even the jade tablet he resided in was placed there. Now it might be impossible to enter the main hall, but the techniques there were all beyond Sword-Chi, so it wouldn't matter much if they couldn't be obtained. This old man has already integrated all the insights of Sword-Chi dual cultivation into his remnant soul during his lifetime. They can all be passed on to you together. Then Yu Yu asked the old man, "What will happen to you after the inheritance? From what you're saying, will your remnant soul disappear after you pass on the inheritance?" Qiu Zhang said matter-of-factly, "Of course, this old man's wish will be fulfilled, and I'll have no regrets left." Yu Yu frowned, thinking how wasteful that was. The techniques could be taught verbally. Sacrificing a life unnecessarily seemed such a pity. So he stepped forward. With a serious face, he asked, "Senior, don't you want to personally see your successor develop and glorify your techniques?" Qiu Zhang had thought that as long as he could pass on his techniques, his life's wish would be fulfilled. He never imagined he would have a chance to witness it all personally. He instantly felt his blood boiling, all dangers forgotten. By the time he came to his senses, they were already in the passage. In that inconspicuous temporary passage, he told them that if they pressed the mechanism in front of them and moved the stone door, they would be in the side hall. Unfortunately, he was now just a remnant soul and could only lead them here by a roundabout way. He couldn't help with anything else. After thinking for a moment, Yu Yu looked at Qiu Zhang and asked, "Do you want to squeeze in here first? In case there's Sword-Chi, you might not be able to withstand it." As he spoke, he directly held up the spirit beast bag in his hand. Seeing this, Qiu Zhang's mouth twitched. He wasn't a spirit beast. He was the esteemed Danshin patriarch. How could he possibly enter a spirit beast bag? He hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "Thank you, young friend, but there's no need." The side hall is located behind the treasure vault, so there shouldn't be any sword chi. Yu didn't force him and directly respected his choice. Then he pressed the switch. The next moment, the stone door rumbled and moved to the side, opening up. As soon as a crack appeared, an unusual wave of heat rushed towards them. Then came a loud bang. The stone door, which hadn't fully opened, was directly hit by something from outside. Countless cracks appeared on the door, looking like it was about to shatter. A series of familiar whistling sounds came from outside. So much for no sword chi. What was the point of them taking such a long detour? Young friend, you were right. This old man had better squeeze in after all. As soon as he finished speaking, his form flickered. With a whoosh, he unhesitatingly rushed towards the spirit beast bag.